You are on the Six Grains Telenetwork, the go-to site for your infinite source of precise, reliable, and factual material exposing the Watchtower organization.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome in to Healing After the Watchtower. Tonight, Linda James, your favorite apostate, Aposta Babe. She'll be coming on very shortly, but we got her sidekick, Pete. We're going to bring him on, waiting for Linda. Come on, Pete. Hello, Pete.
Hello, Rick. How you doing?
Well, I'm doing good. You know, you and I we're in the opposite. We both live in Massachusetts, but we're probably about as far away. Well, pretty much so. I'm up north on the Canadian border, yeah, on the New Hampshire border, and you're down on the Rhode Island border. So we're probably about, I don't know, maybe 80, 90 miles away, right?
Yeah. About 45 minutes right up 95.
Yeah, I noticed, though, that you don't have the real thick Boston accent, Pete.
No, I'm the type of guy that I adapt to whatever the accent is that I hear during a conversation. So like when I went down to North Carolina for a weekend, I came back home pronouncing all my R's and talking with a drawl. And,
Yeah, you kind of go with the flow.
Never really caught the Boston accent, except like I did spend a weekend up at the Harvard dorms with a friend of mine. And I did notice when I came back that my driving was a lot more erratic, and I did talk a little funnier, but no.
Well, you must have parked your car in Harvard Yard.
Well, you can't do that because the cop will give you a ticket.
Oh, yeah. Well, anyways, we're glad you're on with us. Of course, you have a YouTube video channel, Ex-Jehovah's Witness Curious. So I'm going to kind of cut you loose, and I'll be waiting here for Linda to come on. So you do your thing, talk to the audience, reread them, maybe the Constitution, or maybe even the Second Amendment might be good. You could reread that.
Yeah, second. Well, the fourth would be really good right now.
The fourth would be good, yes. All right, so I'll be in the background if you need me. I'll be looking for Linda to come on. Thank you.
Okay, Rick, thank you. Yep. Hello, people. Welcome to
Healing. That Fourth Amendment, Pete. How you doing?
Great. How you doing, Pixie?
I'm doing great. It was a hard-hitting show that Rick just had on about that murder. Boy, that was network worthy, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I did a video on that right when it was first happening.
That I noticed, and it was not really related to the murder story, but when the incestuous grandmother told Smurf Girl that she might have to repopulate the planet after Armageddon with someone she was related to, that was chilling to me, because years ago there was this brother, and he didn't get within 20 feet of me, but he made a case for Lot and his daughters and said, oh, well, but that's in the Bible. So the witnesses will twist those scriptures.
Well, yeah, but, as Jeffrey Jackson said at the Australian Royal Commission, we have to pay attention to circumstances, and circumstances can be a witness, even though they can't walk into the room. Yet a lot of people you can take anything that the Bible says and you can twist it to say anything you want it to say if you want to approach it eisegetically. The Bible is a book that's meant to be read exegetically. In other words, you read it and you don't try to interpret it based on what you already believe. You just try to take it for what it says. And unfortunately, that's not the way people are raised, and particularly in this country.
Amen to that. Well, that's part of the great dumbing down, too. You and I need to stick with the winners and be with the bright people, and some of these other people, they'll put their own spin on it, or they'll read it the Old Testament tells you everything not to do, and the New Testament tells you what you should do. But they miss that part too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in Jewish tradition, it's the first 5 books of Torah that are the most important, because that's where the 616 commandments of God all exist. And then
Right.
the rest of the Old Testament is basically like a history of the nation of Israel. And then you get to the section with the prophets. And, there's even a small poetic section. There's, Psalms, Proverbs, Lamentations. So, there's a little bit of everything in the Old Testament. But if you read the Old Testament and really absorb it, and then you go to the New Testament, there are numerous contradictions. Like the two are not connected in the least.
Oh, they're totally different points of view. Totally different.
I mean,
the story of Lot, that was an exception because the tribe had been totally destroyed, but the grandmother of Smurf Girl there, she wasn't going back and looking at the book of the law there in Deuteronomy. She wasn't looking at Leviticus and Deuteronomy at all. So that's what I see. I see lots of witnesses who take things out of context, and they don't look like you and I do at the historic elements in the Old Testament and why things were there and what the archaeology behind them is, and the what the tribes were doing and stuff. They don't even know to do that.
No, it's when I became a witness when I was 8 years old, we had all this literature which I loved reading back then, and I particularly found the Awake fascinating because that was designed as a magazine more for the worldly people. So it had more to do with like current events and, their attempts at science, and that was what fascinated me. But
oh yeah, there was always something in there to educate yourself with.
But the Watchtower, it's a cult that they try to limit the information you have access to. So in all their publications, they tell you do not trust what you're getting from other sources. The only true information comes from the Watchtower. And that's actually part of the the cult mentality. It's part of information control, which is part of the bite model, which I know Linda's been talking about for the last couple of weeks. And the bite model, for those of you who are not familiar with it, if you go to the website Freedom of Mind, Dr. Stephen Hassan, after 35 years of research, developed this very extensive list of criteria by which you can determine whether a religion or even, just a group of people qualifies as a cult. And Jehovah's Witnesses are undeniably, according to the criteria, they're right at the top of the list. So when Linda gets on, we'll be talking more about that. But in almost everything the Watchtower says and does, it really does exhibit the cult mentality.
Oh, they use every trick in the book. They had every point that the Bible has.
Absolutely. They cite scriptures in their literature, and I was guilty of it too. I'd be reading my Watchtower or Awake, and you see the scripture in the parentheses. So you say, that must say what the Watchtower just said in the article. It must be in that scripture. And it wasn't really until I started questioning my beliefs that I actually started looking up the scriptures that they cited. And it's like, wait a minute, that doesn't have anything to do with what they're talking about in the article. There's it has a couple of words, but other than that, and that's where I learned about how the Watchtower quote minds, and they alter scriptures. They'll omit parts of a scripture, anything to prove their point, or to try
you read
to
the
prove
scripture
their
before
point.
and after it. You have it
Yeah.
in context, and you see, oh, well, that doesn't really fit with where they're putting it.
Right. I know when I started my, the XJW channel a little over a year ago, and started getting on jw.org and reading the articles, I noticed a new thing that they do now in the Watchtower is, in the middle of the paragraph, they'll have a scripture that's cited with just the parentheses, but then a little further down, there might be another scripture, and they'll put in bold print, read, and then they'll tell you the scripture. So that kind of lets you know that that first scripture that's just in parentheses, that's not important. This is the scripture we want you to read. And that's pretty telling to the level of control that they want to have over the information that you give yourself.
Oh, very much so.
Yep.
I often say the public library saved my life, because in my little town, I was literally doors away from a branch of our library.
Right.
So good weather or in rainy weather, didn't matter. I could walk to the library. And I started noting the books that the Watchtower would quote from.
Yep.
And then I'd go to the library and see if they had that book. And that book was sometimes way wilder than what the Watchtower was using it for.
Yeah. I laugh because, Watchtower was always telling us that you can only believe what's in the Watchtower, but a lot of what's in the Watchtower is quoted from worldly publications. They're forever quoting from encyclopedias or, Bible commentaries, which it's like, wait a minute, why are you quoting from a commentary written by a guy who wasn't a JW? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, there's this sociologist, name was Ashley Montague,
Yep.
and they quoted him, and he wrote this marvelous book called I think it was called The Naked Ape?
I've heard
anyway,
of it.
His name was Ashley Montague, and he wrote about human behavior. And he was quoted in the Awake magazine. So I went and read that book. That was one of the best books I ever read. It talked about what natural talents humans have. Like men are better to pick up a cabinet, and women are better on a long hike, and all these things that were anthropology. And I thought, wow, this is a great book. But the Watchtower was using his book way out of context.
Oh, look what they did to Professor Singh back in, was it 2015, 2016, when they came out with the brochure about creation. They totally misrepresented a statement he made, and he called them out on it. He wrote a nice letter to the Watchtower demanding A, that they retract the comment, and B, that they apologize for, misrepresenting his comment. And the Watchtower, they never printed an apology, never gave an apology. But what they did do was, in the bound volume for that year, they just omitted the paragraph that talked about, his publication. So they, in the bound volume, they removed his, the misquote, and in the digital copy, you won't find it online in jw.org. They removed it there. But other than that, yeah.
In Richard Dawkins' The God Delusion, he refutes the Witness Creation book specifically.
Oh,
he takes it apart.
There were what, like 30 different scientists that were misquoted or misinterpreted by the Watchtower in that publication. And they all wrote to them about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not only that, but back in my day, I feel like such an old fart when I say that. But back in my day, we had the Did Man Get Here by Evolution or by Creation book. And
I remember that book.
Right. There was a college student who did a paper on it, and he found like 150 incorrect quotations and citations in there. So, and he cited them all. So yeah, that's nothing new for the Watchtower. If you tell them that the sky is blue, they'll say that the sky is, and then they'll do the ... and then the next thing you'll see is created by God. So it's
yeah. Thank the Watchtower for two things: my great love of Bigfoot and my great love of the Church of the Subgenius.
Well, I think the Watchtower
be nearly as good without a witness childhood.
Well, I learned two very useful things from the Watchtower. A is the use of ampersands and ellipses. I'm sorry, two things. Ampersands and ellipses. And also the ability to emotionally disconnect from people who shun me. And that's a very useful skill. Basically, I mean, in the Bible, Jesus taught people that we're supposed to love each other like we love ourselves. So I figure that anybody who's willing to shun me or shun anyone probably has very low self-esteem of themselves, and they want to be shunned. So I just oblige them.
That old reaction formation in psychology.
Yeah,
not what you are, but reflection of the other person. Well, I learned public speaking and how to dress for any occasion. I got to give them credit there.
Yeah, they did. They made me into a great salesman of literature and stuff. I mean, when I was 10 years old, I went door to door, starting up a paper route for a newspaper that wasn't even delivered in my area. With the skills that I learned from the ministry school, I was able to convince like 15 people to buy a newspaper that had no news about them.
There you go.
Yeah. Of course, it doesn't help.
I suppose I've raised funds before. I mean, they really teach you how to do that.
Yep. So, looking in the chat room here, I see some familiar names. Bob. G'day, mate. Bob is working on becoming a lawyer, and he's going to wreak havoc with the Watchtower someday. Yeah, Bob, this is the book. Yeah, this is the book I was talking about. The Did Man Get Here by Evolution or by Creation? This was, let's see. Copyright 1967. So that was the year before I became a witness. When I was a kid, I loved that book because, I was big into science and everything. So I was just eating that information up. Then when I was in high school and I had actually started questioning my beliefs, I had an assignment in English class to lead a debate team. And the subject of the debate is science real, or is the Bible account of creation real? And of course, the teacher, knowing I was a witness, put me on the creation team with all the jocks and the drug addicts. And he put all the academic college students in the, creation debate. And I used the creation book for my arguments and ended up winning the debate. because I was using the scientific evidence against them, which is a skill the Watchtower taught me how to do.
That's true.
Yep. So let's see. I see Anna is in the chat room. We have Eve. We have Carol. Hello, all. Glad you could stay and spend some time with us tonight. Linda will be here shortly. Life happens to people, and something came up that she wasn't expecting. So she'll be here. Shouldn't be too much longer. In the meantime, I can bore you to death.
We're going to the moon again on Monday.
Oh, yeah? Who's going there this time?
NASA. They're going again on Monday.
Oh, really? Well, I guess they want to get there for the first so that they can start doing door-to-door up there.
Oh, no, not the witnesses. NASA.
Well, it could be one and the same. You never know, Pixie. You could be one and the same. I was talking to Linda earlier today, and I asked her a question that kind of stumped her, and I want to put it out here to you guys. All right. Now, at the beginning of the pandemic, of course, Jehovah's Witnesses ceased their house-to-house activity. So, I had two questions. It's like, so since they stopped the house-to-house, how many people have come into the Jehovah's Witness organization? Because I know people have been getting baptized, but I'm thinking that most of those were probably just teenagers who grew old enough to get baptized, and not so much new people. But of the new people who may have come in, if they came in the last 2 years, they don't know what door-to-door service is. It's something foreign to them.
I see what you're saying.
So when
they go, if they're a new convert,
right,
they have no idea about going door to door.
Yeah, what's their reaction going to be when they're told at the meeting, okay, September 1st, we're going to start door-to-door activity? How many of them are just going to say, nah, I'm out of here?
Oh, they're in for a big surprise. There's nothing like knocking on a stranger's door.
Oh, yeah, especially, in a post-pandemic world. There's still a lot of very paranoid people and, scared people. And so it's going to be interesting, I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of stories in the news.
Before the pandemic, even the witnesses were finding that a lot of people were not home because they were too busy working, or some of these gated communities they couldn't get in, or some of the apartment buildings have security. So I don't know, more people are working from home, or people are staying home. Maybe they're aware of the statistics that lots of people are back in the house.
Yeah, it could be, but also now, a lot of people are installing these Ring doorbells and video systems.
Yes.
Right? So, somebody's ringing your doorbell, you can look on camera and see who it is. And,
Yeah, that's one of the products this year that everybody wants those.
Oh, yeah. I have a neighbor that has one, and it's fascinating. So
my neighbors have it. Now, if the guy's working from home, he's not going to be very happy if he's got a key in, like, let's say he's got some sort of job like that, and he can do it from home. He's not going to be very happy if he's interrupted.
Oh, yeah. Well, it happens to me. It happened to me just the other day when I was shooting a video. It's like somebody hit my intercom buzzer, and it's like, nobody comes to visit me, so I don't know why that happened. I assume that when my intercom rings, it's probably the coroner looking for me.
Well, we'll see what happens in this brave new world that we live in. Yeah, it's NASA that's going to the moon on Monday, but that would be funny. Witnesses in space. There's a whole show right there.
It would be worth it. And of course, they would be saying that they felt closer to God. You know, well,
even if they didn't have the heavenly hope, they could get on a rocket.
There you go. You talk with the cadence of an Irishman. Oh, I didn't think I talked that fast. You know, back when I used to play in a band, I had a friend who was a bass player in an Irish band. And he called me up one night and said that he had a gig, you know, the coming Saturday, but he couldn't play it, and asked me if I would fill in for him. And it's like, dude, I've never played Irish music in my life. And he says, it's easy. It's just a basic 1-4-5, but there's always a little syncopation at one point. He's like, don't worry, just follow the guitar player. And I said, all right. So I set up my equipment and I started playing. And the singer comes out, and this guy was Irish. I mean, like fresh off the boat. And when he came over, like, you know, started talk, I couldn't understand a damn thing he was saying to me. You know?
Wow.
But it was entertaining as hell, you know. He's talking away, and I'm just like, yeah, just smile and nod. Yep, okay. Give him the old thumbs up. All right. You know, and that real heavy Irish bro. It's fantastic. You know, we used to have a sister in our Kingdom Hall. You know, she was an old Scottish woman. You know, the bro, very similar. But I always used to go up to her, and she'd be talking, and I'd talk with her. And I'd say, well, Peggy, you know, there's a little bit of Irish in everybody. No, I'd tick her off because she's Scottish. Yeah. So an Irish cadence. I don't think anybody's ever said that to me. I hope that's a thank you, Anna.
But you do have a good cadence, so that probably comes from your musical background.
Yeah, that could be. It's let's see. They don't talk fast. American
Radio needs to move along at a steady pace.
Yeah. Oh, so Anna says I have the cadence of someone from Wexford. I don't know where Wexford is, but I'm going to assume it's somewhere in the UK.
There's a limerick. There's a limerick in there somewhere.
Yeah.
There once was a man from Wexford.
Now, Pixie, let's not go there. You get me started on limericks, Rick's channel may have to get some disciplinary action from YouTube.
I know. I'll be good.
Yeah. Yeah, I got in trouble with YouTube for my video on some simple statistics about vaccinations.
We can't say the V word.
No. And YouTube was very upset because apparently you're not supposed to tell the truth unless it agrees with YouTube's beliefs. No.
Something like that. And then you get into the land of statistics. Most people these days don't do that with any news programs, but they could.
Yeah.
That is interesting. It would be interesting to know how many converts, even just in America or even in New York State, how many converts have the witnesses had just in the last 3 years, 2 years?
Yeah, well, I mean, you can look up, like say the baptism statistics, but that doesn't tell you when those people started studying. As somebody said in the
No.
comment in the chat earlier, it's probably 90% JW kids. And yeah, Exo-Witness Awake said that. And that's probably not.
No, too. It's kind of a hush-hush organization on a lot of things. And, there's never been too many exposés about what it would be like to live at Bethel or women at Bethel or after hours at Bethel or anything like that.
Well,
So,
every time somebody does an expose, they get this fellowship.
I know, but there's their own mystery there. I mean, it's not grand like Mystery of the Vatican, but there's a lot of mystery there. I have questions about a lot of it. And Marcus Vaughn had a couple videos that were shockers, and I haven't seen him on YouTube lately, but all his videos were good. And then the other brother that had been on, he's not on anymore, and he had kind of an expose about things at the farm and all, and right. I think he was taken off. So anytime they get close to that with a story, it's not totally complete.
Right. Yeah. Consider the disfellowship, faded, and disassociated. How much growth can they proclaim? Here's the funny thing. I remember one year they were, broadcasting this fact that they had a big increase in Bible studies. We saw this tremendous growth in Bible studies. And I'm like, well, isn't that more of a result of the fact that 9 months ago you told them that they could count the family study as a Bible study, and that both the mother and father could count it as a study? So that's 2 studies getting counted for a study that isn't really a study. It's just a family, doing what they're supposed to do according to the book.
Right. Well, they don't count on anybody thinking that deeply. You and I, that's part of the problems they had with us.
Right. Now, the Watchtower tells you right out, in the open, avoid independent thinking. They're not even critical thinking.
Your brain is going to do what it's going to do.
Yeah. Yeah. But, critical thinking is one thing. That's kind of like when you intentionally research something. But independent thinking is, it just kind of comes into your mind. And it's like, oh no, independent thinking is bad. It's like, there
really is no other kind of thinking other than independent thinking. It's kind of a grammar thing.
Well, there is one other kind of thinking. It's called group thinking. So if you believe everything in your group believes, and you all think alike, that's how you achieve Christian unity.
But that's not real thinking, is it?
No, it isn't. It's look, the Watchtower. The Watchtower teaches you to react like a Pavlovian dog. All right.
We need more pictures of and parrots in paradise.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the last picture I saw, which was, I think, from maybe the January or February Watchtower of this year, they actually had a dog on a leash.
I don't know. Why does he need a leash in paradise?
Yeah, that one caught me like, what the hell is that all about? Here's a lion over there. There's no leash on the lion, but the little beagle puppy got a leash on. What's that all about?
Exactly. You can walk your dog in paradise on a leash, as if you have to do that twice a day forever and eternity.
There's a leash law for any animal under 100 pounds.
There you go. And who's going to enforce it? The Paradise Police?
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, it'll be enforced at the end of the 1,000-year reign.
That's right. That's right. You know, I started thinking about an afterlife.
If you didn't have your dog on a leash,
people that I had conflict with since I was born. They never really appreciated the real me, so why do I want an afterlife with them?
Witness Awake says a school of fish are united, but no one is going to think they are using their little fish brains. I beg to differ. Fish are very high in omega-3, which is good for brain activity.
They are. And how come nobody's fishing in paradise? Now, that would be my idea of an afterlife.
Well, I think because of the perception that you have to be drunk to fish.
Oh.
Well,
I think beer and a fishing pole, that'd be heaven forever. That'd be the best afterlife ever.
Well,
and yeah.
Let's examine this actually, Pixie, from the Bible standpoint. What does the Bible say about fishing? It says that we should become fishers of men.
Convert.
It says we have to become fishers of men. So apparently they were talking to all these single JW sisters.
Maybe that's why I like fishing so much. And they have sailboats in paradise, and they have elephants, but nobody's riding on any of the elephants. And, I don't know. They could make it a lot more jolly, don't you think? Like if there's Ferris wheels or tumblers. Is there a certain corner of paradise? I could live there forever.
Alex Baldwin is in the chat. I hope that's not the same one who likes to shoot people on the movies, is it? North Korean type. Oh. Absolutely. That's exactly what it is. The North Korean type of unity. Hello, Gabby. Good to see you here. Fishing was banned in the UK for witnesses, and I was shocked the US were allowed to fish and hunt. The hunting thing, I'm trying to think. I know like hunting was discouraged because of guns. Oh, okay, thank you, Alex. You're right. It's Alec. I bet that's probably not the first time somebody said something like that to you, though, right? A beach ball is quite jolly, absolutely. Although Tony Morris would probably say that a beach ball can't be jolly because it's an inanimate object and it doesn't serve Jehovah, so it's not capable of joyous emotions. Yeah, but back to Anna's comment, that's straight. Like, I was never told not to fish, and the only objection to hunting was like because of the whole gun thing. So I don't know. What about hot air balloons? Warwick, Bethel would be a great place to launch hot air balloons because there's no lack of supply.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah.
We should have some hot air balloons in paradise in those pictures. That's something they could have.
Because that's like not mechanical. It's just fire. If Jah wanted to, he could make the beach balls cry out. Sure. But where would their tears fall from? There are no eyes. See, good point.
Well, Homer Simpson said his afterlife was a beer volcano and strippers.
Very wise man, Homer Simpson.
So I think some of those paintings should have a beer volcano. What do you think?
That'd be cool.
It would be
You
cool.
know what I would like to see in a Watchtower publication? When they're showing paradise and you have the children playing with the lions, and then you have, the neighbors waving to the people that are acre and a half away. And then over here, I think on the left, should be some witnesses playing beer pong. That would be,
I think so. I think so, because
you
beer is
see
a real part of witness culture, at least in New York. Definitely.
it'd be cool to see some guy, nice button-down shirt and press slacks with his, witness
you can do
haircut.
beer pong forever and never tire of it.
Oh, that's for sure. You could play beer pong till you passed out.
You could.
And I have.
And there's no surfing or and you can surf, because they had an Awake article with a surfer. They don't show surfers, and they could have water skiing. They could have things going, but there could be surfing too. They should show that.
Well, here's the thing. In order for them to show all the pictures of paradise to try to get you to think about that, they have to have space to show all the pictures of Armageddon and the horrible massacre that's going to happen, so that they can program you to not want to be destroyed, so that you can enjoy all this stuff. See?
Well, some of their Armageddon pictures were pretty good. That last one they had on the cover, that was where it rained fireballs. That was pretty good.
Yeah. I look back at some of the old pictures, and it's like the look of horror on people's faces. I
know. It takes some artistic talent to do that. The art department always has the truth in it. I think there were some PMOs in that art department. Maybe there still are, because the illustrations are always pretty good.
Well, if you go to my favorite one in the "You Can Live Forever in Paradise" book, or whatever the name of that is. No, the kind of maroonish red. You can live you can live forever in paradise on earth, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Page 98. They have a picture of this like little pond, and there's a little brunette girl and in a bathing suit playing in the water, and it's like, that's pretty little artwork, except that it was ripped off from the cover of a French magazine. And the little girl,
French magazine,
right? And the little girl is actually a French actress who, back in like the early '60s, was notorious for doing softcore porn films.
Ooh la la!
So they took that photograph on the cover of a magazine and then converted it to artwork and put it in one of their publications. That's on page, I think it's 90,
do that.
90, 93
I've seen
or
that
98.
on the cover of fiction novels. There was one that had medieval historical fiction, but the leading lady on the cover looked like Cher. So it's not unusual for artists to do that once in a while. My favorite cover they had was women at the resurrection of the Christ. And it was a beautiful painting that they had. And it was a bodily resurrection of the Christ, with the women present on the cover of a watchtower. And my dad and I, we talked about that for a week, because it was actually mainstream Christianity. Wow, the resurrection. And the witnesses are have a mixed view of the resurrection,
I was kind of shocked to find out that, a lot of the things that I was taught or thought I was being taught were actually maybe it wasn't formal teachings, but it was more or less suggested. Like, for instance, even now, I have JW friends who say to me, don't you want to come back, to the truth so that you can make it into the new system and see your mother when she's resurrected? Or, knowing that I have help, don't you want to live, in a paradise where you're going to be perfect? And it's like, yeah, that's all well and good. But like, they never focus on the fact that it's not like there's Armageddon and then boom, there's paradise. No, the 1,000-year reign is the process of restoring the earth and making it a paradise. And the 1,000-year reign is when our health begins to improve. It's not like Jehovah snaps his fingers and everybody has perfect health. We have to, it's a daily thing. So if you're diabetic now, you're going to be diabetic in the new system, but every day you'll get a little better.
Well, they just walked through this. I just thought that, they've got people in these illustrations where there's been a crisis, but some of the women are still wearing dresses instead of slacks, and they've got Granny there, and they've got some strong, handsome men leading the way, and they just kind of walk into paradise. You've seen those illustrations.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And my Methodist, she laughed at me when I tried to explain that. But for many, many centuries of my life, I believed that absolutely, that there'd be a tribulation, and we just walk on that straight path out of New York City and just walk right into another realm.
Okay, Anna, please answer my fish question, Pete. What will big fish eat? Vegetables? Bob suggested seaweed. Many, many types of whales, who are among the largest mammals on Earth, survive on pretty much plankton. Plankton or small crustaceans from the bottom of the sea. So, I've never bought into the thing. Like, we're always told, if 7.5 billion people are going to die, that means there's probably going to be a lot of corpses laying around. And I said, who's responsible?
We don't get a shovel, do we? Everybody should be issued a shovel, right?
Or something. So, the Watchtower has never really definitively said. Everything they've ever done was speculation. Now they point to a couple of scriptures that talk about prophecies about battles, back in the ancient day, battles with Israel, where it says, and the animals will eat the corpses. But we're taught that the animals are going to be herbivores, not carnivores. So there will be no animals that will be eating the carrion. And even if they did,
my question at the age of 9, I could not wrap my head around this fiction because of that.
Right. And even if the animals ate the flesh, you're still going to have the skeletons. They need to be buried.
Mm-hmm.
And the Bible does say that
after they leave that illustration where they're all walking in a single file, then they get the shovels. The shovel, and each one gets a shovel as they go through the line.
Well, according to the scriptures, they're going to be in groups, and the first group has little flags, and they just put a flag where there's a skeleton, which the second group, is the ones with the shovels, will go and bury the skeleton. And I said, well, obviously the ones with the shovels aren't smart enough to see a skeleton unless it has a flag. So that's why they got to do the shoveling. The smart ones are the ones that are just pointing.
Yeah, and then they've got these new buildings in these in these paradise pictures now. They didn't have buildings before. All of a sudden, they've got these futuristic Jetson-looking buildings.
Oh, yeah. Like, how many Jehovah's Witnesses know how to formulate tempered glass and, aluminum and stuff like that?
I guess those buildings were already there, and we just kind of took them over. But I don't see any flying cars to go with or anything. And
you would think with those hailstorms and fireballs that those buildings would have got damaged too.
You'd think so. You would, because they don't look real sturdy. They're not like castles or anything. How come we don't have like stone castles from the 1800s or something? I mean, it's getting real modern. Everything they want. Bauhaus and modern, and you'll own nothing, be happy, and it's like the witnesses are hip to that modern thing now too.
And apparently all the electricity is going to be underground, because I have never seen a power line anywhere in a picture of paradise.
No, I haven't either, but maybe they don't have electricity. That's why I was thinking fishing and surfing and hot air balloon. But all those people are dead anyway. There's like a lot of dead people coming back in those pictures too. It's more like the spirit of church too.
Isn't that kind of like a zombie apocalypse?
Yeah. There's some of that. There's some of that in there.
And now, like when I was at JW, people were saying like, it was, oh, you'll get to see your, they were telling like widows, well, in the new system, your husband will be resurrected. Yeah, but the scriptures say that the resurrected people will not marry or be given in marriage.
Yeah.
Because they're going to be like angels. The angels are like androgynous. They're unisex. So.
Right. And if some lady walks through that line and walks into paradise and she's 70 and her husband gets resurrected as 25, that's going to be strange too.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't really follow up on a lot of their promises.
No.
And they don't follow up in the storyline to the promises either, because like you said, it says they won't marry or be given in marriage. And they used to teach that and point to that scripture, and now they're telling people, "Oh, well, you'll see him again, and it'll be all great." And it's like, well, yeah, but it says they won't marry or be given in marriage. What about that?
Yeah. J-Dub Nomo in the house brings up a great point. David Splain saying that you'll be assigned where to live, and you'll learn to love the city if you're assigned to live there. You don't see any cities in the Paradise artwork, do you? It's always some rural setting.
In the old days, how you do now? They're putting cities, and it used to be like it wasn't an assigned afterlife. It's like, well, in my afterlife, I might want to have like, a toga, a silk toga, and I might want to have an Asian outfit. Things I might want to have. But now Splain is saying they're going to assign you to your afterlife.
Oh, because, and here's another thing too, right? Is, okay, the 144,000 will allegedly rule with Christ for 1,000 years. But at the end of the 1,000 years, Christ gives over his control back to God. And the 144,000 are no longer going to be in charge. What happens to them? Do they get sent back to earth, or do they just go to the unemployment line up in heaven?
That's an interesting question, because that's the Jewish notion of tinkum, where everything is restored and it all goes back to the Father, and then you get into Kabbalah and you get into levels of stuff.
Well, I mean, it says it right in Revelation, right? At the end of 1,000 years, Jesus hands it back to, to God. And Satan is...
Well, wherever Jesus goes. Where is he? If he hands it back to the Father, then what's Jesus going to do? Because the bride class then would be doing whatever he's doing.
Well, I think at that point, once the earth has been restored to paradise, once the people on earth have achieved their perfect health, there's really nothing for them to do anymore, is there? It's like God. No. God is like saying to Jesus and the 144,000, like, you guys, it's almost like flipping a house. You guys go in and do all the remodeling, and when it's all done, I'll take over.
Yeah. So that's an interesting point. But we'll have planets. Maybe it'll get a little bit like Mormonism, and they'll just go to other planets. I've heard witnesses say that, too. Oh, well, after that, we'll just go to other planets.
Well, it could be. But it doesn't mention other planets in the Bible. See, here's the thing. Watchtower is always saying that all their beliefs come from the Bible. But yet when you show Jehovah's Witnesses that this belief isn't from the Bible and this belief isn't from the Bible, and this belief is actually contrary to what the Bible says, then they start coming up with like the apologetics excuses. Well, maybe it's then they're just reaching for a Watchtower answer. Apparently, it could be, maybe. Some people say, all those definitive comments that Watchtower always says to make things sound credible.
Yeah, paradise is actually a Persian belief. The idea of the paradise earth is Zoroastrian Persian,
Right.
Which is a real old religious belief that is in the Middle East and all, but it's not in the Bible.
No. Wait a minute, I'm getting a text message here. And Linda is telling me that she is on her way.
All right.
So that'll be nice to see, Linda.
Mm-hmm.
Do not go beyond the things written unless you're a governing body member. Very true, ex-witness awake. Very true. The Watchtower will tell you, and it says in the Bible, Acts 17:11, the Bereans were praised for the fact that they would go to the scriptures and study their scriptures to make sure that what they were being taught was actually in the scriptures. But yet the Watchtower tells you not to do that. If you question anything you're being taught, you're getting tossed out.
Well, the art department had a wonderful Jesus one year. He looked a little bit like a Greek Dionysus. Because mostly, if you have a degree in art, you know the history of all different cultures of art. Yeah. And so every year it's kind of interesting, the Jesus that they have. One year they had a Beatles Jesus, and the other year they had a kind of a first century Jewish Jesus. Last year they had kind of a Mexican Jesus. It's interesting the way the art department gets things moving. But,
you know what they've never had? They've never had a Nazarene Jesus.
With the super long hair.
I was listening to a stand-up comedian once, and of course he was being a little hyperbolic for the sake of comedy. But he said, these pictures of Jesus looking like a member of the Bee Gees, it's like it has no historical background. You have to look at the time when Jesus lived, the geography of where he lived, what did the people look like? What did they wear? What were the characteristics? He's like, In real life, Jesus probably looked more like Danny DeVito than he did a BG.
He probably did.
You know, he may have been a little darker. You know, but I mean, hey,
He may have been quite dark. May have had some dreadlocks too. He might have been kind of a wild man because the Nazarenes didn't cut their hair.
Oh, dude, I mean, not for nothing, but the guy hung around with 12 guys all the time, walking on water and, you know, feeding thousands of people with a couple of fish. And the first miracle he did was to, you know, turn water into wine. So we know he was a partier. Yeah.
He was a party guy, and those fishermen, you know, they're pretty honest. Fishermen are a very down-to-earth trade.
And then he goes and he's at the Last Supper, and he's like, here, eat this bread, it's my flesh. And drink this wine, it's my blood. So apparently he was into cannibalism and vampirism.
That's what some people say. But he did say all. That's a keen witness point. He did say all. So,
well, he also said that
our department's done a job. I would like to see a black Jesus with some dreads and maybe some beads, you know. Beads are the oldest form of currency. We know they had beads in the Middle East. So I'd like to really see a kind of some different fabrics. And they did have a story on that purple fabric. That was covered. I was glad to see that covered. But
I'm just like,
you know,
why is every picture of Jesus in the Watchtower have him with a beard when George Rutherford said beards are a no-no?
Well, we know he had to have a beard. He had to have a beard. He probably had people around him that had really great fabrics. He probably had a purple robe from those shellfish. The sandals would have been, you know, really cool. But he was probably...
I don't know if he had Nikes, but he might have had New Balance.
Yeah. You know, and then that carpenter thing, it was probably stonecutter because there are no trees in Capernaum.
Thank you for joining in. To speak up and talk, press *6 on your telephone. When you are done...
Sounds like Linda's checking in.
Oh, good. Yeah, there's a book called There Are No Trees in Capernaum. So he might have been a stonecutter because they were working on Herod's temple. So he was probably, you know, pretty buff and pretty tough.
Here we go. There she goes.
Hello. Sorry I'm late. I was too sweaty. I had to cool it down. I was getting too hot, and when I get too hot, you don't want to be around me. I get in a really bad place when I get too hot. What did you say, Pixie?
I said, we've been having a good time.
I've heard it, too. I've been listening. Very, very good time.
Yeah. So you're looking good,
Thank
Linda.
you. Thank you. Thank you for starting. Thank you for starting this off for us. I really appreciate it.
It was my pleasure.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anytime.
Not the first time I was an opening act.
Either.
Thank you, Pixie. Thank you, Pixie.
So we were just getting to the nature of Jesus and how come they haven't had a black Jesus with dreads and how they haven't had a Danny DeVito Jesus yet.
Yeah.
How, you know, the art department usually is pretty honest, but they could even go a little farther, I think. So we were talking about that.
Yeah.
And see, our Jesus had very dark skin. You know, he did. He just had, I would believe he at least had some olive to dark skin. I believe he had
He
dark
would, and he
too.
was also out in the sun. You know, the fishermen and the
Right.
people that do work or stone cutting. Even if they're a light-skinned Mediterranean person, they get very dark because they're working out.
Yes, and then the hair would naturally highlight like the color of coffee and cream. He would have like natural highlights that color over the brown hair. As a hairdresser, this is what I'm thinking, right?
Red hair, or that beautiful Greek, those beautiful Greek people that have the dark hair that have the red highlights.
Okay.
Anna was saying her Bible teaches that Jesus was buff.
It's really neat.
Right?
Jesus was what?
Yeah, Anna's Bible teacher taught her that Jesus was buff, and God had to put a spell on women to not fall in love with him.
That would be tough. Yeah. That would be tough.
That was probably true. If he was a perfect man, he would have been pleasant to look at for sure. But you know, that Mary Magdalene thing too, I got in trouble as a witness because at the age of about 9 or 10, I said, whose wedding was it at Cana? So you can get into that whole heresy of, well, maybe it was Jesus' wedding because his mother's asking him to do the liquor. I mean, doesn't the groom always pay the liquor bill at the wedding? So whose wedding was it at Cana?
Yeah,
that was
really.
my question at age 9.
Yeah.
And with this Da Vinci Code, you know, decades later, I find out that I'm not the only person that ever asked that question.
Mm-hmm. You had really good questions. The kind that make adults not be able to answer to. Like, that's going to take some research. We're in the middle of a meeting right now, sweetie. Ask me later.
Yeah. And then later never comes around.
I used to get to the point on Tuesday night or Bible study nights at a person's house where I'd just begin asking the Bible study conductor. I would just straight up start asking him things. And by the third, point of, okay, so if that's that, then how is this? After about the third or fourth place in that, he just would kindly shut me down. And he was always very nice, but I still did not get it to make sense,
Yeah.
And that was very discouraging.
Like, anybody with a comment? And Linda's like, anybody?
Right?
Okay, well, if there are no more comments, then we'll move on.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
Totally the way it was. I know. Let's talk more Armageddon.
When exactly is that happening again?
It's before the 1,000-year reign, but after the Great Tribulation. But I wait a minute. I don't know.
Now the org does put those two together: Great Tribulation.
Yeah.
And Armageddon, right? It's like.
I read something in a witness in the Stephen Hassan book. He was talking about cargo cults.
Okay.
And missionaries would to these people in these primitive islands, and they would regale them with mirrors and trinkets and beads, and then make them wish that the cargo cult would come again. And Armageddon's kind of like the cargo cult that never comes. That was the point he made.
Well, when you look up the definition of a doomsday cult, what all of them have in common is that they would be doing something that helps to bring about Armageddon. So we as Jehovah's Witnesses were, Matthew 24:14, this good news of the kingdom will be preached, in all the earth, and then the end will come. So we were like taking part in this prophecy that Jehovah put out there in scripture, right? So we got to feel like we were working with God to make this whole Armageddon start thing. And then at the same time, when you really think about it, it's pretty morbid. But so some cults will do things to try to start Armageddon.
Yeah, Yeah,
Yeah.
I see that.
You see what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
So they feel like they're part of this biblical prophecy, and that's one of the main common things amongst all doomsday cults, that we think, that's how we think. So we were definitely part of a doomsday cult, which is so odd to hear that said, when it's kind of hard to even when you first realize what was going on. Just the fact that you were in a cult to begin with. What do you mean doomsday cult? That's like another level or two of what the hell.
He mentioned about the animals taking care of all the people that die at Armageddon, and like I said, they should each be issued a shovel. I mean, there's this other part to paradise that they don't talk about. They used to kind of talk about it, though. Like, well, we'd have to do all this work before the paradise is ushered in.
And it's as though we're going to be able to get like a break then, right?
Stranger.
But people are going to get resurrected, and we're supposed to still Bible study with them, make sure they become Jehovah's Witnesses by the end of the thousand-year reign, right? It's not, like we're going to get a break.
The recent video on YouTube was talking about the convention, and they've got Genghis Khan and this native guy, and it's like, well, their names might be written in the Book of Life in pencil. Remember I told you how mad that made me?
Oh, I'm still mad about it.
I would love to be a fly on the wall.
And that was a direct quote. That's what he said.
Yeah, to see the JWs
so that
talking
negates
to like
Jesus'
Attila
blood sacrifice as a propitiatory sacrifice for Adam's sin completely, because that's in blood. But the governing body member says, oh, well, their names will be written in the Book of Life in pencil. That just angered me so much. And what's wrong with the religion Genghis Khan had anyway? What kind of shamanistic animism that he already had, and the Native American guy, whoever that's supposed to be, well, whatever he had was some sort of animistic shamanism. Well,
what's wrong with them? They're either pagan or of the devil. Something to that effect. That's what we always came up with, right?
They already are trying to have an earthly paradise if they're into that nature stuff, It's like, how dare they judge those people?
Yeah.
I hear what you mean. What were you going to say, Pete?
I was like, I'd love to be a fly on the wall when some JW was trying to convert Attila the Hun. That it would fascinate me to watch the whole process. The whole thing is, the Watchtower is, I'm sure that there are JWs who are thinking this too, right? They're aware of these horrible, horrible people from history, Vlad the Impaler, Jack the Ripper, and the Watchtower is telling these mild-mannered, meek little Jehovah's Witnesses that you have to, the 7.5 million of you, or 8 million of you, are going to preach to the 7.5 billion people who died, plus the 100 people, 100 billion, well, they won't be preaching to the 7 billion that die at Armageddon, but they will be preaching to the 100 billion people who have died through the history of the earth. And I don't think the numbers really work out too well there, but they're preaching to these 100 billion people while they're restoring the earth to a paradise, growing gardens and building housing, and burying the bones of the 7 billion people killed at Armageddon, and trying to become healthy, because you're going to have blind and deaf people and amputees all still trying to get into their perfect bodies. So it's well, Watchtower explains it all by saying that when these people are resurrected and they wake up and realize that God has given them a second chance, that they'll be receptive to the word. And I'm like,
Righteously disposed.
yeah, but the Bible says that the dead are conscious of nothing, so they're taking a nap. And it's not like when I take a nap and I wake up, I go, wow, God must have put me in this wonderful place. Because I've woken up in different places than I went to bed before. The result
Have you?
of hard living, yes.
Okay.
You wake up places that you wouldn't go to bed and wonder where you are. So it's like bewilderment, not like amazement. And if somebody came to me and said, well, you were dead and God resurrected you, it's like, I'm not buying it. You know? So
You'd be like, I'm not convinced.
yeah, I'm not convinced, you know, so I don't
That's
think
Yeah, what's
Watchtower
true?
really has that
Where is
point. Yeah. And where are my car keys? You know?
Yeah.
Oh, Gabby, shut up, just said. And I'm thinking she's talking about this conversation, or maybe the conversation she's already in, but she said something really interesting. She says, and the new scrolls are already being downloaded in the minds of true believers. That's amazing. The new scrolls are being downloaded in the minds of the new believers. Yes. That's futuristic, all right.
Right.
Oh my.
Good point
As
from
if we don't have enough to worry about.
good point by Poker Playboy. If Russell preached 1914 was the end, it's a contradiction because good news is preached and then the end will come. So they have to preach to everyone on earth first and the end will come, which is what they've been telling us all these years. And that's why they keep adding, you know, they always update us. Oh, we're being taught in 235 lands now, which is kind of cool when you consider there are only 195 countries on earth. But, you know, so it's like,
Hey, Pete, I just thought of something.
uh-oh.
Okay.
Well, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us
They
what
have
it
one
is.
that was Beanie, but where's Charles Taze Russell? He should be in one of those
He's
pictures.
I've seen his picture in one of the magazines where I have seen his picture. Like it showed a picture of people that were like in heaven.
Yeah.
Oh,
well,
he's in heaven. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they don't like to show his picture, you know, because of the beard.
Well, what about old Joe Rutherford? He should be on Earth there. They should.
Can I just get in line to? Can I just kick his ass? You know, like a woman should. Just saying.
Yeah, they should have him jumping off the pool into the lake of fire. Have a little diving board. We never do see the lake of fire, do we?
You know what they should have?
Hi, Christopher.
In paradise, they should have Rutherford being the guy who sits in the dunk tank.
Oh no. I'm picturing this. This is good.
Yeah, and then you can all have a chance to
get the kids to do it.
Yeah.
This will be so awesome.
No.
Oh my God.
You have the kids throw the balls when Stephen Lett is sitting in the dunk tank. We just solved it, Pixie. After the 144,000 are done ruling for the first 1,000 years, they come to Earth. Stephen Lett sits in the dunk tank, and children can throw balls at him for eternity.
Because he really doesn't like children. Yeah. I like that. Like it. I like it a lot.
I mean, I'm not particularly fond of children, but I'm not going to sit there and call them little enemies of God.
Right? That's just a whole nother level
maybe
beyond evil.
little enemies of happiness, but
Yeah.
I mean, any little.
Carnival bar, let in the carnival thing where they throw the balls at him. That sounds like a pain
Yeah.
way.
You know, some people will have devil names for their kids, and their kind of personality is very bantering back and forth. You know, he's a little devil, and it's like because he plays a lot and mischievous and maybe broke a few bones from the backyard climbing the tree or whatever. But when they call him their kid a little devil, it's almost a compliment, you know. I don't know what it was when he said enemy of God. That's just like that's the even worse thing calling your kid the devil. Wow, I still cannot get over just how wrong that was.
In the entire comment and thought thread of that, he never mentioned a scripture.
That's right. It was one of those.
Reference to anything that he was saying.
Starting off saying that we're, born into sin.
What is?
And if you think about it, and then he took it there. He took it there. I was like, oh my God, you did not.
So when he said that live in Germany, they say that half of the audience got up and walked out.
Oh, I heard it really affected some people. Tonight I have my coffee cup merch from J-Dub Town. This is from Kevin McFree, his channel. So this, speaking of beards, you see here we've got an X. A whole beard is a no-no. See that? Whole beard is a no-no. Okay? And on this side, beard fractions have a check mark of being okay. This is Kevin McFree, the guy that does Dubtown. I mean, his personality is amazing.
Hey, Eve, Anna brought up the comment that I thought was funny until the JW mother murdered her baby 2 days later. And Eve was questioning, really? Yeah. 28-year-old woman in Ecuador murdered her 45-day-old baby. She told authorities that she saw the devil in her child. And that was 2 days after Stephen Lett said that babies are little enemies of God, which if you look at any Watchtower publication, Satan is the enemy of God. So it's not a stretch to think that Satan was in her baby. Of course,
totally.
like Linda says, 45 days old, the mother was probably, postpartum depression. And she was deaf, right? She was considered 70% disabled. So, I mean, she had some other issues. But you have to admit that 2 days after Stephen Lett says this, she goes and kills the baby, claiming that the baby, had the devil in him. So,
right, and this is also.
I did a video on that topic, as I've done videos on most of the topics we're discussing. So go to my channel,
love how many
XJW Curious. It's right there on the screen on YouTube. Visit my channel, watch my videos. I'm an entertaining guy.
I'm glad you said so because I was about ready to go there. So that's too is about the age, between 25 and 28 or whatever. When someone is schizophrenic, that's about the age with the man or woman that it would come on. And what usually brings it on is something that is stressful. So a newborn baby and maybe not getting enough sleep and a couple of other things that are healing, when you give birth. and then you have this sense of obligation of still serving your husband and making sure he's going to eat, and you're supporting him to be a good Jehovah's Witness. That could be a higher than usual stress. So that could have maybe brought on some schizophrenia if that was something that was going to happen with her. And then again, it could have been.
But I also hold that governing body member responsible too.
Mm-hmm. And I can see why too. I can totally see why.
This is the
and
weird
it's that
stuff that people, that the so-called worldly people would never understand about witnesses. I mean, if I tried to explain this to my Methodist neighbors, she wouldn't. They can't comprehend. This is what I was saying about Sharia law, where women and children are on this other. They're in this other level entirely, and it's like nobody can really comprehend it unless you've lived it.
Now, Anna in the chat, I'm wanting to ask her something because she just made a comment. Having a baby often triggers schizophrenia. Is this a statement, Anna, that you're making of confirmation? Like you're informing us of it, letting us know this? Or are you kind of just postpartum psychosis? Yep. She's speaking of that too. Are you saying that that's kind of, you said it often triggers schizophrenia of having a baby?
I don't know if that's a medical fact or not. I'll have to check that.
Yeah. And just from like what I'm coming to find too, I just talked all over you. Can you repeat that again, Pixie?
I said I know that the postpartum psychosis is quite possible, but schizophrenia is a whole different mental health ballgame. So I'd have to look that up.
Okay, so now Robert is sharing a couple of comments. He has mentioned in the past, and this is, by the way, is Brad, that his wife delivered their child through cesarean. And I've kind of noticed that not everybody I've heard of that has had a cesarean has gotten postpartum depression, but quite a few. It was kind of starting to add up. So it's not based on facts or anything, but here's
there is more of that. Yeah.
So Robert's in the chat saying it also depends on how the baby is birthed. My wife got postpartum after her C-section, and then he says sometimes something about not giving birth naturally made her body think she was still pregnant. That's fascinating in of itself, you know. And see, there's this whole amount of hormones that are happening in a certain manner throughout the pregnancy, and even during the time of when the body begins to get ready to give birth, there's a thing that happens within the hips and everything, and certain hormones are released during childbirth that kind of supports mother to give birth, and it kind of gives you a sense of well-being. So there's this hormonal thing. Levels are all over the place, and so sometimes they just kind of don't go where they're supposed to, but for the most part, I think they do.
Right. That may be why there's more postpartum now, because there's more C-sections now. It used to be a kind of a last resort thing.
Okay, so I'm reading Anna's comment.
Go ahead.
Did you want to say something?
I was going to say both my kids were born from C-sections.
Yes.
And my wife was never diagnosed with anything. but there were definitely changes.
Okay.
Definitely changes. You know,
That is so funny.
I won't say anything disparaging in case my son is listening. But
and I didn't. I was able to give natural birth with all three of my children, and I was the sickest at my last pregnancy, and I was flippo, crying, yelling, crying. Yeah, just I don't even know who the hell I was. Okay, and I couldn't break up with myself. And me and my ex-husband goes through a drive-through, and he asks me what I want, and I just tell him, and he's like, "Oh my God, you're back." He was so happy because I was not a good pregnancy. So I'm going to go here to Anna's comments. It can do, but as you say, the age is correlated between schizophrenia and having your first child. So it is correlation or causation. We don't know or don't know. It's a question. She's saying, so that whole sentence I just said, having your first child. So is it correlation or causation? So she's asking this in a question mark way. We don't know. And
well, I'll have to go.
then Robert.
Sure.
And then Robert was mentioning that people are, women are having their babies later on in life now as well. And hard to unpack psychosis and schizophrenia sometimes in young women, but I've noticed older women tend to get postpartum too. Yeah. I feel like I know exactly what Pete's talking about. Yeah, I'm sure you do, Robert. And what sucks so bad is we know we're being affected, and to not feel as in control as usual is very vulnerable. I was going to say something else too. If a woman gives birth and has a cesarean, say with her first baby, her gynecologist, from what I understand, each and every birth after that will be planned as a cesarean. So that's just kind of
I know that's a fact.
That is a fact. Okay. Yeah. I mean, and the point that it takes to get through that first pregnancy, to get to that point to realize, oh, we must now do a cesarean, we're talking been in labor a long time,
32 and a half hours for my wife.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was like, I called into work, said, I'm on my way to the hospital. Becky's water broke. And congratulations, we'll see you tomorrow. Yep. And then the next morning I called her, still in labor.
Yeah. Yeah.
What an ordeal that was. But I can proudly say, as a concerned father and husband, I was in the operating room for both C-sections to watch both my children come into this world and destroy my life.
Oh, goodness. I was ready to be all touched and shit, and then you're like, destroy your life. They were blessings from Jehovah. Goodness gracious, what's wrong with you?
I wasn't a witness at the time.
Oh, okay. I stand corrected then. Okay.
Yeah, I was. That wasn't my mindset.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, that whole giving birth thing is a quite the miracle that happens, But then there's these other things that could be associated with them.
Well, I'll tell you what. I never learned so much about the human body as I did when I was in there for the first C-section. The human body is a wonderful thing. But, with each wedding anniversary after that, I was able to look at my wife and say, happy anniversary, honey. I feel like Every year that goes by, I've learned more about you. Feel like I know you inside and out.
Oh God.
Exactly, Bob. Exactly. I saw parts of my wife she never saw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so Eve438 is asking, did because there's this kind of I think it's kind of a rumor, or I have heard of this. Did half the German people walk out of the assembly? So I've heard that this has happened when Stephen Lett made his made his statement about look at that enemy of God. Like they just could not stand that. Got up and walked out. Have you heard about this?
The first time I heard about
I read,
this,
but
somebody
I
was
wasn't
saying it
present.
was from a Kim and Mikey video. I haven't found anything on it, but
Okay.
I'm thinking because do they do things differently like in America? All the American people are sitting at home watching the assembly on Zoom. So are they doing that differently in Germany? For it to happen like they say there, all the witnesses would have had to been gathered together in one location to watch, the convention. So, and that's not the way we do it here in America. So, I don't know.
Right. So
I would
it
like
could
to
have
see
been.
some. Yeah, I'd like to see some video on it. That would be pretty impressive to see half the crowd get up and walk out.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, Pixie, you said you read something somewhere. Do you recall
I read
what that's
he
about?
gave a speech live, and half the German audience got up and walked out when he made that remark. But again, I was not present, so I can't speak as a reporter on that, and I cannot verify it. But I did read a paragraph that postulated that. So we don't know if that's a fact or not, but that is
Right.
what was printed, that happened. Now, Europe has a very low population right now. France and Germany, they're not replenishing their population. If anybody's got children, they're treated like gold now over there. So I can see that in Germany, that would be something where they might walk out. I can see that.
It does seem like something that's quite believable, quite plausible. This is where my head's going.
Like what a European would do. If a European audience loves you, they'll give you a standing ovation, no problem. And if it was something that they found repugnant, they would get up and walk out. So it's
Okay.
cultural. I can see that would happen.
Okay, so that makes sense too. And thanks for adding that extra, what the culture is like right now there.
Yes, and like I said,
it's plausible.
They're not having lots of children in France and Germany, and so their children are seen as really super precious now. Not that they weren't before, but culturally I can see where they would walk out. But again, I was not a reporter on the scene. I cannot confirm it. But I did read a
Right.
that.
And that's what I'm hearing too on the scene, that Lett was giving this talk to a live audience somewhere. So this sounds like a assembly or symposium was happening live, which that gives me pause, because they have the symposium on
Over that was there
their
in the
channel.
next week or two. If somebody perceives, could let us know.
Please say that again. What?
I said in the next 2 weeks, if we could get a confirmation from someone who was there from overseas that listens to the show, that would be great.
Yes, that would be great. Now, just the part where it's him giving a talk and live audience. That's what gives me pause to think that that doesn't work with how things are going. So there's another thing that I've heard before.
Germany, I don't know if they've resumed meetings or assemblies. We don't know.
Okay. Bob Roberts is like, I'm into confirming that story now. I love this guy. He's like so on it. He's so on it.
It was there.
All right, Bob,
Yeah.
let us know what you find.
So there's this other thing I've heard people mention, that Fred Franz, like somebody kind of challenged Fred Franz on maybe 607 or 1914. And as the story goes, Fred Franz says 8 million people, and then just like, or 8 million people, and then just turns and walks away. Have any of you guys heard this?
I've heard that one. Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
So, this is what I'm finding in...
Because
Go ahead,
when I
what?
was married, I had a honeymoon, and we went to the British Museum, and there was a witness tour group there that was talking about Lakesh and that whole thing, and we weren't part of the tour group, but we listened in, and they said, fine, follow us on this thing. And as I turned the corner, there was a big plaque in the British Museum that had the correct number of it, and it wasn't 607.
Yeah, you told me about that before.
Yeah, and they put that plaque right there at the end of that little bit. And I'm like, what? And I'm like, the British Museum cannot.
Amazing.
They're the ones that dug this stuff up. But I did
Right.
hear that of Freddie Franz. If you've told
Okay.
this, well, you're not going to change it. I heard that.
So this is my thing about that statement. Fred Franz died in, I believe before 2000. Well, my question is this. At the time he said this, I don't think there was 8 million people at that time. I think there was a smaller amount, maybe 6 million. So to me, that's not consistent with the time frame of Fred Franz. So even though I've heard this, and it sounds...
He was to what he said because of the position of power that he was in. That's what's implied there.
Right, that's exactly what it implies.
The countries, and we're not switching it now because we've already printed it and sent it out to all these countries, and so that was his story, and he was sticking to it.
Right. So Anna's asking, why did the German witnesses walk out, please? Are we thinking they did? Anna, it's either a rumor or we need to confirm it. Evidently, when there was a large group of Jehovah's Witnesses, they heard Let speak about that. Look at the, instead of saying, like some people might say that, oh, look at that little angel. What's more accurate is, look at that little enemy of God. When Let said that is to be understood as the reason why half of them got up and left, because they were just not having that, as if it was too insensitive. Like the reason you'd leave a movie when it's going, like, I don't want to watch the rest of this,
Yeah. Culturally, I can see that. I really can.
I can too.
It rings true.
Mm-hmm.
It rings true.
She says, oh, the baby comment. I don't blame them if they did. See, and that's how we're all thinking. Exactly just like that, Anna. I mean, I wouldn't blame them if they did too,
Well, we've got to consider, too, that the witnesses have always been a rumor mill, and they've got us walking over alligators to get to an assembly in the Amazon. So we don't know unless we can confirm.
Yeah, yeah. And we're so
Now,
taught to obey and be blessed, right?
yeah, listen, obey, and be blessed.
So we've been indoctrinated not to walk out.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Eva's saying someone tonight made that comment, and I was trying to verify. That's what's going on, Eve. Yeah, we've heard it and we want to verify. So that's where we're at. And I think we ex-Jehovah's Witnesses really rock in that area. We don't just take what we heard from whoever and see it as confirmation. We kind of want to confirm it. We want to make sure it is a fact. And I love that about us, ex-JWs.
Yeah, you've got to stand up for what's righteous.
Yes.
That's where the witnesses used to lead the way, and they were not wrong on that. We still need to stand up for what's righteous.
Okay, Eve said that she put a comment to Kim and Mikey just now. So Eve, did you watch a video that said that's what happened? Is that something their video said? Okay.
Yeah.
That's my question to you.
Kim and Mikey brought it up in one of their videos.
Okay. And it says, Apostle Babe, that's a good point about Fred Franz saying 8 million believers. There weren't 8 million believers when he was alive. That's my exact point. That's like the way I see things as, yes, that does sound like something Fred Franz would have said. It sounds like it's in character of him, but that 8 million wasn't happening when he was alive. Exactly. Yeah, thank you, Anna.
Ah.
Not accurate, but I heard that it was basically in principle, he basically said, well, it's going to stay that way because they printed it. That was the gist of that.
Sure.
And as was noted earlier, if the Watchtower prints something, they've never had a retraction that I know of, even when they're wrong.
Oh no, they never admit to a mistake. Never. The closest they'll come to admitting a mistake is like with the Armageddon in 1975. They waited for like 5 years before they even addressed it. And then they said that some brothers misinterpreted what we said.
Right, but not them.
They showed too much enthusiasm for it.
That's what I heard too, and it was in a yearbook. That the members were too over-enthusiastic. Too over-enthusiastic. Every single meeting talked. I grew up on 75. I can remember from the time of 1967. Okay, I was born in '64. I can remember an article. Why are you looking forward to 1975? I remember the pyramids and the whole numerology thing. And when you combine these different teachings together, it equals, we are expecting Armageddon to start in 1975.
Oh, Bob has a nice update here. He's talking to a German JW on Reddit, and the German JW says that in German, they completely changed the text. So what Stephen Letts said is, this baby is not a friend of God, but we love this baby, and Jehovah makes it possible for this baby to become his friend too. Now that's a harmless comment. So if people walked out hearing that, then they must have heard the English version where Stephen called the baby a little enemy of God, and then they hear this and they realize that they were being lied to.
Yeah, and
But
Robert's saying they don't think it happened.
Yeah, well, JWs don't think the Australian Royal Commission happened. They don't think that 1975 was proclaimed Armageddon. Yeah,
I think he's kind of searching around on the XJW Reddit area. So I think he's okay.
But it's when I first heard the story, well, Eve was saying that it was brought up on this show, and the original comment actually came from the chat. Somebody had brought it up, and then we started commenting about it. I was the first one to say it was in the Kim and Mikey video. But even, one of my commenters had commented to me that Kim and Mikey had done a video on and said that Germans all got up and walked out. And just from, the face
half of the audience.
It didn't sound right to me. Because in America, where they're all watching it at home on jw.org.
Correct.
And I can't see where they're all. Okay, all you people have to travel to a hall or a convention center, and we're going to watch a TV broadcast together. That doesn't make sense.
Right. But yet I can see I can see that being more likely than an actual live audience, with him actually speaking to an audience of Jehovah's Witnesses. I would see that more probable, like certain people gathering at one of those smaller assembly halls or something, or at the Kingdom Hall, or at somebody's house that has maybe, to me it would have to be a big enough place to where a noticeable amount of people got up and walked out and went, oh, hell no. No.
So, yeah, it's I don't know. Until somebody can actually produce a video of people getting up and walking out of a room, it's like saying that Jesus started ruling in heaven in 1914. It's unverifiable. Until we see video of people. And if something like that happened, somebody would take out a cell phone and go, wow, look at this.
I would think so too.
Yeah. So
now, Mr. G in the YouTube chat is saying, Watchtower calls Jesus our leader in English, but in German translation, they cannot use Fueher. I'm thinking that would be leader. So they say Jesus is commander. So in that translation difference, instead of leader, it's commander. So there could be a difference in the wording of it. Thank you.
Anna says that in the UK they had Zoom conventions.
Of referring to Jesus as the Redeemer, which we do sometimes in English too, but often in German Lutheranism, Jesus is referred to as the Redeemer. So, there's that cultural point of Jesus being Redeemer and Mediator and all the positions that he has. Why didn't they just say Redeemer, whatever that is in German?
Yeah. Huh.
Eve, then it should not have been said on this show. Only reason it was brought up was because somebody in the comments brought it up first. We responded to it, and we're discussing it. So the original source was the Kim and Mikey video, Everybody jumped in for the conversation. You know, Bob started talking to a German JW on Reddit. A few other people had told about what they heard from published reports. But again, you know, there's nothing that's solid evidence. This is called critical thinking. You ask a question and
Another
you
alligator
search.
story in
You
reverse.
search for the answers, the information,
Yeah.
to verify that information.
And running it off of each other, like, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts? And yes, Eve, we talked about it on this program because it was a question in the chat.
Right.
Like, if that really happened. So that's why we're talking about it and just kind of giving our opinions. So our opinions we're kind of like at a few different levels of, we're not quite sure. It could have happened, but we're not quite sure.
What we'd say in the newsroom is it's a rumor. It cannot be confirmed.
Yeah, it cannot. Okay, it cannot be confirmed. Yeah, and I like to say when something's my own opinion or this is a theory of mine, or I like to differentiate that when I begin talking about things.
But there are witnesses that think that Ray Franz was booted out because he had lunch with an old employer who was no longer a witness. They're not even aware that Ray wrote Crisis of Conscience. So the witnesses often have rumors about things that aren't true, and so here we've got one in reverse, but it too is not true, perhaps.
So, okay. What you said is some people think Ray was kicked out.
Had 3 called in and could confirm it. Then we have 3 sources. We know it's true. That's the newsroom rule.
Oh, I see. Okay.
What
speaking of that,
are you hanging out in, Pixie?
Well,
the newsroom hasn't verified anything since Walter Cronkite died. The news saying in the news saying in the newsroom is make it up.
That's how I was taught, that you had to have 3 sources to confirm.
Yeah, they don't do that anymore. Now they just make it up as they go along.
I know, but I'm not one of those people.
Yeah, we shouldn't be.
Smokeless Choice is back. Your fan. I could listen to Pixie for hours.
Get the popcorn.
We're so glad you're back, Smokeless Choice. Smokeless Choice, you are precious, okay? Oh, gotta love it.
Exactly, Anna. Exactly. Hunter Biden's laptop. Yep. No, that's not news.
So there was something else that I thought about along the same lines of how we're kind of throwing ideas back and forth to kind of come to a conclusion or come to a non-conclusion. And I can't think of what it was. Oh, I know what it is. Okay. Speaking of 3, I this weekend was on Facebook and was reading somebody's story about how they went to their grandmother's funeral. And in this story, it said all non-JWs were not mentioned in this funeral at a Kingdom Hall where her grandmother, had a funeral. So this is the 3rd time for me that I've heard that this has happened with those that are no longer associated. Go ahead, Pixie.
I've heard that too. One young man called in. I'm trying to remember. I think he called into one of the shows on 6 Screens. Yeah.
That was Larry John Wayne.
Yeah, because he wasn't mentioned in the obit.
Right.
That is
Not only that,
that is some places. Okay,
and he was attending, right? That's one of the three that I have.
Okay.
And he was attending his parents' funeral through Zoom, and they kept turning off his thing. Like, wow. So that's Pete, and I read about 6 to 9 months before that one. I'm sorry, did I say Pete? Larry John Wayne, and then one before that, and then the story I read this weekend. So this is the third time to verify that those that are not JWs are just not even mentioned, or one that has left the org won't be mentioned as that portion of the funeral when they say who, is in their family.
That must be something new.
I'm thinking so.
Yeah, because my mother passed away in '98, and yeah, they definitely mentioned me. They mentioned me by name. They mentioned my brother, and by, Alice's other family. But what pissed me off about the whole thing was there was about 6 minutes of them talking about my mother, and then 25 minutes of trying to convert, the non-JW family members to become witnesses, so that we could all share in the hope of the resurrection and seeing Alice again with our perfect bodies.
It's a fascinating shift that gets made where they're talking about the person, and I've seen the paper, the outline that they're supposed to go by. So tops is 10 to 15 minutes talking about the person, and then the rest of the meeting would be 30 to 40 more minutes, and that's talking about the resurrection hope. And the shift that they make is, whoever the deceased is, they would say, so-and-so would like you to have this opportunity too. Like, they make it personal and then turn that into a total advertisement,
Oh, it's part of the script.
Yes, it is.
There's somewhere online, I saw it before, somewhere online, this is the actual script that they use, which is like, fill in the name of the deceased, blah, 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 fill in the name, fill in this and fill in that, and then read one of these. They'll give like 2 or 3 scriptures. Select one of these scriptures. And it's everything is scripted. Everything is, it's impersonal. It's all fraudulent.
Yeah, and let's not forget that I don't remember when this started. I believe it was a couple years back. But answers now are supposed to be like answered within 30 seconds. 30-second answers. So they're supposed to be short and precise.
Yes, Bob, I have seen that. Bob is asking in the chat, has anyone seen Crusaders ex-Jehovah's Witnesses speak out? Yes, I have. Great document.
Can you share a little bit about it?
Well, it's they did interviews with some of the ex-witnesses who had been shunned by the organization, and they talked a lot about the effects that it would have on family members and how the shunning, practice actually destroys and separates the family unit. So it really, it was a pretty hard-hitting documentary, made a lot of great points. And if there were any PMOs who were like on the edge You know, this would definitely give them the impetus to look. You know, I got to get out. You know, and it may have
Yes.
even woken up. You may have even woken up some pomos. I mean, emies. You know?
Did you say?
Yeah,
It might
pomos.
have.
I'm on East Coast timeline, so I'm.
You're right. And we're already at that 2 hour mark, too. That you were so kind to start for me. I appreciate that. Usually I go for 2 to 3 hours here on YouTube and then
What
go to the
what
phones.
is my purpose in life if not to come to the rescue of a damsel in distress?
Okay, I'll take that. I'm the damsel. I was in distress, I'll tell you what. And you know what? I like the idea of being rescued when needed. I'm not too proud to say that, so thank you. I appreciate that. And I appreciate that you were just, what's the, you were just all too fine to do that. Thank you.
We all need rescue sometimes.
We do, yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, who's this?
This is Chris.
Hey, Chris. How you
Hi,
doing?
Chris.
Hey, no, I just wanted to pick up on what both of you said, talking about, being almost like a rescue buoy, a buoy in a, boat wreck. Last week I went to bed just having the best conversation with Linda and Pixie, and I talked to Pete at first, but I just wanted to thank you guys for bringing this stuff up, because it reminded me, after I'd been inactive for, at that time, it would have been 5 years, and the bro that studied with me, he wasn't just someone I studied with, but he turned out to be someone that before I was ever even contemplating becoming a witness, he was a well-known contractor where I grew up, so we built homes. I knew his daughter and son from the time I was in kindergarten. But I remember I was in the Bay, and I was just, and I remember talking to Pixie about the grind when you're getting a degree. I didn't go back and get my degree until I was in my 30s. And I remember working full-time, and I was in the Bay Area, so every night I had to rush home in my work van and transfer to my personal car, gobble down dinner, get back in the car, go across the San Mateo Bridge, and get back into Hayward, California, which is just south of Oakland. And it was a grind. And looking back, it was a beautiful grind, because you get into a point when you're almost numb from life. My whole point about this is I'm doing this, and I'm in my grind. I'm in the spring of 2003. I get my degree in June. But in April, I get this phone call from another good buddy of mine that I've talked a lot about on the show. His name is Renee, and he's had 2 strokes in the last 5 years. But I get this call in 2003, hey, Richard has died. And I call the dean of the college and I say, Guy, I just need half a week of reprieve from being accountable to going to school. He said, no problem. And so I go back to the Kingdom Hall where I initially studied in 1985. And I drove there, and the whole point behind the whole thing was just to give respect to the person that I had not only known as being the person that, taught me the Bible as a witness, but I knew this guy from Little League long before I ever studied. I knew his, kids from school. And I remember the dynamic when I was going to the Kingdom Hall. I couldn't even acknowledge his daughter, and his daughter is someone I knew since kindergarten. Since kindergarten, we're talking 1972. And she, I think, after she was baptized, she was disfellowshipped in 88, had a misstep, had a kid out of wedlock. And I remember being in I don't know what you'd call it, the vestibule. When you go into a kingdom hall and they have that little stuccoed, framed-in courtyard before you get into the front doors. And she was sitting there completely out of her element, because at this man's memorial, there's probably 250 people. And she's sitting at the front door. Everyone's walking in front of her and not doing a thing. And
I'm sorry. I'm not sure who she is. I've missed who the she is that you're talking about. Can you tell me who she is?
Yes. The she is the brother that studied with me when I came in to the witnesses. She is his daughter.
His daughter, okay. And she...
Go ahead, sorry.
Did you say she had a mishap and was disfellowshipped?
Well, she was disfellowshipped at the time. She was disfellowshipped in 86, and he died in 2003.
Okay, and she was still in that disfellowship state?
Oh, yeah.
At the funeral? Okay. Now I see the context. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
My whole point was, I'm coming back to just simply give regards to a bro. And I remember on another podcast, I think Mark had chimed in, and God bless his heart. I talked to him earlier today. He says, why the hell would you do that? And I was like, well, Mark, if I have no problem standing back and still loving someone, because this is someone that 2 times before he had passed cancer, I had known this guy being a Little League coach. I remember him from the parent-teacher days when I was in elementary school. And I said, this wasn't just someone that brought me into the witnesses, so he wasn't this arbitrary, automaton that just brought me into a cult. He was a human being.
Yeah.
Father. And my whole point was, I'm sitting here in this, the same kingdom hall that I had first started going to in 1985, and she was standing there, and she looked so out of place. Now, granted, I will never name drop or dox her, but the bottom line was she was still on drugs. And to me, drugs, booze, that's something you have to deal with. But for God's sakes, especially during your dad's memorial at a kingdom hall, no one acknowledged her. And she's sitting in the corner. And at this time in 2003, I didn't live there. I didn't have to worry about pleasing anyone or having a certain standing. And I walked over to her in the vestibule, the little enclosure before the front doors that was stuccoed in, that had a couple iron bars birds could get in, and just gave her a big hug. And she said, Chris, you're going to get in trouble. I said, Lisa, I don't care. What are they going to do? Just fellowship me? And I gave her a big hug. And, this man's widow that was never a witness, I remember the memorial, the after party was always at someone's house, and it was Karen's house. Now, Karen was a hoot nanny, because if you hang out with her, the minute it becomes something social, she turns on the radio on the patio, and it's going to be Neil Diamond and these cheesy 70s songs, and she turned that on during the memorial, and some witnesses were offended. And I went on the patio and had a couple dances with her and her daughter, and a couple people tried to take me aside, because at this time I'd been inactive for 5 years. No judicial stance officially. And,
are you getting ready to tell me somebody told you how inappropriate it was for you to be dancing with her?
Absolutely.
Oh, hell no. Okay. My God. The micromanaging of elders. Hell no.
But not only that, because Karen, bless her heart, she died of cancer in 2003. And at the same time, his daughter, Lisa, the one I knew since kindergarten, was walking around like a fish because she couldn't talk to anyone because all the witnesses wouldn't talk to her. And I was going out back and talking to her, and two elders, Amos Sanchez and Herman Gutierrez, I can hardly call that doxing because I doubt they're listening. But I remember Karen came out. She was still out of sorts. She said, Chris, I want to go to the store, but I just don't have the means. Now, this is 2003. I've been here from the Bay. I'm like, Karen, get whatever you want. And she said, okay, I need blah, 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 blah. And she drank wine in a box. And I'm like, okay, you need Franzia, Zinfandel, wine in a box. And she said, I need, I think 2 Marlboro Light 100s. I'm like, hey, no problem. I'm walking to my car, and a witness says, hey, Chris, you can't buy cigarettes for her.
What? Who tell?
Pardon?
Okay, I'm livid, but I'll shut up now and just let you finish.
Right. Go ahead.
Who told you this?
He said I'm leaving. Well, my best friend that I ended up being his best man, and he was best man in my wedding when we were still both active.
Okay.
He told me, you can't go to the store and buy her cigarettes. And I said, Leonard, I've driven here 270 miles. And I said, when I'm at my mom's house for 3 days before I go back home and be a big boy, I buy my mom cigarettes if she requests it. Do you want to come with me? Do you want to document this? He said, no. And I said, mind your own business. Because if I'm going to the store to get Karen practical things and she happens to need Marlboro Light 100s, I don't smoke those. I said, I smoke cloves. And it was almost a jab because obviously as a witness you can't smoke. But at that time I had
right.
But he tried to corner me being on a personal property, getting something she wanted, and it wasn't just cigarettes. It was groceries and a bunch of stuff in the context of also hanging out with his daughter that I knew since kindergarten. It was just a big mishmash. And
yeah.
I wanted to go to his memorial without any drama, but the witnesses created the drama. And I'm sure today, the bottom line was Brother Brynjolfsson, after being in Satan's camp for 5 years, he even went to the point when he went to the corner and got wine and cigarettes for parents. Like, well, good Lord, could it be any worse than that?
I say, why didn't other people do that? Why didn't somebody else step up? That's what I say.
Buying cigarettes for somebody, and that's watching them go without a cigarette and yelling at everybody in the room.
Exactly.
So, Chris, I have a few comments to read to you, Chris. And you're fading away. I can't hear you. Are you there, Chris?
Yes.
Okay, so J.W.'s Thought said hootenanny is one of his favorite words of all time, okay? And then somebody else said, and it was just now asked, like, what, which is Bob Roberts, what does hootenanny mean, ? My dad used it as another word for money. So can you explain what hootenanny means?
Hootenanny means just a good time where you're just laughing and just having a good time. That's what the blacks used to use in Alabama and Arkansas when my mom was a little kid and she hung out with them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, Bob, people with money can often have a hootenanny, but money isn't necessary. You can have a hootenanny without money.
Right.
Thank you for explaining that, Chris.
I just wanted to end the whole thing with, this was 2003 when all this was happening. We had this memorial. And to go to the store for someone when she realizes she didn't have enough food and, common things. And just to go to the store and just at the end of the, list, she taps me and she says, "Can you get me some wine and cigarettes?" It's like, well, sure. I don't care. And to go out to the car and then have witnesses interrogate you about what you're getting for another adult. And at the same time, I'm sitting here dealing with the fact that they were giving me a hard time because even after I came back, his daughter, the one I knew since kindergarten, would have to go out back, and she smoked, and I'd have to go with her out back, outside the shed and just have a schmooze-schmazz about things that not only we went through kindergarten, but just to talk to her dad because the witnesses wouldn't interact with her. And this is someone that got dinged on the pre-1985 rule that because if anyone was there with yous, there was a time if you were a unbaptized publisher and got in trouble, you were treated the same way as a disfellowship person that was baptized. Didn't they change?
Okay, wait a minute. When was this? When was this done? This time when somebody was put on public reproof would be treated like someone who's disfellowship.
Right. So I started studying in 85, and I remember there was a dichotomy between 85 and 87, whereas by the time I was baptized, you had to be baptized before they officially treated you as disfellowship. But in that time period between 85 and 87, if you were deemed an unbaptized publisher but had gotten in trouble as a youth immorally for some, you did the, horrible deed of touching a boob or whatever in a hot tub, obviously you can't talk to them because there's no greater sin. That happened in that 2-year period because I remember the flip-flop after I was baptized where you could talk to unbaptized publishers that got in trouble with, immorality or anything that a baptized person could have been dinged for.
Okay, so the reason I was asking you for that specifics is because for me, I was put on public reproof as a non-baptized publisher. I have never been baptized, in 1980. So I was 16 in 1980. So I just wanted to get, I have never heard that there was a flip-flop in this particular area. So I just wanted to hear when that was. So by that time, I'd done left. I was like gone.
Okay.
Well, I got kicked out, but still.
You had never heard that there was what?
A flip-flop regarding treating those that are put on public reproof if they were a non-baptized publisher, them being treated as though they are disfellowship. I'd never heard that before.
There was a flip-flop because this was the whole time period, and I remember last week when I was talking to not only you, Pete, and Pixie, when I talked about the whole thing that happened from 85 to 87, that there was a change, and I talked about the whole domino effect where one circuit overseer happened to, maybe he got directives from headquarters and just had this domino effect where everyone was snitching on people, and it sounded like F.P. Bailey 101, where people were basically doing plea deals and just giving out names and just ratting out people, and it just became a domino effect, and people were just like crazy. And like I mentioned last week, these are people that just happen to be in a hot tub. The elders and servants were also in the living room of the main house, oblivious. And, out back, they weren't plotting, domestic terrorism. They were just teenagers doing what they do. I don't think there was even one verified case of fornication. It was just kids grabbing butts, touching boobs, and
boobs
with guys and like, you know. But it was just a case of, you know, just teenagers being teenagers without supervision. And but anyway, to answer your question, I think if anyone has any official things, I remember there being a direct change, because not only was, you know, the man who died that I mentioned at the beginning of this conversation, his son was someone that wasn't baptized, but the daughter was, the one I knew since kindergarten. He benefited from the fact that you could talk to him at one stage of this whole switch, but you couldn't talk to her. And
wow.
So I have to go reference the you know, CD-ROM, because at that time in '95 you had the CD-ROM to benefit from. And I'm thinking, you know, if I go to this guy's memorial service and know someone I knew since 1982, before I started studying in '85, I have to have their approval to give the guy a hug in the lobby of the Kingdom Hall, and they have to tell me why. Dude.
That irritates me to no frickin' end. There should not be an interruption of just natural affection for somebody to stop you and inform you. How dare them? How dare them? It makes me furious.
Right. Now,
how dare anybody stop you from touching a boob?
Well,
that too. Yes.
Exactly.
That too.
It was like,
boob.
For being a teenager, you know, Pete, I appreciate that, but Linda, you know, when I talk about this is a really serious point for me, because this is someone I knew since I was 4, and I was a kindergartner, and to give her a hug in the lobby of the Kingdom Hall when her father is having his memorial, and to have the elders try, it was almost like they were setting up a judicial meeting for me, because I've never had one for me. And they tried to take the impulse and the power away from just having 1 hour for this man, and they tried to turn it into a judicial committee for Christian Brynjolfsson. And I'm thinking, guys, if you want to have a conversation, and now this goes back to a lot of things I've talked to Rick about. I said, I know things about Herman and Ron and Amos and this guy and this guy and this guy. If you're going to sit me down in the back room for giving Lisa a hug on the day they cremate him and have a memorial, I said, bring it on. And I'm not the kind of person that wants to be a dick in the middle of that. But if they're going to bring it on, I was like, no problem. And I said, if you want to bring that on, and it happened later on, God forbid, I buy Karen cigarettes at the, you know, after party. And that's, to me, what I called it. It was a celebration of this man's life at his house, and his widow wasn't a witness. And she lived on boxed Franzia wine and cigarettes. But he loved her to death. She supported him as a witness. She knew every witness in the book. And I said, if you want to get me in a corner for not only hugging Lisa that I've known since I was frickin' 4 years old, now I'm old at 53, and buying Karen wine and cigarettes, I said, bring it on, because I've got things I have to say about certain elders that I can prove they have unethical business teachings, and they just backed off, and I never heard another word. I just wanted a nice day to celebrate my friend, and it didn't matter that he was an active witness when he died. It did not matter. He was the kind of guy that I had warm feelings for, because I'd known him from Little League and from elementary school. Being a parent of 2 kids I went to school with. It's just nuts.
He was a good man to you too. He actually,
yes,
you know, took you under his wings after, you know, when he started studying with you, and other elders thought you should be further along, and he's just fine. That's the way he was about you. He was like protective and took you under his wings, And I cannot help but think that, you know, he halfway stepped in or intentionally stepped in, you know, knowing that your father had died, okay, when you were a young age, and he wanted to be a male strength that was a, you know, an influence in your life. And I have a lot of respect for that man as well.
And I appreciate you saying that, because a lot of ex-witnesses, anything to do with the witnesses, they just have this hard, fast decision. And I have the feeling that when you're going through life, anyone that gets you to another step is still valuable. It didn't matter that
Yeah.
the top 1914 was this and the generation teaching in 85 was that. I can handle that at 53. I can handle growing up and realizing doctrinally, okay, they were screwed up. But not only did he help me, but I think, and I remember visiting him the 2 times he was dying of terminal cancer. I went down to see him in April and then June before he passed. And I had to wait until everyone backed off, because when you go into this man's house, there were 2 or 3 witnesses that were catering to him. And I just said, hey, can I just have a moment? And I said, hey, Richard, I've been inactive for 5 years. He says, I know. And I said, Richard,
I know.
I'm not here to piss. And I said, I'm not here to piss on your rainbow, but I don't like what's going on with the organization. He says, Chris, I don't like it either, but I can't say it because I'm dying of cancer, and that's all I know. This goes back to what we talked to Mark about, because the way Mark was raised, that's all he knew. And sometimes you stand back and realize the context people have to draw from when they deal about life, and they deal about what's their source for happiness and their source for contentment. And he said, Chris, there's things I have a big problem with too. And I remember, and this is a man that was 6'4", 240 pounds. He had hands, you'd shake them, and you'd think you were shaking a bunch of bananas. Just a big, strong guy. And I think when I saw him in April before he passed, I took him into the bathroom, because that was the other thing. If you have a cancer patient, that I learned dealing with Lisa's mom, you take him into the bathroom, you've got to wipe their butt, and they're humiliated. And I'm sitting there with this man that I knew when I was 13 and just a little punk. And he was this big, strong guy that he taught me about life. And I remembered him ducking his head, and I said, Richard, this is just friends being friends. And I had to wipe his butt, keep him clean, put him in a wheelchair. And I learned that later on when I took care of Lisa's mom. And I said, Richard, this is inconsequential. It doesn't mean a damn thing. Yeah. And I said,
and when I picture him, I'm sorry to interrupt, but when I picture him, he is someone who gave you unconditional love. Okay, you showed up at the Kingdom Hall for how long with your flag shirt and your long hair, right? And he never told you how inappropriate this was. He was just glad you were there. He loved, so he was very gentle with you, very, very unconditional love with you. And that, to me, when I think of him, is what speaks the loudest to me when I think of him. I'm going to transfer over to only the phone, and but I'm going to get right back on the phone. And but I want to meet you on the other side. I want to meet you on the other side so we can keep talking, okay? And I've left a message in the chat for people to come join me on the phone. I'm heading over, and thank you so much. I'm Apostle Babe Linda James, your favorite apostate. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being with Pete, and thank you, Pete, for starting the show tonight. I really appreciate it. So I'm going to transfer over to the phones only, and then I'll let you know when I'm on that, and then you can leave the YouTube, okay?
Okie dokie.
Okay. Thanks, Pete.
Yeah.
Just shoot me a text.
Okay.
That's what I'll do.
While she's doing that, Pete, are you there?
Yep.
Yeah. I just wanted to make the point about what Linda said, that, you know, looking back, he had a emotional acuity where he knew his kids probably weren't going to be active witnesses. So he meets me, and I become a figure he can mentor. And I understand that dynamic. And at the end of the rainbow, it didn't turn out to be all that it was cracked up to be. And this goes back to what I talked to him on his deathbed, because I'm the kind of person, if someone's on their deathbed, I want to be empathetic, but if they want to bring up something that's a little hard-hitting and real, I'm like, okay, we can talk about that. So I'm sitting at this guy's deathbed in 2003, and he's admitting that he has a lot of issues with what had happened with the organization. Now, at that time, that was, you know, after the generation teaching, and that was after the UN, you know, corroboration was proven in the garden through the UK media. And I just said, Richard, I would love it if this organization was the same thing it was in 1985 when I started studying, but it's not. And I said, I can't be active. And he said, I know. But he said, I can't make waves right now. I'm on my deathbed. And I said, Richard, I know that. But he was the kind of guy I could almost get to that level once he opened that door. And I said, Richard, I know, because like I said before, I'm not here to piss on your rainbow. If a dying active witness is in their last 2 or 3 weeks of life, I'm not going to sit there as an apostate and get on a podium and blah, 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 blah. We just talked about knowing him as, you know, a Little League coach, and me saying, I remember your daughter putting pictures up of us having Father Kids Day in elementary school long before I ever studied. He said, I know that. And, you know, I just said, you know, at the end of the rainbow, everything's going to be okay. And it's going to be proven. He said, I no problem with that. So,
so I'm back, and I'm on the phone with you.
All righty. Well, then I'm going to sign off from YouTube. Rick, if you're paying attention, or Susan, whoever's there, I'm getting off the YouTube broadcast. So you guys can take it from here.
Sometimes the show will keep going. If not, that's okay too. Thank you for joining me tonight, Pete. I appreciate you very much. Now, guys, go to XJW Curious, to Pete's channel, because you're going to enjoy it. So are we still connected? Chris?
I'm still here. I don't know what Pete left.
Yeah, he just did. He actually will get tired sooner than me because the time is earlier over there than here.
Right. Right. No, I just have to, you know, blither blather about that, because the one thing I've never agreed with, a lot of ex-witnesses just have this hatred for all witnesses. And I have the theory that, you know, when you look back over what you went through, now the fact I wasn't born and raised in it, it's a different dynamic. And I think at the end of the day, you still have to realize it's like looking at the Gestapo in Germany in World War II. The German officers under Hitler, they had an accountability because they knew what they were doing. The German people were just pawns in a game. And
right.
When I became an ex-witness, I had to realize, you look at the dynamic where people are just pawns, and that's all they know is to do what they're told. But at the end of the day, and I had a really good, another really good talk with Mark. It was short and sweet, but I said, Mark, you can't identify every witness as black and white, left or right, up or down, good or bad. Some of these people are waking up and having the same perplexities you have, but that's just what they were raised in. And to me, people in your situation that were never baptized learn how to tread water just enough, tie into Zoom meetings where they still know what's going on. I don't believe you have to be a complete revolutionary and you have to write a letter of disassociation and you have to be disfellowship. If some people have a social dynamic where it's better for them to be anonymous on YouTube and not give their real name, that's fine. Because there's something they have to protect that the witnesses, they've already taken enough away, and if you have enough savvy to protect yourself, there's no problem with that. You don't have to jump in the water completely. If you know what I'm saying.
I do, and let me just say that the gentleman that studied with you, this is the first time I heard of a little bit of him like waking up and realizing some errors within the organization. Right. Like he was in agreement with you when you said what you had to say. This is the first time I'm hearing that, which really warms my heart. Like I've gotten to know him through you. Now, me being unbaptized and me kind of, doing what I do, well, I made a big mistake this week. Oh my God, I made a big mistake. I attend the Thursday night Zoom meetings, right? Well, Angela and Dan's been inviting me to their show on Friday night through Zoom. Right. So I would have to manually change my name.
Yeah.
When I would go on Dan and Angela's show. And then when I would attend the Kingdom Home Zoom meetings, I would change my name back manually. Well, I forgot. I forgot to change it back. I attended the meeting at the Pasta Babe Linda frickin' James.
Oh, there you go.
Yes, I did. I know. It's like, holy crap. My sister's texting me, are you here? I said, yeah, I just saw Dad give a talk and heard you answer. And I looked at the phone and I could see that it said Apostle Babe Linda James. And I went into holy shit mode. Like, no, this is not happening. See, my nephew is the one that lets people in. So it wasn't something they could miss. I know they saw this. I know they saw this. So that means, and plus my brother-in-law, my sister's husband, is an IT man, okay? Retired IT person. So they're going to look me up and they're going to see what I do as possibly Linda J. So that's going to be whatever it's going to be. And so the whole reason I've used a pseudonym is because I really didn't want to be in their faces with this side of what I do, because in my mind it would be a disrespect to them as true believers of the organization, right? And I don't have that mindset of everything about the org is horrible. I believe that like there's good people, and that so I know I had screwed up big time. So I've been thinking. I thought in the past, what would I ever do if they found me? And all I ever came up with is, I'm just going to deny it. That ain't me. That ain't me. Okay. Right. Total sissy lala, right? But I've got my face out there now, and they're going to see my face. So I've come up with a conclusion that they're going to ask me if that was me, and I'm going to say yes. And then when they begin to, reprimand me, which they do, I'm going to ask them if they've watched any of it or heard any of it. And of course, they're going to tell me no. or maybe they'll say yes. So my next step is going to be, you know, if you disagreed with any of it, let me know what it is and go from there. But if you haven't listened to it, I have no reason to discuss it with you.
Right.
There's that. I can kind of shut it down there.
Right. Well, I have a couple thoughts about that, if you don't mind.
Sure. I would really appreciate it.
Well,
because I never meant to do this, man. I never.
Right. Well, I believe in what I call happy accidents, and
I'm hoping it's it.
Right. And this goes back to something that when I was talking to, I think Daniel had chimed in probably 2 months ago when I was talking about how one of my really good friends on Facebook that I've known from the time I was baptized, I studied with him as a 15-year-old kid and became friends with him after he went through a couple divorces. And then he told me about 4 months ago, dude, I've got to taper off. I have to get reinstated to go to the courts, get my daughter's custody because she's using my religious situation. And I said, Scott, I completely appreciate that. He said, I have to do this. It's a way to appear to the courts a certain way. And to me, that goes back to what Jesus said when you have to be, you know, what was the scripture? Something as a dove and sly as
wise as serpents. Wise as serpents,
yes.
And something as a dove, yes.
Yes. And I said, if the end result works, you're using the Bible and you're almost, it's a Shawshank Redemption thing where you cuddle up to the warden, not knowing that after 30-some years, you're actually setting him up to be the corrupt person and you're setting up your freedom. And I said, I completely understand. Because with something as deep and dynamic as the witness situation, people have to do things. So when I say happy accident, on one hand, there's going to come a point when you have a media presence where something could happen where people could sit through and find out, okay, possibly Linda James is, oh my God, she's this person. Well,
right.
If it happens to slip out, to me, it's a happy accident because it opens up something. And if nothing happens, that's even better because I'm the kind of person that believes there's private and there's personal. You're never going to go into a commercial building, that's my business, and have cameras in a bathroom because a bathroom is a place where it's private. Now, that doesn't mean you're giving someone access to something illegal because the cameras in the lobby and the hallway going to the bathroom secure that building. So you're not doing something illegal in the bathroom, but that's one place where you just don't go.
Mm-hmm.
And it goes back to the witness. It goes back to the witness dynamic that there are certain things you can do as far as privacy and, you know, freedom of what you do. If it happens to leak out, which with social media it might happen, but if you can maintain under the radar, I think that's a good thing because why rock the boat? There's some people that they have the personality where they've got to leave and they've got to write a letter, or they have to meet with the elders and admit to their immorality or whatever. I have no problem with that. Other people are like, okay, how can I maintain kind of a little bit of a groovy situation where I don't rock the boat and I can still know what you're doing, but you don't know everything about me. To me, that's the whole meaning of privacy because no one has a right to know everything private about anyone. But try to tell the witnesses that. But
exactly.
But that was one thing I appreciated about your dynamic and my friend because when he said, dude, I have to get my daughter back as far as custody, and I have to document me going back to the kingdom. I said, Scotty, you don't have to explain a damn thing. Because his ex-wife, that happens to still be active, is the most vicious person that uses every legal angle under the book and violates every biblical principle just to have control over their daughter. And to me, if I got divorced and my wife was a good mother, I would stay in the city we lived in. And if I happened to be in that situation, I would never use the situation to say, well, this is why you have to hate your mother, because that's the other thing about witnesses. When they would get divorced, they would turn their kids against the other person. They were still active, and the kids sitting there, and I remember seeing kids 2 years old, and then they turn to be 4 and 6, and they live in a situation where this is the truth, but they have to hate their father. It's still an active witness because he's a big jerk, but he's still an active witness, but he's a good guy. But the mother has no other recourse because she's full of all this hatred, and she just has to get even about something. I'm thinking, why can't people take a deep breath and just, if you happen to get divorced, let people live their life. But if you happen to have a kid, for God's sake, don't play, your animosity toward your ex and put your kid in the middle of that. That drives me nuts.
Yeah, it's called parental alienation.
Right.
And it's absolutely wicked. Gabby, shut up, said, possibly wounded James. That was the funniest thing I heard all day, because when I was talking about how I was in a Zoom meeting under a possibly wounded James. It is funny. And then Eve says, you're a grown woman and not beholden to anyone. Thank you, lady. Thank you. There's a part of me that wants to be, can be easily triggered into that 7-year-old who my mother will reprimand. So I need to make sure I stay in the moment and remind myself, yes, I'm a grown adult. This is what I do. And if my brother-in-law cares to approach me as an elder, I will just have to remind him he has no spiritual jurisdiction over me. He doesn't.
Yeah, and it's and what I think is a shame is when people are raised a witness. I wasn't raised one. People.
And let me just also mention this. Let me just mention this too. I have not been going to the meetings under the guise of me being interested at all.
Right.
My mother knows I'm going because she asked me to, and I don't agree with the governing body. That's where I go. When we have conversations, I don't agree with the governing body. My brother-in-law, he knows that I go to the meetings because at the beginning of COVID, I knew Mom was going to be more isolated. So I decided to allow myself to talk with her more and go to the meetings to make her happy. So he knows that's why I do it. So I'm not doing this whole trying to be a Jehovah's Witness again thing.
Right, which I appreciate, because I think COVID has made a very interesting dynamic with ex-witnesses, because the fact that you said, because I completely believe in the concept, don't make waves. And
me too. But I've learned I have to go surfing when there's waves.
That's right.
That's exactly what I have to do.
You go surfing and you find out if there's a shark fin, but you don't go out so much you're going to hang out with 3 blue sharks. You're just going to go out just enough to find out what's there and live your life, which is a dynamic I really appreciate, because I think I think a lot of ex-witnesses think it's this or that. You either go or you don't. I'm thinking, well, either you, well, why don't we make this interesting? And this goes back to my friend that said he had to become reinstated to get custody of his daughter. And to me, this is a guy I've known since he was 15 years old. And I've seen him go through 3 divorces. And I'm thinking, dude, if you have to get reinstated to look a certain way, you're not chumping out. You're just simply realizing the legal system has a dynamic. And you're doing what you have to do. And like you said, the dynamic between, what did you say, doves and what?
Wise as doves, wise as serpents, and probably gentle as doves.
Right.
Wise as serpents and gentle as doves, I think that's what it is. Or gentle as
Right.
a dove.
Right. But I said, that's fine. And he said, you realize on social media, I've got to keep it limited because they're going to see my activity. I said, dude, that's fine. So to me, that's not chumping out my relationship with him. It's just him saying, even in the middle of what he has to do to simply get more time with his daughter, it's like, I have nothing to say to you. You're doing something that unfortunately legally that has to be done, but you also have to realize that in this world, the way people interact, which I think unfortunately as I get older, the social maturity of how people interact gets worse. I thought it'd get better. No, it gets worse. If you have the ability to keep your head above water and do what you have to do, I think that's better because you're using the system to benefit yourself, which is one reason I don't have a problem with narcissists and I don't have a problem with atheists. Because if you have personal self-interest first and you're a good person at heart, that flows over to people in your social circles, whether that be your husband, wife, kids. I've seen more ethical atheists in my life than I've seen ethical Christians. And that's just me. It's just me. Whereas I've seen a lot of Christians use their doctrine to be horrible in a divorce court or a custody hearing, and to use their doctrine as a way to get control over someone else. And they hold you. It holds you hostage. The solution that they come up with.
Let me just mention a couple of the comments. Eve said, you can do other things with your mom. It doesn't have to include meetings. And then Gabby said, cautious as serpents and innocent as doves. So thank you for that. And then Eve has said again, meeting attendance supports the organization. They take count. That has nothing to do with your relationship with your mom. So let me just answer this. I hear you, and I totally understand what you're saying. And then there's another comment by her right now. Seems like there is a fear factor afoot. Remember, there is no fear in love. Perfect love throws fear aside. Thank you for that, Eve. So part of why I go to the meetings is to also stay up to date with when teachings change. It gives me a sense of like it's my business to know what the latest is that governs my family. Like, of course, I would want to stay on top of that. Right. Do I wake up early on Sunday to go? No. Right. I'm not that dedicated, but on Thursday nights I do get to, hear some of the things that they will say. So, and Eve is right. It is, they do take count, and she's saying that it supports the organization. Okay, I do see what you're saying.
Hey, Elena,
Hi, who's this?
This is Jeff. I was going to say, hi, how are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Yeah, I'm good too. I just wanted to say that, COVID, unfortunately, as horrible as this has been, it has caused people in Watchtower to get on the internet and research their organization, research their religion, and that's all I have to say. But that they've done a lot of research. I feel that, and I've seen it. So
thank you for that. I think so too, because I believe that the organization keeps their members busy for the purpose of them not having time to relax and have a thought and finish it. To kind of like, if you're kept so busy going, you won't take the time to research. You just kind of, you have this doubt, you have that doubt, but you kind of shelf it because with the intention of taking it up later, but you really never have time. So during this time of pandemic, I think that's
what they
time,
do is they take your time. They from out in service and in meetings and studies and everything else. They take up your time, so you can't think out of the box.
Yeah.
And the pandemic caused a lot of witnesses to, I think anyway, to go out and think out of the box, to do some research on the organization. And that's how I feel about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. And I agree with you. Oh, I think Chris wanted to say something to you. I believe that let me just finish it. So I believe that the whole letter writing and phone calls and everything really are not a successful way to recruit. I think it's just something that keeps them busy.
No.
Okay. They could have had this is spiritual activity.
It's really a bogus deal. I got several letters and I wrote back to them actually, and I wrote back statistics or what have you as far as they're false Armageddon predictions and some of their BS they put out that's just is unreal, and I didn't get no reply back. But
thank you for reminding me of what you did. Yeah, thank you.
You bet, Linda. Yeah.
I think Chris wanted to say something to you.
I did.
Sure.
The funny thing is, when I got a letter, and since I've lived in Henderson, I think I've interacted with about 10 witnesses. And the funny thing is, they want to know your phone number so they can come back and talk to you. It's like, well, you have my address. You can knock on the door. I'm the kind of person, I don't give a damn if it's Mormons or people for the moral majority or, people for Biden. I don't care who knocks on my door. We live in a free country. No problem. But the funny thing was, when the witnesses wanted my address, I said, well, hey, and at the time I said, my girlfriend's mother is going through cancer and it's kind of hectic. So can you give me your address and I can go see you on Tuesday afternoon and talk about the Bible? They wouldn't give me their address. And I said, well, you know where I live. How come you don't tell me where you live? Can you give me your address? No. And I was thinking, well, but what if I want to go to your house and you want to share the good news? Isn't that well, I can't give you my address because that might violate privacy and might put me in a position. But I said, you know my address. And you can't give me the same access that you're asking from me. And they were just hemming and hawing. And I'm thinking, okay, I want to learn the truth. Can you give me your address? No. Okay. Why is it they have a situation where they claim they have something, but they don't do to others the same thing they expect of them? Because if you have a good return visit, they're going to say, well, what's your phone number? Can we call you? Sure. Well, it's like, okay. The one thing that's interesting, if you're talking to witnesses at your door, look at them and say, I'd love to know more about the Bible. Give me your address. I want to meet you Tuesday at 2 o'clock. Can you be there? They won't say a word. Meanwhile, they claim they're sharing the truth about the Bible, but they're not going to give you their address, but they know your address. I'm thinking, okay, well, to me, that's a little screwy, because you don't want someone knocking on your door at 7 o'clock on Thursday without knowing about it?
Well, they got everything recorded. They know who you are and everything else. I remember all this is about 2010, and they come to my door, and I said, what happened to this 1914 generation that would not pass away? And boy, the one guy, there was a couple of young gals with him. He said, well, things have changed, and boy, he blew it off, and they wanted to get away from me like I was the plague. It was unreal. But yeah, I mean, one thing, they don't want to hear about the past, and two, they won't give out any personal information, but they want to know everything about you, and they already know your address. So.
Right. Which I really appreciate. And before Linda, you go on, I wanted to bring up a book I read, and I brought this up before, called The Knights Templar. And it was a fictional book, and it kind of went along the same line as the books by Dan Brown about the Da Vinci Code and everything. Fictional. But the bottom line was, this guy went on a rat hunt, and I just want to make sure. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
I hear you too.
Okay, thank you. So he goes on this hunt, and he finds out about documents about the first century and who Jesus was. And the first thing I want to make clear, I'm not here to slam Christians. I'm just talking about a book that was written fictionally. So he goes on this crazy chase to chase down who Jesus was, who he knew, who Mary of Magdalene was, and what was the dynamics when he died, and what actually happened. And he's going around and just trying to figure out what everyone is such in a conundrum about Christianity. And he has the ability, and eventually at the end of the book, the bottom line is, he has proof that Christianity is not what people say it is. Now, I'm not here to say it's wrong. I'm just talking about a fictional setting. He has the ability to pick the books off of the beach and show it to the world and prove Christianity is wrong. Fundamentally, Christianity is wrong. And we have to get back to thinking about how to live life. And he knew if he did that, it would upset the social and financial and cultural settings of the whole world. And it was something that he said he could have done it, but he just let it sit in the sea. And I thought, that's fascinating, because when you think about introducing thoughts and ideas and emotions into this dynamic about being an ex-witness. And I'm the kind of person, when I became a witness, I thought about paradise every day. My whole point is, even if it was proven Christianity's wrong, and you have to go back to Wicca or primitive Nordic or African cultures, I don't think society could handle that if they were told right now Christianity's wrong. And I'm not saying it is. I don't know. Was Jesus real? I don't know. I've never had a personal revelation. But I think about what people feel and why, and I'm thinking the minute anyone believes something, they pretty much have the same social dynamic as far as why they believe in it. And like I told you, Linda, last week, Jay Hess, I love talking to him because I can ask him anything and he's not judgmental. He's not this Christian that just reacts emotionally. I love Jay Hess. I love his whole demeanor. Yeah. But I don't agree with him because I've told him straight up, I don't like this Mosaic law and how they treat women in slavery. It's funny how when you look at the institution, now I'm a conservative, but the whole dynamic of how Western colonization happened. Now I'm going to say two things. Hey, colonization happens everywhere. You're going to find, if you go to Africa or Europe, you're going to find raping, pillaging, oppressing other people. That wasn't based on race, that was based on commerce, because the more people you have to create resources, and that's just life. The Native Americans knew that. And what I want to say right now, Linda, can you hear me?
I can, yeah.
Okay. And when Kevin Costner made Dances with Wolves, he had 45 minutes of footage about what really happened with the Sioux Nation, but they wouldn't let him release it because it gave a bad impression. But it was true, because even Native Americans, the thing about people, if you look at people graduating from universities today, they have this image that Native Americans just love nature and everything. No, they were fighters, they were warriors, and and I'll give them credit, they were lovers, just like white European, people from the colonies. But the Indians were savages as well. And they cut 45 minutes out of his movies because they said the American public cannot handle that reality. That the Sioux that were depicted in the movie were completely benevolent. And I'm thinking, if you're talking about the Hutsis and the Tutsis and the Australians and the Aborigines, or every culture has oppression. Every culture has a situation where women were on the back burner. That's true. As long as you acknowledge every culture, can we talk about that as a whole? It seems like with the modern dynamic, you have a thing where the whole impetus about what's wrong is white colonization in America after the mid-1700s. They don't talk about what happened in Africa. They don't talk about what happened in Australia. They don't talk about what happened in Europe, in Asia. Why? If people don't like oppression, can we talk about oppression across the board? Because the one thing you have to admit as long as America's been the world power, we fixed racial injustice within 20 or 200 years. 200 years. That's still happening in Africa. That's still happening in Asia. So why are people saying America is such a bad place to live?
You're asking me this?
I'm asking anyone. Sorry, Linda.
Okay. I'm sorry. I don't think it's fixed. I just don't think it's fixed yet. I do believe it's come a long way, but no, it's not fixed. But I can understand that's your opinion, and I'm cool with that. Yeah, sure.
No, and I appreciate you saying that, but if you look at any government that
and I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt again, and I can't answer for that's too big of a question to answer. Like, I can't answer for all those people that think, why America's bad or whatever.
Right, which I appreciate. And like I said last week when I was talking to you and Pixie, I love this show because when you have a different viewpoint, I don't remember one time that you told Rick, cut this guy off. I'm just simply saying, if you look at history as a whole and look at the whole world, is America perfect? No.
No.
And are there still things
and I guess
that exist?
I'm so thankful for a lot of the liberty we have here too. Right.
Right. Right, because most people don't have that, and I think I mentioned this about a month ago. Because the one weird thing about me is, ditzy as I am, I remember talking to, I don't think it was Pete, I think it was Daniel, which, by the way, I've got to call him. When you look at governments around the world and what they've done to rectify social injustice, if you look at Australia, Europe, Asia, they're still dealing with things that have been happening for 500 years. Now, America's not perfect, but given the fact that from 1960, from the advent of Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton, things have changed. Where you cannot go into a college and be denied entry based on your race, or you're going to have a lawsuit. Bottom line, it's not going to be because of race. So, other countries, what I don't understand is why the people that are claiming inequality aren't talking about the inequality in other countries, because in Saudi Arabia, if you're gay, you get thrown off a building. Whereas if I have a contract tomorrow and hang out with a gay guy, and I don't give a damn if at lunchtime he tries to pick up on me, I'll just laugh and say no. I don't hang on that wire, but I'm not going to call human resources.
Right.
I'm almost gonna feel good because it's like, God, this guy tried to pick up on me. I feel pretty good.
It's a compliment, and you let him down gently. That's so cool.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
You understand my point, but I think in a nutshell, when you look at the witness dynamic, you want paradise, and my goodness, wouldn't that be great? What do you have to do to get there? Okay. And by the way, I think the witness dynamic is bullcrap, but who doesn't want to wake up in the morning and have the eventuality that they can speak to someone that they read about that lived 3,000 years ago? I would love that.
Yeah, that does sound attractive.
But that's their whole pull. When you learn about the resurrection hope, that's exactly what they do. Well, what we teach you will lead you to this. So therefore, this is what the governing body says. Thinking, well, okay. And the crazy thing is, Linda, the more active I got, especially after I was married, the more dysfunction I saw in their social interaction, which I didn't want to see, but I saw it. But the dysfunction was crazy. And I'm sitting here looking at things based on how I was raised. And I know exactly what it's like. Linda, I was raised in a home with 3 sisters, 1 other brother. So I know what it's like to get beat up. I know what it's like to live in a home with emotion, which, by the way, if you have 3 sisters, there's a lot of emotion. That's not sexism. That's just reality.
No, it's reality. Yes.
Right.
Thank God, for some reason, that when women have their menstrual cycle, it synchronizes.
Exactly.
So you've only got to deal with maybe a week and a half of that, and then things kind of settle down, maybe.
Exactly. So March 13th, I'm like, oh God, okay, I'm going to go over to John until March 30th. Okay.
Yep.
But I love the fact you can laugh about it, because a lot of people can't, because that's just life. And
it is.
When you learn about the fact that men, we're insensitive, we're pretty stupid, and women are completely intuitive, and women want things in a certain dynamic. Now, as a teenager, that's one dynamic. Now, when you start dating in your mid-20s, then you get into a whole nother realm, because you've been burned. Maybe you have a kid, maybe you don't, and people are older, and you're trying to find out. I'm fascinated looking at the witness dynamic as opposed to how I was raised, because if you're a witness, you can go to a convention and pretty much say, I'm single. You can be the biggest doofus in the world, and you can find a sister. And to me, the crazy thing is, I've been called a misogynist on this show a lot of times. And I'm thinking, dude, if you're a woman, you can shake your booty and you can pretty much get whatever you need. And
you know,
me,
I've never either realized it nor used that. That's like when I hear that, I know it's the truth, but then I'm like, really? That's all I need to do? Why don't I try that in life?
Okay, but hold on. Let's back up, because
it's fascinating to me.
Because you said, I've seen that. So you've seen that dynamic, because to me, if a man is good intended and he finds a woman, there's a crazy biological thing about men. And the crazy thing is, we're not crazed about sex. There's a biological thing that makes us want to perpetuate the species, which is biological, and which is the same dynamic that makes women want to look pretty good for guys. Women, on one hand, when they go out, they dress up and look all hoochie. They're doing that to be better than the other women, but on top of that, they're doing that, which to me, all's fair in love and war. And when you're looking, and if you're a guy, and I don't endorse one-night stands, but if you're a guy and you're sitting at a bar just like women, which is the one dynamic I always appreciated, if you want to find out where women hang out, find out where men hang out first, and the women will follow. And that's not a put down, because guys will drool and do anything in the world. They will defeat dragons and climb up mountains to find their girl. Men are a bunch of drooling. They're not a bunch of drooling Neanderthals. We will do a lot to prove we want to get to that mountain. I think, did someone come in, or was that you?
No, that was me, sir. Yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying, and the Watchtower will use. I want to back up a little bit. Watchtower will use the resurrection of the dead and see your loved ones once again to pull you in. They really pull on that, and that's how they pulled on me. That's how they pulled me in, as far as the resurrection of the dead. And then, I mean, I just wanted to comment on that, and that's to you, Linda. So, well, and you, sir. So, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no, I'm good with you.
I'm adding to the conversation.
I just wanted to know your name.
I'm Jeff.
All right, Jeff.
Yes, sir.
No, I appreciate that, and the one thing I've tried to appreciate, because I've had times coming on the show where it became political or became a thing of ethics about what do you believe versus what someone else believes. If the show is called Healing, I believe healing has to do with not only emotions, but teaching people how to think. And if you think about why, now, Linda, when I think about, now here's a interesting dynamic. I think about what it was like to be raised a witness. I have no idea what that's like. I was told to be free thinking. I was encouraged to be the best I could be at whatever I chose to do. I was never told to hate minorities. I was never told to hate an opposing viewpoint. I was told to talk about it. Being raised a witness, what was the main focus of how you felt just growing up as a woman or a little girl from age whatever to whatever? How did that feel?
Powerless.
Really?
I had no power over anything.
Wow.
And guess what happened when I read that scripture in Genesis, where it said that I would have birth pains and I would crave for my husband, and he will, how is it put? Something over me, dominate me. So later in life, when in abusive relationships, and I craved love and affection, and it was used as a weapon. Fuck. I thought it was fulfillment of scripture.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know,
Okay.
you hear how that's.
Well,
I really thought that shit, and I don't today, thank God. But you know, as time was going by, and shedding this belief and then that belief, I would need a reason to, you know, and come to this conclusion and come to that. It's been this, you know, kind of shifting and adding here and getting rid of that there, and yeah, women had a ton of responsibility and very little power. And I don't recall the time of going to assemblies where I would think to myself, oh, I want to look good to attract boys. I don't remember girls talking to me about this from the hall.
right.
I don't remember having this mentality. I know that it happens, but
Well,
you know,
well,
I wanted to be over at the gas station with my dad because he's the mechanic and I could wear blue jeans. Talk about a lesbian in training.
Well,
I wasn't thinking that.
Women are totally submissive to that organization, Linda. I mean, they're nothing. You have no more rights than a child or say a 13-year-old boy that's been anointed or what have you. I mean, you have no rights. If he was your son, you have no rights than him. It's
right.
it's unbelievable. I mean, they're just, you know, they suppress women. I was told that back in the early 80s, you know, that women are not much more than children, you know, and just I have a huge problem with that. I mean, we're all equal and everything else, and that organization needs to go down completely. And I can't say it enough. I was never baptized. I went out in service. I went all the meetings and Bible studies and book studies and everything else. I was brainwashed for so long. And, you know, I was never raised in a cult. But I'll tell you what, it needs to be demolished. I'm telling you right now, they are a danger to society. And a lot of people don't realize that, especially the ones that are not in it. And, you know, I mean, I don't want to say anything good about Putin because he's a bad guy, but I think he is. But I'll tell you what, when he come out and said they are a radical extremist group, he was completely right when he banned them in the Russia or the former Soviet Union. That's what needs to be done here in every country in the world. Their assets need to be seized. I believe that everybody needs to believe what they want, and organizations need to exist. But most of their assets need to be seized. They need to lose their tax-exempt status, and just you know, shut them down for what they're doing to people. You know, they screw up a lot of lives, including mine and yours, Linda, and other people's. And I guess that's all I got to say. But they're a nasty, nasty organization. I cannot say that enough. But okay, that's it.
I appreciate you saying that you were told women, you know, like you were being raised with that. That's how you were taught to think of women, as being pretty much at the level of a child. So not as an equal, but today you said that you see us as equal. So that, you know, that's fascinating that that's how you were being trained, because I was being trained to become a Jehovah's Witness, even though, you know, we were both never baptized. I understand your frustration with this organization and wanting them banned, but there's this thing called freedom of religion. So my thing about, so let me just go on with that. Freedom of religion allows someone to believe however they choose to believe. So the Jehovah's Witnesses do have this fundamental right under Article 18 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights to believe that Jesus Christ is in fact Michael the Archangel. They have freedom of religion to believe that. My thing is that does not allow for manipulative tactics and techniques that are coercive and practices that are abusive. To me, I see that as totally separate. Even though the church teaches to do that, and like you said, you were encouraged to think of women as being pretty much, you know, very low below what you were being raised to consider yourself as in the congregation. And I appreciate you saying that, because I grew up knowing my body parts were there to nurse a man's child and give birth to the man's child. And my purpose was to be the helper. So my purpose when I grew up was going to be of support of the man that I married, and that what I wanted to do probably didn't get to happen, because that's my purpose, is to be the helper of the man. And then they put a lot of responsibility on the moms to make sure that the children grow up and become Jehovah's Witnesses. So when someone doesn't, there's a lot of shame. There's a lot of shame put on the mothers.
Yep.
When the kids leave.
Well, yeah, Linda,
they take the emotional brunt. Hold on. They take the emotional brunt because the elders, most of the time, don't do their job. Because I'll be the first person to admit, I've never had daughters as a father, but I grew up with daughters, and a strong father figure that does his job right, the organization completely exploits that dynamic in terms of, I wanted to address Linda's comment. But anyway, you had a comment. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that Linda, they insert. You're talking. Hold on.
Okay.
You know, they put women down, and they make women submissive to men, and it's just they're a nasty. I can't say it enough. You know, I mean, it's incredible how they operate, and they want to operate today, and it's not going to work for them. You know, I mean, and this BS about the end of the world and Armageddon. Hey, they've been claiming this since 1914. Made dates and dates and dates and dates. It hasn't happened. I mean, they're full of shit. And this organization is a former publishing company, and they're after money. And that's what they're after now. But I mean, the internet is ruined them. So,
yes, it's revealed a deception that weren't.
Yeah, it has. You know, I mean, when I left in 1990, Linda, there was nowhere to go.
Right.
You know, the internet was barely alive, and I remember I was homeless. I was sleeping in my car, and I'm thinking, oh my God, Armageddon's going to hit any time. I'm dead. Everything else, and it was unbelievable. But what's going on today is people can get on the internet and they can research this nasty cult. And I'm being nice about it. I'm not saying dirty words. And I encourage everybody, if they could,
nice, Jeff.
Yeah,
right?
Yes, ma'am. Well, if people are listening to me, don't be afraid to research these people. There's something wrong with an organization that tells you not to research them. There's a big problem there. Yes, ma'am. They need to get on there and research. Please research. Do your research. Don't be afraid to do it. It's like going to a Ford dealership and they're telling you not to get on the Chevy dealership and not research the GM cars. I mean, it's no different than that. But
that is a perfect example.
But Jeff, I did want to make one point, Jeff. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
You know, as much as the organization pretends, and I brought this up last week, like I said, Linda, I really appreciated the conversation. The organization presents itself as this oppressive patriarch that oppresses women. The oppression to men
No, it doesn't present itself like that. It presents itself as though, especially over the last 10, 20 years, as though the Bible actually honors women, and it doesn't. I'm sorry, it just doesn't.
Well, that's my whole point. It pretends to be one thing, but it doesn't. My my point is the emasculation of men that the organizational blueprint presents. The more a man grows up in the organization, he loses his manhood. And I know that's
absolutely
certain people.
Absolutely.
Because if a man is a good father and a good husband, his kids and wife are happy, content, and they make happy and content people in continuum, but the organization doesn't support that, because the minute a man has a natural instinct to protect his kids and his wife versus the organization, everything goes to hell. It goes to complete hell.
It does.
And there's no logic behind it, because protecting the organization, why would you protect an organization? And I understand the dynamic, because I was there. I was drawn into a place where I dedicated myself to a theology where I thought this was true. And I think that's one reason why when I eventually got divorced and separated from my wife, I didn't have a problem with the fact that she had affairs. I was an incompetent male. I wasn't fit to be a husband. But the problem was, she didn't tell me her answer to that was, in her dysfunction, and her reality was to open her legs to every guy that gave her affirmation. Where I didn't have my second sexual experience with a woman until I was 30. She had 8. And I didn't know that.
Yeah. And
well, I gotta say, sir, I'm sorry you went through that, but you know something, they have a right to do anything you want to do. I mean, I'm just saying, I'm not saying that's right. You were married to her, or if you were married to her,
right.
She has a right to do everything you got to do, or you had.
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
And the last dinner we had, finalizing our divorce, I knew, and she told me, I cheated on you, and I said, I don't give a damn about that. If I'm sitting there in a situation where I'm finding out I was married to someone and they cheated on me, I could have been mad, I could have gone to court, I could have claimed blah, blah, blah. I just said, okay, I couldn't take care of you in that way. It turns out she wanted a kid, but when she married me, she didn't want kids, and the whole deal was we would accumulate enough wealth when we were 25 and then start a family. She wanted a family right then, and I said, why didn't you tell me? And then she started crying. And then she said, well, if I told you that, you wouldn't marry me. And I said, well, if you're gonna work and be in a situation where you're living life and you go into an apartment as a young person, you have a goal. If your goal is different than mine, you will never meet the goal. And we never met the goal. That's the bottom line. I don't give a damn that my wife, and quite frankly, I don't give a damn that she sucked the dick of her managers and people at work. I don't care about that. What bothered me was that she didn't tell me that's what she wanted as a husband. That's what bothered me. And that's why I didn't call the elders when we got divorced and tell them, well, you've got to disfellowship her because she's committed immorality. I just said, if that was the whole dynamic for almost 9 years, why didn't you fucking tell me that? And she couldn't tell me why. And I was like, well, good luck. And the whole thing, I'm getting back to the last dinner we have. I just gave her a hug and said, I hope you find happiness. But I'm not a part of that anymore. Goodbye, good luck, good night. You know,
Well,
people try to find happiness through a lot of things.
sure.
And to me, I'm 53. If you find happiness at 75, you still won the game.
Yes.
And to me, I don't claim that I know happiness, but I know if you're sitting in a home and you don't want to be with someone and you have a sexual problem or a financial problem, either get a better job, learn how to have sex better, or shut the fuck up. Don't complain about anything. Because the minute you complain, you become a victim, and the whole dynamic just gets completely screwed up. You know? And I'm not here to dilute the reality of what it means to be unhappy, but there comes a point when life becomes life, and what do you do about it?
Sure. Yeah. I agree with that. Life is what it is, and sometimes it's hard to change. Yeah, that religion, sir, is just the prison. It's a holding cell at times for people, and you're waiting for execution. It's just, it's a nasty organization, and I can't say that enough. Right. And it's just, I don't know. Linda could really speak on it. So can you, more than I can, because I left in 1990. I was in there 4 years, hardcore, but it just it screwed up my head for years after that.
Okay.
And go ahead.
I have a question for you, Jeff. Were you raised within this organization?
No, ma'am. I was stupid enough as an adult male to get involved in it. And I can't stress that enough.
Stupid adult male too.
Well,
can I just say that there's a difference between being stupid and being deceived?
Yeah, exactly.
It was both, but Linda, okay. I'm not speaking for anybody else. I'm speaking for myself. I was a jackass, for getting involved in this cult. At 21 years old, with myself, and listen, my father hated Jehovah's Witnesses, and I went against him. The smartest man I know on the face of this earth, and it's emotional. He's a World War II veteran, and he warned me about him beforehand and everything else, and so did my mother. They're both dead. I lost so much as far as birthdays, Thanksgiving dinners, Christmas dinners, Christmases, and everything else, because I refused to celebrate them with them because I thought they were worldly people and they were no good and everything else. Well, listen, they're all dead now. I can't go back and get all those times with them because they're dead. And that's my fault. I feel like a piece of shit over it. I really do. I go to their graves and I cry over it. I thought this 1914 generation, the generation theory was very true and everything else, and that's why I wouldn't do that. I remember my father's 65th birthday. I wouldn't celebrate it with him. My whole family went there. I left the home because I wouldn't celebrate. I wouldn't come to their house and everything. It's horrible, what they did to me. But that's how I feel. I'm sorry. I don't mean to dramatize about it, but that's what it is.
That's fine. But you said your name was Jeff. What's your name?
My name is Jeff.
Jeff. All right. Okay, Jeff. Now, the one thing I want to say is I appreciate the fact that you're feeling what you feel, but
yes, sir.
There comes a point when all of us, some of us are dealing with the fact that we've lost mothers and fathers in this ideology, and the fact that you're speaking so frankly, I think is great, because I've always thought, what if you could go back in time and do a thing like the butterfly effect, where you can go back and change one point in history? If someone asked me if I could change something, I would.
Well, sir, may I interrupt you?
Yes.
They warned me. I was warned about this organization.
Right.
And I failed to listen to them. I wouldn't listen to them, sir. I they're full of shit, and this is right, this is the truth, and everything else. Right. And hey, bless. I've had my times with Rick Farron, but I tell you, bless him for having this program on, and you too, Linda.
Thank you
for being a host here, for everybody. But go on, sir. Go on.
Well, my whole point talking to you, and you said your name was Jeff, right?
Yes, sir. I'm Jeff.
Okay. My whole point is, whatever all of us have gone through, Rick has gone through a certain journey. Linda's gone through a certain journey. I've gone through a certain one. You have.
Yes.
Yeah, the organization is corrupt and dysfunctional and a bunch of bad things. What I want to hear more of on the show is healing after the Watchtower, hearing people talk about what they've, and this isn't about you, but what I'm trying to understand or kind of, assimilate. Okay, the organization's bad, and people have gone through. My experience is completely different than Rick's. Rick's is completely different than Linda's. Hers is completely different than yours. What do we do about it to make life better tomorrow?
Well, I agree with you, but sir, we got to get on here and express our opinions of our past.
Yeah.
Of what that's affecting us today. And
that's important.
This organization is just I'll tell you what, I'll make it real fast.
I hear you. I hear you, ma'am. Give me just a few minutes. I'm hearing somebody say hello. So as soon as you're done with your comment, I'm going to invite her in. But go ahead and finish up, Jeff.
Yeah, Linda. I was going to say that the other day I went to the south end of Council Bluffs, Iowa, where the Kingdom Hall is, that I went to. I saw one of the former elders. Well, I saw him in his front yard. And actually, he was the elder that told me that if I died before Armageddon, I wouldn't be resurrected. That I knew the truth. I was never baptized. And I went out in service. I went to the meetings. I went to all the book studies, what have you. And he told me that I would not be resurrected. Him and his wife, that I would not be resurrected if I died before Armageddon. And that, as a young boy, that really affected me.
Hold on just a second. Because someone said
Yes,
that they
ma'am.
need to interrupt, I need to find out what's going on. Hi, who's
Yes,
this?
ma'am.
Yeah, I need to interrupt because I want to talk to Jeff.
Yes,
What
ma'am.
is your name?
My name is Yvonda.
Okay.
This is Yvonda. Yvonda, this is Jeff, and she really wants, Yvonda really
Yeah, I
wants
want to hear
talk
from
to
you.
Are you- Okay.
What she got
And
to
is
say?
there any way you can speak up a little louder, Yvonda?
Yeah. Jeff, can you hear me good?
Yes,
Can you hear
ma'am.
me?
I hear you real well.
I have been listening to you, I believe, for a half hour.
Yes, ma'am.
And your story pains me. I feel
What now?
your story, what you're saying to me, it pains me. Because what has happened to you is a sin. It's a horrible sin. Okay? What has happened to you is unconscionable. It should not have happened to you. Do you
Yes,
hear me?
ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, can I say this to you?
Sure.
I want you to do your best to let it go. I want you to do your best to say to yourself that you're better than that. I want you to believe that you're better than that. What your ex-wife did to you, that's her problem. That's not your problem.
Let me just interrupt. Chris is the one with the ex-wife. I haven't heard Jeff talk about his ex-wife.
No, ma'am, there's no ex-wife, but
Forgive me. I was not only listening to you, I was also reading comments. Please forgive me.
Okay,
Please
yes, ma'am.
But
That's
I'm
okay.
telling you,
Continue.
your story from what I'm listening to, because I'm in the comments. I'm also listening to you. It touched me to the point where I had to call in because I felt the pain, and I don't want you living with that pain. It's not good for you. You're better than that. Can you believe that?
It's pretty painful.
But you're better than that. Can you believe that? Will you believe that? They've hurt a lot of people, not just you. And they are continuing to hurt a lot of people. We've all been hurt. I think Linda said it, Jeff said it, Rick always says it. We're hurt, but we can rise above it. We can do it. We can do it. Can you believe that? Jeff? Can you? Will you?
I try.
Will you try harder? Please. Because if you don't, they've won. If you don't, they've conquered. And you're
I'm in
better.
agreement. That was in agreement with you, sweetie.
Is that you, Linda?
Yes, I'm like,
Yeah.
She's talking truth.
It's like
They win.
My heart is just tore up over this man. Jeff,
Yes.
I don't want you to finish this day feeling so miserable. I want you to walk past this pain. I want you to be the strong person that God says you can be, not what those people says you can't be. Do you understand me, Jeff? Jeff?
They just hurt me bad.
Honey, I know. I know. I live with a man that I've been married to for, he said 43 years. I can't keep count. That they tortured his soul. They tortured his soul. They did that to him. But he is a conqueror. And you can be a conqueror too. Will you believe that? Will you please believe that? Because they're not worth your pain. Can you believe that, Jeff? Please believe that, Jeff.
That's hard, isn't it, Jeff? That's very hard, isn't it? To just believe that.
Yourself,
yeah. But before Jeff answers, I want to acknowledge that's a big bridge to go over, because he has to transcend ideological situations, social, cultural. But the fact that Jeff came on, I think, is great.
It is.
I do too, and I'm thankful for you, Missy. You're Eve in the chat, correct?
Yeah, I'm Eve in the chat, and I've just been like in pain over Jeff's story. It's like it's killing me, and I don't want him to go on like this because we're better than this.
You know what I'm really hearing from you is how much you believe in Jeff. How much you believe that there is a likelihood of being able to conquer this mind mentality, of what the org has laid on us, and then what we add our own stuff. That's what I'm really hearing in this lady, Jeff, that she is like for you and like cheering you on. Like, I believe in you. I believe you can do this. Is what I'm hearing in her.
A couple questions, Jeff. Jeff, you there? Jeff?
Right.
Can I ask you a couple questions, please?
Before Jeff comes on,
How
because
old are you?
I think he's assimilating things, but I wanted to make a point before he comes back on.
I'm sorry I come on so strong. I'm sorry, but it was killing me.
I hear you, Mom. Go ahead, Chris.
Well, the point I wanted to make was Jeff might be silent right now. He's not going anywhere. I want to go back to watching a movie called The Game, when someone agrees to a corporate entity. In the case of this movie, in the context, they provide an environment that provides them an avenue to find out what they're lacking. And they said it's different every time. So why Jeff isn't answering, I don't know. I don't know if he's praying. I don't know if he's drinking. I don't know if he's listening. I don't know. But the thing is, the dynamic about how we feel about Jeff, I don't know. I don't know who Jeff is. All I want to know is, what's the next step?
What's your name?
My name is Chris.
Okay, Chris. I know Linda's here, who's a apostate, correct?
Right.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, and Jeff. Okay. Do you have another internet name that I don't know? Or you? Yeah.
Yeah, but I keep it separate.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm sorry. I just.
That's fine.
I don't want Jeff leaving us in this kind of pain. I don't, because he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to. He's better than this.
Okay. Now.
And I don't know what else to say. If you need me to shut up, just say, okay, we've had enough of you, Yvonne. We can handle it from here, okay? Because you guys are probably the psychologists and stuff. I'm just a mess.
Oh no, I'm a hairdresser, a retired hairdresser, which makes me a pseudo psychologist. Yes, I was retired. So that makes me, a pretend psychologist. I've never. No, we're just
you guys
like.
Okay, wait. Do we have Jeff here? Jeff, are you here? Jeff, if I've said anything that has offended you, please forgive me. I just felt your pain, and I wanted to let you know that you're worth more than that. That you don't have to let those people rule your life. That's all I wanted to say to you. Okay? And I feel love for you. That's all I want to say to you. Because I hurt inside what I heard you say. I'm gonna give you back to the people who control the forum. Okay?
I just want. Can I say something too, real quick?
Sure.
Sure. It's Brad. Hi, Jeff. I've been listening. I know how you feel, and I just wanted to say that when I left probably 20 years ago, but I didn't leave hard or anything. My parents didn't shun me or anything when I first left. It was only much later that happened, once I started speaking against them. But every single time after I left that I went to my parents or any Jehovah's Witness and was like, oh man, I'm having trouble with this job, or I'm having trouble, basically I'm having trouble assimilating into the world, they were always sitting there with smug looks on their faces. It's exactly what they wanted.
Yep.
It was like, yes, of course you're struggling. You turned your back on Jehovah. This is what you get. This is what you deserve. And it got to the point where it was like, okay, so there's no way that I can talk to them about anything about this because they want me to fail. They want, and that's exactly what the witnesses want for all of us ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. They want us to fail. They want us to feel crazy and stupid and worthless because that's what they're taught to want for us. And it's a horrible situation to think about and have to wrap your head around it. But once I realized that, they never wanted me to succeed on the outside. This is exactly what they wanted for me. Every time I failed, it became so much easier for me to stand up and go, no, well, I'm not going to fail without Jehovah. I'm going to succeed with me. And yeah.
Exactly.
And making my own decisions was hard when I left, because when you're a Jehovah's Witness, you're not allowed to make your own. You're not allowed to make your own decisions, and every decision that you make, you're worried that oh crap, did I just fail and now I'm not going to get resurrected for this stupid decision I made and things like that. And one of the things that I felt good about was just to be able to make any decision for myself. And then to stand behind that decision and go, no, it's not for anyone, it's for me. I didn't make this decision for Jehovah or my parents or that elder or this elder or to look good for this talk or this convention. It was all for me, and I was the one that was going to fail or succeed based on me, not anything else. And that actually felt really damn good. Whether I failed or succeeded, it still felt great.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's my 2 cents. Brad.
What's your name again? Brad. Where are you from?
Yeah. Australia.
Where are you from? Okay, I heard the accent there. Thank you, Brad. Jeff, did you hear that? Jeff, please, Jeff, did you hear that? He spoke truth. Did we lose
And it's
Jeff?
fine if you don't want to comment, Jeff, because I've been there and I know exactly how you're feeling.
Yeah, and what I'm hearing,
we're all
is
here for
this
you, man.
woman and all of us here are for you. So I can hear it in her voice that she believes in you, and I sense that you might not kind of agree with what she's saying, and that's okay. In my opinion, it's okay. But isn't that amazing how she believes in you? And isn't it amazing how Brad calls in and says, I've actually had trouble, and they get off on me, not succeeding. But the fact of the matter is they never encouraged us to be able to function outside of the organization. So they kept us stunted. So it was absolutely normal for Brad to have a hard time assimilating into society at large. He hasn't been equipped for that. So he was supposed to fall and stumble a few times. But what had been indoctrinated in him before was the world, you know, society at large, is going to eat you up and spit you out. So any failure means you're getting it because you deserved it, because you left Jehovah. But in actuality, this is a normal thing to happen for Brad, to stumble and fall quite a few times and have a hard time assimilating. But he can't communicate with anybody that's still in the org because they can't see it as actually what's normal. You know, they're not sitting there going, you know, I had that same kind of hard time, and this is what I did to get myself able to get through it a few more times, you know, and then hear somebody else's experience and what worked for them. That's okay. That's normal for us to have a hard time assimilating.
Can I make a comment?
Oh, this is Susan. Let me hear what you have to say real quick, Eve, and then let's go on to you, Susan. What were you going to say, Eve?
I was just going to say, I think Linda said something about eating you up and spitting you out or something like that. Did you say that, Linda?
I did. I said it in the context of that's what the org wants us to believe, that if we ever go out into the world, the world would eat us up and spit us out. Yeah.
Yeah. And I wanted to just say that's what they do to us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Boom. Yeah. Mic drop. It's like, you think of, yeah, it's hard. That's exactly what happens. But we don't know that it's any different on the outside or any place else because we haven't checked out any place else. We haven't checked out outside. So we don't know any better, right?
But you hear me, don't you? Yeah.
I do. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so little lady boy.
Thank you for coming in, Miss Eve. And Susan, go ahead.
Well, I was thinking too, you know, you don't become a Jehovah's Witness overnight. Some people study a year, 2 years, 3 years. Some from kids on, they're learning. But it takes a long time to become a witness. And some of us stay in for 10 years, and some of us stay in for 37 years. But the point is, it took us time to get where we are. So when we leave Jehovah's Witnesses, it's going to take us time to walk back and get out. It just doesn't happen overnight, and it's a process, and we all work at it. And sometimes we do it better than others, and by talking to other people, that's really helpful, getting suggestions and other ideas. But that's what happens. When the Watchtower comes into your head, it rents space in your brain, and it stays there. And you can move it out, but just when you move out of an apartment, even though you take all your stuff out, carpet's still dirty and the walls are still dinged and need to be repaired. And that's the same with the Watchtower. You can kick it out, but where you kicked it out from still has dirty carpeting and the walls need to be repainted. There's still residual from you even kicking it out, even after a long period of time. Something's going to come up. Somebody's going to say something. It's going to trigger a memory. And then we just have to work it out as it comes up. If we try to do it all at once, it's almost impossible. It's a step-by-step process.
Hey, Alana.
Yeah. Hi, Jeff.
Yeah, this is Jeff again. Yeah, I had to get off. I got a little emotional, but that lady, just what she said there that's so right. I mean, it's hard to shut it off. People on the outside think you can just shut it off like a light, and it don't happen that way. You know, you have all this residual thoughts and everything else, and it's really hard to walk away. And that's all I got to say. But She's very right.
Strong. And Sue, I think it was Sue. She said it so beautifully with that mild, sweet voice and those wonderful words. Because I'm too strong for some people, and maybe I think I'm too strong for you. But I want to let you know I love you.
No, ma'am, you're not.
Sue, you did it. You did it for me too. You're a beautiful person.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. It's just that I've been doing this for a long time, and I wanted to get out of Jehovah's Witnesses, and I'm done with it all. Well, guess what?
Right.
I'm done with it all. It just doesn't happen that way. So it's just like trying to lose weight. And that's why you have to lose 50 pounds. Can you lose 50 pounds in a week?
No.
It wouldn't be a safe way to do it if you tried. So you can't lose the weight of being one of Jehovah's Witnesses over a very short period of time. And if people are trying to sell you on some formula or some book that says, well, do this, this, and this, and you'll be out of Jehovah's Witnesses, well, it might have worked for them, and that's great. And they might have some good suggestions, and I would take them under advisement. But I would take what works for me and leave the rest.
Oh,
I don't know of anybody that has left Watchtower that has been fully indoctrinated with their beliefs and just fully switched to another religion or what have you. I mean, it's just you go to another religion, you sit there and listen to a preacher or a minister talk. You're just numb. It don't work. It really doesn't work. And I don't know. To this day, it's been 20 years for me, over 20 years for me, and I'm still, I have a hard time with everything because I was so brainwashed for so long. So I don't know how you guys feel or everybody else feels, but that's how I feel. It's just you go to another religion, you're just numb, and it gets to where you don't know what to believe. That's all I got to say.
I so hear you, Jeff. And
wow,
in my mind, like you said earlier, that we need to have a place to be able to say these things that have happened or what has hurt us and stuff. And I welcome that. Okay, I welcome that. And then because to me, this gets us to help processing. This gets us to help process what we went through. And you get to say it to somebody who would actually understand it. Because the stuff we went through, when we tell an ordinary citizen in society at large what we went through, they can't even fathom.
No, you're right, Linda. You're exactly right. I'm going to speak for you right now. They'll say, why didn't you just leave? They'll say, what's wrong with you? I mean, they don't get it. They don't get it, Linda. I mean, I understand. I can finish your sentence there or what have you got to say. I understand. It's incredible. You understand what I'm saying. I understand what you're trying to say. I'm sorry I interrupted you, but
no, you just got excited. That's all.
Well, I'm sorry.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
No, that's cool. If you want to still keep staying, I'm cool with that too.
Well, I don't mean to interrupt you, man, but it just people don't understand it. They weren't in that organization, and they didn't go through what we went through. They just don't get it. Why didn't you leave?
No,
That's one of the first questions. You don't understand. You think it's the truth, and you think you're going against the Almighty God, and people don't
and
get it.
What made us? Made us think like that? Let me just finish this up. You know what made us think like that? is the organization used this one technique or tactic called gaslighting.
Yes.
Gaslighting. It's a manipulative technique that made you believe something other than what it was, and kind of helped you feel like you might be losing your mind. Okay, go ahead, sir. Who's this? Is this Brad again?
Yeah.
Hi.
I actually just completely forgot what I was going to say listening to you. That's a good point, though. That's probably what I was going to say. Great point, Linda. All right, see ya.
I don't know why I think that's the funniest shit ever, but I do. No, actually, I'm empathizing because I'm totally ADHD, and it's like, if I don't get it out now, I will lose it in a few minutes, just like you just did. But I've been trying to do this thing
it's gone.
so that we don't all talk over each other. So I'm learning to be like, okay, you sir, hold on, and I'll finish it up here, and your turn, that turn. But yeah.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I completely understand, and I don't want to talk over anybody. Good work. But yeah, all I wanted to say was, great point, Linda.
That's too funny. When it comes up again, you just let me know, because I know it will in just a minute. But back to Jeff, I want you to know that I see the bonding that we as ex-Jehovah's Witnesses that have had some trauma or abuse happening to us in the organization as the same kind of bonding that people from prisoners of war have. When they get together, those that were prisoners of war, and they talk amongst each other, they understand each other. Their grandkids, the other people standing around them won't even identify with what they went through. And they need that. They need that in each other. They need that from each other, just to be able to say, yeah, you're right. That's exactly what it was like. Me too. I went through that too, or I get it. So that, to me, even if it's people going on and on and on about the misery of what happened to them, I do believe that's part of healing after the Watchtower.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I'm not trying to suck up or anything, but I'm thankful for you and Rick Farron. Rick's got pissed off, and I ain't gonna say he got pissed off. He shut me off quite a few times. I made comments, not on your show, but other shows, and he's good. I love Rick, man, and I love you too, and I just want to say that there's just they damaged so many people. I mean, besides me, and I could only imagine the psychological damage they have done before 1990, or even before Rick's show started in 06. I think it was 06. Before the internet. I mean, can you imagine, Linda, all the psychological damage that was done to people before 2000? We'll say 2000. It was terrible. When I left in 1990, it was terrible. I had nobody to turn to. I had nothing. There was no internet, really. The internet started, but they didn't have no XJW stuff on there. It was incredible. Linda, it was incredible. I was homeless for a while, sleeping in my car. All of a sudden
how did the homeless thing happen? If you want to share, talk about it.
I thought Armageddon was going to come at any time, and then I wouldn't. Why should I go look for a job when I'm going to die? And my whole family's going to die that are not Jehovah's Witnesses, and everybody's going to die around me, and oh my God, the whole world's going to be destroyed, and I curl up in a ball. I remember sleeping in my car when it was 10 degrees. I put coveralls on me, and I put blankets over top of me, and hope I would wake up in the morning. It was crazy. You know, it was insane. And
I know of people that are homeless and have lived in their car, and that's not easy at all. It's really easy to get blood clots. And, it's very tough.
I just can't explain it. I was happy to have a full tank of gas in my car, or half a tank of gas in my car. That way I could run it for a while, warm up, and then go to sleep. And then there was times I hope I didn't wake up, you know, because Armageddon was on it, was going to happen. You know, it's just horrible what they did to people. You know, and I'm not talking about me, but other people. I know they live like that, and they operated like that, and it's just plain horrible, Linda. And
it is.
You know, I know you know what I'm talking about. I can hear it in your voice.
I do. If you don't want me to ask you any more personal questions, I don't have to.
Well, you can ask anything you want. Linda, I'll tell you anything, but you know, to help people, I'll speak the voice. You know, I'll tell anything that I know and what I experienced. But it was just terrible existence. And
it is. Can
I lived 10 years until I thought that generation theory was done. I go, there's no way these people are still alive. When after 2000, I thought, wait a minute, this 1914 generation they're telling me about, they're dead. There's no way that none of them are alive. You know, it was unbelievable. But boy, I sure believed it. And I lived 10. Linda, I lived 10 years of misery, total misery over that bullshit. And all big lies.
Left the org? Was that after you left the org, or did they?
Yeah, I left in 90. I left in 1990, early 1990. And they told me that if I die, I knew the truth. I never was baptized. I refused to do that. They told me if I die before Armageddon, I'd never be resurrected. So I was just terrified of everything. I'd hear a big bang. I thought it was Armageddon, you know, and none of my family, I was stupid enough to get in this organization, and none of my family were witnesses.
Let me just remind you again, Jeff, that there's a difference between being stupid and signing up for something and being deceived and signing up for something. So let me just get that out.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I was deceived, and I will take responsibility for being stupid. My father was a World War II veteran. You know, he barely survived World War II. He warned me about this organization. I ignored him, and so did I ignored my mother too. So what kind of an idiot was I? So there you go. And that's all I'm going to say on that. But
let me share something right here at this moment that's important. It's a good context. When people join a cult, when people join a high control group, it's usually at a time of vulnerability in their life. So maybe they lost a girlfriend, or they just moved, or they're in college and had left their home life. So or sometimes they're at a transitioning time. That's a very vulnerable, after the death of someone you love, after a breakup. These are vulnerable times. Moving to a place where
it was after a breakup. Yeah, it was after. Yes, ma'am. but still,
So you are.
I'm not using that as an excuse. I blame myself. I mean, that ain't her fault. That's my fault. You know, and I mean,
I want to make
everybody is, listen. Everybody's situation is different. But I'm telling you what mine was, and that was no reason not to listen to my parents. My parents were good people. They knew what was going on in life and everything else. They knew about the Jehovah's Witnesses. They told me, and I was advised, stay away from them. They're full of shit. And I'll tell you what, they are full of shit. And I'll tell you what, if you don't believe me, get on the internet and look at all their false.
Hey, Jeff.
All the molestations. They're nasty. They're a nasty organization. I can't say it enough. I mean, it's.
I think someone's back to talk with you.
I've been listening. Jeff, it's me, the motor mouth of the South, Yvonda. I want to tell you a little bit about my story, okay? You want to listen to me? Jeff? Jeff? Okay. Well, then I'll tell it to you, okay?
Are you okay?
Okay.
Okay.
When I was studying with Jehovah's Witnesses way back when, my sister told me that it would make me crazy like my mother. Okay?
Oh.
And I'm like, no. Okay. Then my sister learned a little bit about the Jehovah's Witnesses because she liked this older woman who came to her house and told her some things. Because you know how older Jehovah's Witnesses are. They're very impressionable. They can put an impression on people. And so my sister, saw some good. And then this elder person, said that, let me back up a minute. I got to back up a minute. My sister was murdered by her husband. And
wow.
Yeah. This elder person said that my sister knew enough about, quote, the truth that she wouldn't be resurrected because she didn't make a stand for the, quote, truth. And so I listened to
who?
To me. Said that to me. To me. Here, my sister's murdered. Now she'd only had this contact with this older Jehovah's Witness lady who she liked. Now she'd already warned me not to listen to Jehovah's Witnesses because it'd make me crazy, like my mother.
Yeah.
And so then it was like, so wow, this is something good that I'm hearing about my sister listening to this older Jehovah's Witness person. But then when her husband murders her, and this elder says to me, "Oh, she won't be resurrected because she didn't accept that child." It was like, wow, this was a huge thing for me. It stuck. It just stuck with me. Now I wasn't all overwhelmed and over, just this because my sister was murdered. It was like, my sister's murdered. Okay, that happened. And it just happened. But it was like, how dare he say what he said? He's not a judge. God is judge. And he put himself in a position of a judge. And I think that's where we get so hurt and angry and upset and frustrated because these people, these lowly people who decide that they can pass judgment, and they have no right to do that. And that's what crucifies us. It's not God crucifying us. It's these people who put themselves in positions of power and prestige and purpose and just voice to feel like they have a right to put life and death over a person, living or dead. And they don't have that right. Only God has that right. And then we take it to heart. We take it to heart.
Well, we take it to heart because we were taught that the Holy Spirit placed them in that position.
Yeah, and that hasn't happened. It hasn't happened. And I believe I'm gonna say I think Jeff's done with me because I think I've hurt his feelings, but I'm gonna say this to you, Jeff, that we have allowed people in our space, in our heart, and in our minds that have no right to be there. And we have to kick them to the curb. And that's all I got.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I say something real quick? Please?
Sure. Yes.
I'm just looking at the YouTube comments, and there's a gentleman in there called Smokeless Choice.
Yes.
And he just wanted Jeff to hear what he's been saying because he hasn't been able to call in. So I was just going to say, Smokeless Choice says this: Jeff didn't know he was believing in false religion. He was just going through the requirements of the governing body because he thought it was right and didn't know better. He was deceived like all of us were. I too was warned about the organization and was shown books, but I thought it was all made up. It wasn't until I was actually in when I found out those negative stories were true. My sympathies and prayers go out to you, Jeff, for you to be healed. So sorry for your pain. I share your pain. I have been hurt in other cults and even hurt by some folks in local churches. I was ostracized by 30 people in a church and had no idea why. That stinks. Please pass my comments on to Jeff as I'm unable to call in. So I just wanted to make sure that Smokeless Choice had been heard.
Thank you, because I was having back and forth with Smokeless before I came on the phone.
Thank you, Smokeless. And if you hear how much he identifies with you, Jeff, he's also mentioned, if I heard Brad right, he's also been involved in other groups that were cult-like or cults. And he was warned too. There's this thing called cult hopping. It's the most counterintuitive thing ever, but it's not uncommon that if we leave one high control group, we end up in another one. Even though on the way we're going, I'm never going to do that again. That was horrible. 6 months, 9 months later, you know, how the hell did I get here? It's like, wait a minute. I was never going to let this happen again. And I remember feeling like this. And then I went into shame. And then I went into guilt because it was my own damn fault. I did it again. You know? What's wrong with me? Right? So today I get to laugh at myself. But when I was in it, I was at the most lowest points of my life. Yet it happened again. And I've just left a partner that I was with for 7.5 years. And I didn't start to study, self-examine why I was involved in the organization until about 3 years that I was in this relationship. So since I started learning the techniques and tactics, oh my gosh, I was seeing them. And at the beginning of a relationship or the beginning of a group that you get involved with, they say things that are in common with you. You find yourself being very much about the causes that this group is about, And who wouldn't want to take part in helping to bring Armageddon here? Because what happens after that is this paradise. This is the way Jehovah wanted the earth to be in the first place. So this is normal to want these desires in the way that they were presented to you. And what happens in the beginning of a one-on-one, say, romantic relationship, a narcissist, well, let me just say a narcissist, most cult leaders are narcissists, okay? And I've managed to just, attract every narcissist out there. Like I'm wearing a rug over my head that says, come screw me over because I'll take it. So there I am with my neon light, come screw me over. And I don't realize what I'm giving out. And because of the way I was groomed to be a good Jehovah's Witness wife, I show myself as being a good catch to be somebody controlled. You see, that's how I used to present myself and didn't even realize it. I was taught to do a dance that would work with how that person was to direct me and guide me. I had no clue that was my part of being abused, which is bizarre, right? So I really want to thank Smokeless Choice for saying these things, and that he can totally relate to you. I can tell, I think you're a he. I can tell that they can totally relate to you, totally relate to me, or I can totally relate to what he was saying. There's very common things. And by the way, you're in bad company. I want to say bad company instead of good company, kind of like a turnaround, because you were in the same bad company as Steve Hassan, Mr. Cult Specialist, okay? Combating mind control. Steve Hassan, he had just gotten dumped by his girlfriend, okay, before he joined the Moonie. And there was deception used with him when he joined the Moonie. So that was a time that made him quite vulnerable to believe these things that he was being told by these girls that were trying to recruit him, and they were flirting with him and stuff, and he thought he was going to get some, right? He was a healthy young man in college, right? He had no clue he was signing up for going to have to throw away all of his poetry and stuff. And he was raised a Jewish man, and then he became like a belief. He thought that, things happen that get you to believe a certain way for you to believe, such as trauma bonding, which, by the way, trauma bonding is not people that have been traumatized sitting around bonding, which can happen, but trauma bonding is when a perpetrator traumatizes you, and for some odd reason, it bonds you to the abuser. Much like
Stockholm syndrome.
Thank you, that's the word, Stockholm syndrome, which Stockholm is a place where a burglary, a bank burglary happened. And for these people that worked at the bank, and maybe some that were there doing their banking, they were being held hostage, okay? And after they were rescued, these victims had a bond with the bank robbers, which psychology and psychiatry just didn't even know how to process that, okay? Like that was the beginning of us learning about how people bond to their perpetrators, people bond to their abusers. It's an odd thing. Very odd thing, but it's...
bonded, right?
Say that again?
So death is still bonded.
Well, I'm putting it out there that that's a possibility that we would bond with our abusers, and that might be why it's hard to just let it go. When somebody says, just get over it, why didn't you walk away?
Yeah, and what Susan said was like the carpet and the walls and needing to paint and all that stuff is like all this dirt is connected to Jeff, and it's not going to peel off overnight. We want it to, but it can't. So I'm understanding this correctly, correct?
Yes. It's a process just to kind of process what the hell happened to me, you know, and to realize you thought you were all too fine with certain things, and then for me it was like months later, years later, I realized, oh my God, that was an abuse technique, and I didn't even know it was, you know. So as time goes by, I've discovered more and more of the atrocities that the organization does on its members, which is forms of undue influence, aka brainwashing, which keeps you held captive and in bondage to the perpetrators, which are the leaders, which would be the abusive spouse, which would be the bank robbers. You see that? And then you find out these people stick around in a church where they had they had these days that went by, they had these prophecies, and then they did not come to pass. There's this other thing called cost sunk fallacy, where you've invested so much into it, it's kind of cheaper to keep her. It's the bottom line. Cheaper to keep her kind of mentality, like you could leave and start all over again someplace else or whatever, but because you've invested so much here already, and because you believe in these other doctrines and everything, and because the organization has given us this term, this thing that's called a thought-stopping cliche, we would find ourselves saying, when we doubt, well, where else can we go? That's a thought-stopping tech cliche. So anytime we have doubt, where else can we go?
Right.
And what that is a rhetorical question that ends with nowhere, which that's a bastardizing version of to whom shall I go, which would be Jesus, right?
But see, we were supposed to already been with Jesus, but we didn't know that we weren't because we're stuck with the government body with their stupidity. Whereas if we would have been with Jesus in the first place, we would have been what we should have been, but we couldn't be because we were stifled with the governing body. Because Jesus is king. Jesus is wonderful. Jesus would have had us be all right, but we couldn't be all right because we had these 8 men standing in the way of us and Jesus.
Yes, absolutely. And so right off the bat, within the first 6 weeks of a in-home Bible study, or the free Bible study, within the first weeks, I believe that's where the gaslighting happens, and the education of, your heart's treacherous. How can you trust man? Trust yourself. It'll lead to death. All kinds of stuff is being presented to where you know that you are inadequate to make the best decisions for yourself. And by the way, God always had somebody that he used to speak to his people from, aka Moses, okay? So God uses somebody today too, because, that's the way our God rolls. Like that's his style, that's his character. So it makes sense that God would still use somebody today like they did in Moses' day. So they're talking this way. First, it's you're not dependable enough. You're not safe enough to trust. You aren't safe enough to trust. But then we have this portion over here that's the God side, which is, God's always used an organization, and you're supposed to find out which one it is. And by the way, it's us, okay, because it's 1919, and Jesus took an inventory of the world and had to find the best church around, and he picked us, the Bible students, when Rutherford was president, right? And until you know about Rutherford, it all makes sense. So God chose us. We're the chosen people that God has chosen to speak to the world through. We get spiritual food from God. Things are flowing. It's going the way God always wanted it to be. And you ought to trust yourself. So then it's presented to you as, do you want to trust yourself? Which, if you follow your heart, it leads to death and destruction. Or do you want to follow Jehovah? We'll tell you how Jehovah wants it to go. Matter of fact, every time we talk to you, we say things like, When you do this, it pleases Jehovah. When you do that, it displeases Jehovah and makes you feel like you're responsible, which is an unfair burden for God's happiness. But that's a very good motivator, because honest people and sincere people do want to please their God. They do want to, they don't want to displease him, right? So there's this combination, there's this cocktail, this recipe that's combined and used to manipulate and coerce somebody's mind. When right after the very first Bible study, the study conductor says, by the way, you're probably going to hear negative things from your friends and family about it. Well, hell, as soon as somebody finds out that you're studying with the JWs, they're like appalled. Oh my God, they're a cult. There's some opposition right there. So then they're looking at this going, oh my God, they prophesied about this, right? So that's one of those things that establishes some confirmation, and it's a pretty big confirmation, because he warned that or she warned that would happen. Oh my goodness, it is. And then as you get more and more in the organization, you're realizing that Christmas is pagan and Easter is pagan and Father's Day and Mother's Day. And you're calling your family and saying, I'm not going to be able to go to these things because it's pagan and this, that, and the other. Well, your family's being rejected by you, but you think you're making a stand for Jehovah and trying to live a good, pure life. So the stuff that they tell you to do is presented in one way for one reason. But in actuality, and in what it ends up doing is repel us from the outside world, from those that were our friends and family. Eventually, we do enough things to repel them from us. Now we're self-isolating. So we're not like a compound that we all just live on the same property. We're taught to not make friends with workmates. We're taught that, our neighbors we can't associate them with like their friends, because bad associations ruins peaceful habits, right? Bad association spoils useful habits. So we don't do that. Kids are told that the school is their territory, so they got to recruit kids at school. Okay, it's like going door to door. Any kind of preaching work is presented as your spiritual act of worship. This is worshiping Jehovah by doing these things. So as you're being told that this is a mandatory thing that God says his people need to do, you have no other option but to do the preaching work. There's this whole combination thing. That's not easy to walk away from. We don't just quit going there and then hit the next Baptist church at the corner because we heard good music from them singing away last week. No, there's demons flying around in there. That's what we've been trained. There's demons flying around in there. Another thing that makes it tough for us to leave is we were trained. They've created such a dependency from us that we believe we can't live without them. Our livelihood depends on them. And you will hear governing bodies say things like, whatever, as though your life depends on it, because it does. Okay? We're being directed by people that we were taught that God placed there in these positions. But who's telling us that? The group that God chose. So all of this stuff goes together.
Could I make a comment?
Sure.
Is that Susan?
Yeah, it is.
Yes, that's Miss Susan. Yeah.
I hope I'm not interrupting too much.
I don't think so.
What you're saying, Linda, makes me think of when you become a Jehovah's Witness. It's like a marriage. It's like you marry the organization. Then when you want to leave, it's a divorce. In some cases, you get a divorce decree. In some cases, not. It's a divorce decree. You're disfellowshipped. You're out. Or you write a letter and you're out. Some people choose to fade, which I recommend. But the point is, it's like leaving a marriage. And whenever you leave a marriage or are divorced, which most of us can relate to, it's very difficult. So you're not gonna get over being divorced from a husband overnight. And just because you have a piece of paper saying you're divorced doesn't mean all these feelings go away and all the years that you spent with them and children you had with them and whatever goes away. It just takes time. It's like a binding agreement coming in with them, and it's another giving up the agreement when you leave. It's a divorce.
Yes. And it's normal to mourn over the loss of even something that's toxic. And it's toxic as you're leaving. It's still normal to mourn over it. It's mourn worthy. So stages of mourning as, crying and being serious and talking to yourself, how did I let this happen? Or, stuff. There's stages of mourning. But you're right, it takes time.
Point.
Yeah. Can you speak up, Miss Eve?
I was wondering if Jeff is still here.
Are you here? Are you still here, Jeff? Having to listen to us ladies all night long.
I want to acknowledge his mourning as expressed through Susan, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I because I came on like gangbusters, like, oh Jeff, you're better than this, oh Jeff. And oh my goodness, listening to you, Susan, it's like, oh my God, it's not that easy. For some people, it's just not. And I want to validate that to Jeff. I want to accept it from you. And I want to put that in my heart, because I'm like, I'm not sure if I'll get cut off from the phone if I say this, but I'm a fuck you person. Forget you. That's me.
Yeah.
And not everybody.
You jump at that.
Yeah, not everybody's me. It's like my husband still hurts from the organization. That's why he's so what's the word? He's been labeled in Google as the great apostate. Yeah. That was his classification in Google, the great apostate. Whereas for me it was like, yeah. Whereas when I left, it was like I didn't have the whole full gumption like he had of approaching witnesses and saying whatever. But then when I got where he already was, I went to churches. Oh, I lived in churches. I love going to churches, helping out churches, and just doing humanitarian things that Jehovah's Witnesses did not do. So I was a happy little person, even though I didn't believe all the things that the churches that I went to taught. I still don't believe in the Trinity. I still don't believe in God. I still don't.
Okay.
But when I was, running the churches and taking my little neighbor children to churches, it was like I went there as a humanitarian, thing to do, and I felt good. It was a helpful thing that I felt good in my heart to do, and I didn't care what Jehovah's Witnesses thought about me at that point. But my husband, he was like, I'm gonna get them people back. I'm not done with those people. They're gonna know, blah 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 blah. The whole 9 yards. Was like, I didn't care about them people anymore. I really didn't. I was done. And so, but when I left the organization, and I actually went on YouTube, like you're not supposed to go on YouTube to learn about the apostates because they tell you not to do that.
You hear that, Jeff? people are getting on YouTube, like you said earlier, darling. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Keep going. I just want to acknowledge that part, right?
It was like, and this is the truth, Linda and Susan and Brad and whoever else is listening. I knew nothing about the pedophilia in the Jehovah's Witnesses. We were told that the Catholics had the pedophilia. Now, my husband
That's right.
my husband and I are both ex-Catholics. And so it was like, oh my God, the Catholics are the horrible people. I never knew that. Yeah. So here I'm out of these people's faces. I have no use for these people. I'm on the internet, and I'm learning that. Wait. You're saying now. You remember that lady named Barbara Anderson and something about the lambs or something.
So that's Silent Lambs with William Bowen. Yes, Barbara Anderson and William Bowen. We're talking Nightline.
Yeah.
No, Panorama.
Yeah, I'm looking at this stuff. I'm reading all this stuff, and it's like, wait, they're saying these Jehovah's Witnesses like Catholics. I had no clue. Now I had been a Jehovah's Witness from the time that I was 24 years old, I believe. 24 years old. And I left. I'm 67 now. And my mother's been dead for over 10 years. And I vowed I would not leave until my mother was dead because I didn't want to make it hard on her. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So it was like, but I knew like a few years before that, nah, this is not for me. It's not for me. This is not the truth. I think somewhere in that time frame, there was this new generation stuff. I knew what it was. The Sodom and Gomorrah stuff. You know, who's gonna die? Who's gonna get resurrected?
They went back and forth on those that could or would and those that wouldn't. Yeah.
I got to the point where it's like, sitting at the Kingdom Hall was like, I'm going to sit at the Kingdom Hall and read my Bible. I can't listen to them because they're stupid. So, but I didn't feel like the Bible was stupid. I felt like the Bible was still worth reading. My comments that I made at the meetings were like Bible-based comments. It wasn't like Watchtower-based comments. I remember this one time, Elder's like, where'd you learn? I'm like, I read it in the Bible. Where Jesus was like, well, the Watchtower got such and such, so, it says such and such. No, it's like the Bible says blip, 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 and blip. And the look that I would get from the elders from the platform was like, oh my God, what are we dealing with? You feel me? But it was like, I was done with their stupidity. And so it was like, I'm sitting there taking up a space. I'm being counted. Just like I made a comment, so we're being counted here. I'm being counted as a descendant, but I'm reading my Bible because I still love my Bible and I still love my God. But I didn't love that organization. But I'm stuck like stuck. I'm just stuck like stuck. But until my husband, just made his stance, like, he just kind of pretty much walked out. And I'm still trying to hold on. Hold on.
Did he hold any positions of privilege?
My husband was a ministerial servant until they decided to delete him because this elder hated his guts. No, it was two elders. Two elders hated his guts. So they rigged the situation where they could delete him. He moved me to another congregation. I begged him, please don't move me to another congregation. He's like, if you don't go with me, I'm leaving this organization. So I went to this other congregation with him, kicking, screaming, crying. I'd sit at those meetings just crying because I didn't want to be with those people. I wanted to be with the people who knew me. They knew me. But I went with him so that he wouldn't leave the organization. We lasted.
Isn't that amazing?
I don't even know how long we lasted there. I pioneered that congregation. They didn't appoint him as a ministerial servant at that new congregation. But it was like it was not right. It was not right. That was supposed to be the most spiritual congregation in our area. We saw stuff that was horrific. Now, still, again, I never knew about pedophilia, just didn't know about that stuff in the organization until I left the organization and started doing this research on the internet. And I did not know that that is what I had been involved with. And I was sickened to my core. And then I started learning about all of these lawsuits and these $1 million settlements. And I couldn't sit straight anymore. And then I go out, shopping. I see these witnesses that I knew for years. And like, hey, they're like, oh, what congregation do you go to now? I'm like, I don't go anywhere. And the look on their faces, and it's like, what? And I would say, well, I try to explain the pedophilia and blah blah blah, and they look at me like I had lost my mind. So
right.
I had to reflect on
because it can't be the Jehovah's Witnesses. It had to be the Catholics that do that. What are you talking about?
Somebody told me that, who had left the organization and who had told me that. I would look at them like they were 14-karat crazy too. So it was like so many changes. So I have to go back to Jeff, to where he is, how he got there, and why he's staying where he is. Now, where I am and how I got there and how I left from being there is a whole different ball of wax, because I did not get baptized until I was, how old was I? I got married when I was 25. So I guess I got baptized when I was 23. I guess I'm somewhere in there. But I knew about Jehovah's Witnesses when I was a child, because my mother made us, me and my siblings, sit Saturday morning in a Bible study. Yucky poo. We were supposed to be watching cartoons on a Saturday morning. Okay? No, but we weren't. We were sitting on a Bible study with this lady and her good little goody two-shoes children sitting there being all wonderful. And me and my siblings took turns being bad, each week. One week would be me, the other week would be my brother, the other week would be my other brother, whatever. And it was like, ugh. So my mother knew about Jehovah's Witnesses as me being a child. Then when I got a little older and I studied on my own, and then I got baptized, but oh my God, that's so wonderful. I'm going to be this wonderful person. Oh my God. But it wasn't until, a little later that my mother actually got baptized. But it was like, I'm going to say this, Linda, to you and whoever else was listening. I believed with all my heart what I had been taught. I wasn't one of these people who, oh my God, I'm just going to get baptized. No. I believed it. And I taught it. And then later on, down the road, I'm seeing things that are like, this is not, yeah. But at this point, I got a daughter who's baptized in this mess. I got a husband who loves the very ground that I walk on and the air that I breathe, who's in this mess. I've got a son that I'm trying to raise in this mess, which I didn't feel like it was a mess at that particular point. And here I am, stuck like Chuck. My son was the first one to leave this mess. The first one. He was 13, maybe 15. He was like, this, stupid. And I couldn't understand why he couldn't see what I saw. And then when I saw what he saw, it was a rude awakening. So everybody, thank you, Susan. Everybody has their rude awakening at a different time. and they have to have new carpet and new paint. And I have to respect that in everybody. But my husband is still on a mission, sister. He's still on a mission. He wants to know why these people treated him the way they treated him. He's on a mission to teach everybody what he knows. Whereas me, I don't care. I don't care. But something inside of me made me care about Jeff tonight. And I had to call because usually I don't care. I listen, I put in a little comment, here or there, something funny, something stupid, just something. But Jeff touched my heart. He hit my heart so hard that I had to call in and say, no, I've called in before, like, oh Rick, I'm not getting on. Oh Rick, I can't hear. Oh Rick, whatever. Right. But this is the first time I think that I've ever had such a care about another human being on any of these sites where I had to open my mouth. You feel me?
I do. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
I'm wondering too with Jeff. He sounded like he had a lot of emotion in his voice tonight, and I'm wondering
he's drunk.
That he
Sweet,
didn't
sweet,
hear
he's
tonight.
drunk. He's drunk.
Yeah. You think so?
Yeah, he's drunk.
Well, something brought out in him this emotion that he's been holding down. So I'm wondering what happened tonight that triggered all of this emotion. Maybe besides the drinking, maybe not, but it could be something.
Well, I want us to pray for him because I still believe in prayer. I still love God. Jesus is the King, and something about Jeff is in my heart.
And I hear that. I hear that.
Can we say a prayer? Who feels like saying a prayer?
Go for
Linda,
it.
Susan,
You go ahead. You go right ahead.
Go for it. We'll be with you, Spirit.
Miss Ann. Yeah, Miss Ann.
All right, God. They call you Jehovah. We've learned you to be Yahweh. I know you to be my Father. And I need a Father. I know your Son is Jesus, and I love Jesus. Just hit my heart so hard tonight. Please take care of that man. Please lift up that man. Please let him know that he is worthy of your love. And it has nothing to do with that organization that call themselves your organization on earth. No. Please do something with Jeff. I know he drinks. I hear a drinker. My mother was a drinker. I hear a drinker. Lift him above what he's living with right now, because he's better than that. In Jesus' name,
amen.
Amen.
Thank you for speaking up when he was on your heart. And
he hit your heart too, didn't he, Linda?
Yes.
Susan, I'm not sure how long you were on. Susan, I'm not sure how long you were on, but just your tender voice. Oh my God, your tender voice. Something about your voice just it purified my soul. Okay, it purified my soul because I'm not an easy person to listen to, and I'm not an easy person to accept. I know I'm right, of course, in my own brain. I had a friend tell me, well, that's just your truth. You know what I'm saying? But my truth is real to me. But when I listen to somebody else's truth that is so pure, I have to step back And I'm telling you, Susan, you made me step back to your truth and your pure truth. You feel me?
Well, I speak from my heart out of love, and I feel it's God's word, the Bible, that gives me whatever knowledge and talents that I have. I can't speak for myself, really. I'm just a conduit of what's been given to me, and I just love people, and I love sharing God's word with them. And I know not everyone believes in Christianity, but there's certain principles that we can all benefit from that are even written in our Constitution. So
yeah. Linda, and you were amazing too. A pasta babe. Oh my God.
Did you hear about how I went to the Zoom? I went on Zoom for the meeting this last week as a pasta babe. As a pasta babe, Linda James. I went to the Kingdom Hall Zoom meeting with a pasta babe, Linda James is my name. Oh, I can't believe I did that.
Well.
I know, it's like, I got to laugh at it and just be like, okay, here it comes. Let's see what's going to go down.
It's like the coolest, most badass thing ever doing that.
It was an accident. Who gave me I've been doing Thursday night meetings because since COVID, I haven't been doing Thursday for my mom. And my mom, it just makes her feel good. She's elderly right now, and she knows I don't believe in it.
That's right, it was you. Like,
yeah, that's me. That's me. And I know it's very counterintuitive from, what an apostate would do, but again, we all have our own timing and waking up and healing and all this, and then different people have their own ways of activism. And one of my ways is I believe I have the right to be kept up on the doctrines and changes of this group that governs my family's life, my family of origin. Okay. But my mom knows that. I mean, I go straight to governing body when I talk Watchtower with her. It's like,
okay.
What can you get this fellowship for? Not believing in Jehovah anymore? No. Not believing in the governing body anymore? Yes. That's the worst thing ever you can do.
Yeah. Yep.
Hi, Linda.
Hey, how are you, Daniel, my brother?
Good. What did I miss tonight? I just got on and I heard something about Jeff. What, did something major happen, or?
So Jeff was on here earlier just sharing about how he views the organization and, just sharing his views, and Chris was on as well, and I was on too. And I think he just shared a bit more than usual. But the same thing, how detestable the org is and how awful and nasty it is, and this, that, and the other. And he talked about being homeless for a while. And then I asked him, was you raised in it? And I come to find out that he was not raised in it, that he ended up getting recruited. So he was in it maybe, I don't know how many years. I think I heard 3. I might be wrong. But let me just say, if you're in it for 3 months, it's going to affect you. 3 years, 3 months, 30 years, it's going to affect you. So
that's what I've realized is whether you're born in or you're like, if he was in it for 3 years, it just shows you how the hooks get in you, how fast the programming happens, and
very fast, yeah.
Even at that, they'll still abandon their families if they're not witnesses, their friends, whoever, in that short amount of time. And then you wake up, if you happen to wake up, and realize, damn, I got rid of all my friends. I abandoned my family. It's really terrible with how the organization programs people to do what they do.
And I was talking earlier about this whole long line of like how the org does things. And I forgot to say at the beginning, when you're first doing this, home Bible study that within the first 3 weeks, they're gaslighting you. I forgot to say that there's love bombing going on at that time too. So you're kind of like in a place of like you're in a crush, like you have a crush on, especially if you're with a partner, they're actually mirroring you and your personality. So you're actually falling in love with you, with somebody that you have so much in common with, right? And then the organization is really propping you up. Good job, and you look great, and you're going to be such an asset to, this congregation. And so they're getting a lot of that. And so when there's these flags, these red flags, it's almost like we're wearing our rose-colored glasses. And when we see the red flags, they're really not red when we wear rose-colored glasses. They're gray. They're gray. You don't. So even if you do see them, you kind of don't want to. You're on a high. You're actually on a high. And if somebody shows up to be a buzzkill, usually you don't stop and really listen to people that show up and they're like going to give you a buzzkill. So that's one of the reasons they just, as somebody warns them, this is really dangerous. They're like, whatever. No, it can't be, whatever's going on in their minds. It's hard to decide to come down from that nice buzz you're on. And it really is a buzz. I believe that people going to church is a very valuable thing because we're social people, and having community is a social thing that we as humans need. So, I think churches are a good thing. But yet at the same time, sometimes I think I'm so done with what I'm hearing this religion say and that religion say. Wouldn't it be wonderful when all the religion is gone and I'm like all John Lennon, singing the John Lennon song. Like it would be great if there's no religion and no all this condemnation crap. And but I get
I think a lot of people don't
understand.
I think a lot of people don't understand the difference between religion and spirituality because they're not the same. If you're, and that's what I've said this before. When I was waking up in the organization, I realized there were religious people and there were spiritual people. Religious people just want to go and be told what to do, and they don't want to have to think about anything. Just tell me what I got to do. I'll go and do it. A spiritual person is like a baby. Why, Daddy? Why, Mama? They ask questions, kind of like the Bereans, that were quoted as honorable people in the Bible, as they were asking the questions to make sure that what they were being taught was truth, and that was, I would say they were a spiritual people. You see what I'm saying? But too many people today just want to go find a church in their comfort zone and be told what to think, what to do. That's not spiritual. You're just allowing somebody else to program you and not ask questions. And I think we have to rise up above that and realize that we have to ask the hard questions. We have to do our own homework. And if you look at it with life today, we got to treat all of our life that way. We got to ask the hard questions. We got to do our own homework because there's just too many people listening to other people. And then all of a sudden you've got all kinds of things going on, riots, you got whatever. And then you come to find out the story wasn't even correct. People are all upset and bent out of shape and find out that, they were just going off what they were told. And it's the same thing with religion. It's the same thing with politics. It's like, if we would all just do our own diligence, our own homework, it would probably take things down a few notches. That's just my opinion.
Okay.
What's your name?
Yeah.
What's
this is Daniel. And Daniel, do you hear?
Oh, no, I didn't. I'm sorry.
Daniel?
Can you speak up a little louder?
Yeah, this is Daniel. Sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I love what you said. I agree 100% with what you said. Okay. I just wanted to acknowledge that I'm still here, and I appreciated what you said.
Thank you.
So in the midst of us hearing Jeff talking about things, Miss Eve came on and was like, real, I believe in you, you know, and making statements of that you can, like, you know, you can conquer this, or something to that effect. Very, you know, you can rise above this kind of stuff. And so Jeff kind of stepped back for a minute, and I'm not real sure, he just kind of stepped away for a while.
Daniel, I scared the shit out of him. Okay, keep it real. Keep it real, Linda. I scared the shit out of him.
She came on strong, and but she's real, like she's motivational, is what she is. She's motivational. So I know that Jeff considered it, and he just had to step away and consider it. And then he came back in and thanked her and thanked us, and you know, and
hey, Linda, I don't think he thanked me. Linda, he didn't thank me. He thanked
no,
me.
I heard him. I heard him thank you, and yes,
okay,
so you can come back and listen to this. We're still on YouTube, so you'll be able to hear this. And if it's not on YouTube, it's going to be on SoundCloud. So I remember him saying that. Yeah, I'm not blowing steam up your skirt or nothing. I remember that.
Because I'm like, oh my God, and then I'm apologizing. I'm like, Jessica, I finished. I'm so sorry. It's like, oh my God. It's like, I felt so bad because I'm like, I was just trying to help, and it was like, oh my God. Okay, but thank you, Linda, for saying. So you did thank me. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. Okay, go ahead.
So he what I got from it was Jeff needed to take her in. What is that called when you take somebody in bits and pieces? But that's not the right wordage. Her whole motivational was a bit there for him, and he had to step away and take it in and swallow, you know, process. And he's going to be processing it for the next week or so.
Yeah, that's a good word to say, is process.
Yeah.
It's called I'm a tough pill to swallow. It's called also not everybody's cup of tea. I already know it. But guess what? I'm not gonna lie to you ever.
Yeah, I get that about you too, and I get that. I got that you were for him.
Yeah, because Linda, you heard him. You've heard him before. I've never heard him before, and you heard him different tonight. And this is my first time hearing him, and my heart broke.
The way he was talking tonight, he was sharing more than he ever has. So usually he'll make a comment or so and share the whole, just, you know, how bad he sees it, and he steps away. But tonight
you knew he was drunk as hell, right?
I don't know how to tell these things.
I do. Okay, he was drunk as hell.
Okay.
Thank you.
I sometimes don't know how to tell, and sometimes I do. I just don't know all the time. Okay.
Well, then he probably had a release. He was able to.
And I think the real way.
His pain, Daniel. He was still expressing his pain. I did not hold his drunkenness against him. I was still reaching to the depths of his soul, coming from the depths of my soul, because I come from an alcoholic family. Okay, so I'm not new to the sounds of what alcoholism sounds like. I'm not new to that, but it still pains me when I felt his pain, and I was only trying to help.
Right.
I don't always help in the way that it needs to be at that time. And Susan, who we had on before, oh my God, that's an angel on this earth. That lady, her voice, her reasoning, her expression, that's an angel on this earth. I'll never be that, but she was. And she.
What amazes me about Susan. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I know.
No. Go ahead, Daniel, because go ahead.
Well, I was just thinking what amazes me about Susan is what she's been through in her life. And she has that inner peace, you know, and anytime she gets on the calls, I've always enjoyed what because sometimes she'll just ask questions to see, you know, where you're coming from and, you know, where you're at. And she always just has sound advice, and she's so calm and peaceful when she talks, you know, and it's always nice to hear her voice on the calls.
That's what just like, oh my God, it settled my soul to listen to her, because I'm not a calm, peaceful person. Linda will tell you that. But she was like God sent at the perfect time. It was beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
I never heard her before. Of course, I never heard Jack before. I never heard Linda before.
By the way, you know, Rick is the one that's the platform owner of Six Screens, and then there's these different shows throughout the day. Rick Farron. So Susan is Rick Farron's wife.
Oh, okay.
So she's blonde. If you ever see a picture, yeah.
Okay, a couple times when Rick said something, and then I would hear that voice. But then when I heard her on your show, I didn't make the connection. Okay, all right. Now tell me this, because I'm nosy. I'm just nosy. Okay. What? Okay, the wife that he had before he got this fellowship, what happened to her?
So her name is Inez, and Susan, if you want to come in anytime, you're welcome to. So
sure.
I like the way Rick talks about. Oh, are you here, Miss Susan?
I'm here. Sure. If you want to ask me,
I'm gonna have Miss Susan tell you. Okay.
Okay, Susan, you're Rick's wife.
Yeah.
Okay,
8 years.
For how many years?
8 years.
8 years. Let me say this before you say anything else to me. My husband and I love Rick. My husband does not miss a Saturday listening to Rick. I'm not faithful like he is because, you know, I'm goofy. But listening to your voice tonight and knowing that you are Rick's wife, I guarantee you, to the best of my ability, I will not miss another Saturday night.
Oh my
because you're the one.
Susan, we need you more often, girlfriend.
You're the one.
I should have spoke up more tonight. Oh.
You've heard the saying, you're the ish in all of this. Because my husband and I every week is like, oh, Rick this, or Rick that, whatever. And then it's like, you are the connector to Rick. I am in awe. I don't get in awe of everything, you know.
I hope you never meet me.
No, girlfriend. Let me tell you something, girlfriend. If I actually met you, okay, let me tell you something. If I actually for real met you, you would see the real true me, and I would see the real true you. And whatever that is, it would be beautiful. Just for me listening.
I see lots of hugs going on.
You know, I'm just saying, you sound so real, so pure. I hate to use the word pure. I'm gonna tell you a story. Bear with me, Daniel, Susan.
Are you able to increase your volume, because I love what you're saying, but you sound further away.
Okay, how about this?
You can make it so much better.
This?
Thank you.
Wait. Let me see. Where's my speaker on my phone? This is on my phone. How's this?
Okay.
Let me put on my glasses so I can see where's my little speaker thing on my phone. Speaker thing, phone. Can you hear me good now?
Yes.
I can.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now I did all that and I forgot what I was going to say.
Can I ask you what does your husband ever call in?
No, my husband doesn't call in, but he texts. He's always making comments.
Okay.
But he doesn't call. He doesn't call in. He makes comments all the time. And
like in the chat room.
Yeah, the chat thingy, and it usually starts at 7 o'clock. But tonight it started like at 6 o'clock or something, and then he went to sleep around, let's see, 6, 9, 9, 10. He went to sleep around like 9 or 10 o'clock, and I have been on this thing from 6 o'clock to now, and it's almost 6 o'clock again in the morning, and I have been just in awe of everything that I have experienced. It was like, they were like, I forget the name of the person who we listened to before Apostle Babe came on. It was like, Apostle Babe's coming. Apostle Babe's coming. I'm like, okay, well, where's Apostle Babe? Because I'm saying, well, for Apostle Babe, and I don't know who Apostle Babe is. And before that, it was like Smurf Girl was on. And so I do all this from my phone because I can't do chat from my tablet. So when I have to do research, I have to go to my tablet. So I go to tablet to research, okay, who's Smurf Girl? And then I go to my tablet to see who's Apostle Babe. And, I have to do that. And then I'm on my phone to listen to, whoever is, doing the little chat session. But the husband is, he's already gone to bed. I cannot wait until he wakes up. Of course, I'll be asleep then, and I have to wake up. And I'm telling him, oh my God, I stayed up on the phone until 5 o'clock talking to these people about apostate crap. And
like you never thought you should have been. Wow, today was the day.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's more to apostate crap than I am. It's like
right.
Forget my cuss word, but I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. But he's like into it. He's gonna cure all the world's problems through figuring out where the hell Jehovah's Witnesses went wrong. It's like I don't give a shit. I'm out of it. You know what I'm saying? But
this is a puzzle that he must put together to make it. Yeah, it's one of those for him to have a sense of well-being.
He must do it. He must do it.
Yeah.
And now, listen to me. This is a man I've been married to since 1980. 1980. January, the first month of the year.
2 years.
I've been married to this man. And when we left, he officially left before I did. And then I left and left. And the crap that I have listened to since then has been like, oh my God. But this is the truth. I'm telling you, Linda, Daniel, whoever else is on this phone. It's like my connection to this man now is, what are the apostates doing now? What have the apostates said now? And what has he learned from the apostate community now? And
isn't that fascinating?
Well, truth be told, was that Daniel? Was that Daniel asking a question?
Oh no, that was me.
Linda?
I said, isn't it fascinating? Yes.
Well, okay. I'm gonna keep it real. Okay. I'm gonna keep it.
I think
totally
that's what
real.
I said. Okay.
It's fascinating because we're both retired, and it's COVID season still in my brain. Okay, in my brain, and it's like I have nothing else to do.
Oh, okay.
I have nothing else to do, so it's like Okay, here we are, stuck in this condominium. We got a 3-bedroom condominium, and he lives in the basement. When he's on his YouTube crap, I'm up in my bedroom on my YouTube crap, and it's like, then we text each other, call each other to talk about our YouTube crap. But I'm gonna tell you,
I love it. It's the modern retired couple of today.
Tell you this, tonight, you have made my life. Linda, Jeff, definitely Susan, and whoever else. Listen to me. You're saying all my little stupid stuff.
And we've got Brad was coming in.
Oh yeah,
he came in earlier. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna tell you, you guys have made my night, because I'm gonna tell you this. This has made me closer to my husband and the apostate community. Because truth be told, and now at this stage of this night and in this conversation, I'm sorry to say that I didn't care before, but I totally care now, because we mean the world to other people who are trying to figure out how to escape. And if it's a forceful conversation or a jokeful conversation or I love you conversation, whatever it is, we mean the world to those people who have to, need to, want to extricate themselves from that horrible religion. The only thing that's not horrible about that religion is the fact that that's the religion that I met my husband in. And I love that man.
I can tell.
Can I comment, Linda, on what she's saying?
Sure.
You nailed it on the head, sister. It's some people can walk away from the organization, realize they wake up, realize they've been duped, and they can walk away and just go on with their life. Other people get stuck. It's like the film in their mind. They're on a loop cycle. All they see is the pain that they experience, the trauma they experience, and they're stuck in that loop cycle. They could be out 20 years, and you talk to them and think, well, when did you leave? You're thinking they just left a few months ago or something. And you realize, oh my God, the damage that this organization does to some people, mentally and emotionally, even spiritually, they're stuck. And so when people like yourself and Linda and different ones and Susan are on these calls, if we can help people to take back their power and reclaim their identity, because usually their identity is wrapped up as, I'm one of Jehovah's Witnesses. So when they leave, that's all they have known. And their energy, their whole, at a cellular level, it's subconsciously and consciously, they are so imprinted, so indoctrinated that they have a terrible time of breaking free of it, even if they've left, because they, in their mind, we were all taught, if you have doubts, oh, that's Satan putting doubts in your mind and this and that. So every time throughout their life, if they were questioning their spiritual beliefs, they get that imprint back again from what the Watchtower's program. Well, that's just Satan putting doubts in your mind. So when they finally leave, unfortunately, a lot of people are stuck and they're scared. It's almost like they're paralyzed emotionally, mentally, spiritually from growing, even though they've left the Watchtower. So it's ones like yourselves that can help people break free from that programming. That's all I wanted to share.
Thank you.
I'm thinking too, you and your husband could do a lot of good together. Even, if you went on together telling your experience to others during the show, more of the main times when people are listening, because the people need to hear this. It's important. The whole purpose of Six Screens is set up for people to talk, to tell their stories, to get it out. It's just talking about it helps, and other people validating your feelings. Yes, that happened. Yes, you can feel that way. Yes, the Watchtower was evil. Yes, the Kingdom Hall shouldn't have disfellowshipped you, or whatever. People will, tell you your feelings aren't wrong. You're not wrong, because you keep feeling you're wrong all the time. Well, you're not. So by coming on, you and your husband might be a new thought for the both of you. But if you came on together and told your experience, I'm thinking a lot of people could benefit from it.
You talking to me, Susan?
Yes. You and your husband.
My husband's let me see the word screen name. My husband's screen name is King of the Dots. He used to have his real name. He had his real name, Gary Kunkel. And
King of the Dots is your husband?
King of the Dots is my husband. And
he has the most amazing humor in comments everywhere.
I know. But before he was King of the Dots,
I'm eating a hot dog, so I'm putting myself back on mute. Okay, but I'm listening.
Before he was King of the Dots, he was his real name. His real name, Gary Kunkel, and somebody got mad and shut him out of. I got to think of the word.
Welcome into the live Six Screens conference calls. We thank you for joining in. To speak up and talk, press *6 on your telephone. When you are done talking, press *6 to mute yourself. Remember, when you are unmuted, your phone is a microphone and picks up on all noises in the background. We hope you enjoy the programs tonight. You will now be placed into the conference.
If you are the host, press star now. Otherwise, please enter your PIN followed by the pound or hash. Your input is invalid. Entered 299. Please enter your PIN followed by the pound or hash. Thank you. There are 7 participants in the conference. The recording has started.
It's Eve 438, I think that's E438. That's what, when I make comments in YouTube, that's what I am. But you want to know?
Can I say something real quick?
Yes, E438. Yeah. Go ahead, Brad.
This has nothing to do with anything. I just want to say that if I ever hear my wife talking about me, I really hope she describes me the same way you describe your husband.
My husband is so amazing. Oh my God.
Now, yeah, just like that. Yeah, that.
Yeah, he is. Now, ask me if he's crazy. Ask me. Ask me.
What am I asking? crazy?
No,
I don't need to ask. Oh, is he crazy?
Hell yeah.
Well, he's got to be a little bit crazy, doesn't he?
Hell yeah. And guess what? I love every crazy bone in his body. That man is amazing. He's smart, so smart. And not just smart. He'll circle around you, catch you from behind, and you won't even know what hit you because he's so smart. He's got a sense of humor that will knock you off of your feet. I can be mad as hell. He'll come with one of his little stupid jokes, and I can't do anything but laugh. I love that man. I love that. I love that man. He's more than any. No. He's more than I could have asked for. He's so smart. He's so smart.
Beautiful.
He flabbergasts me all the time with how smart he is. I can run anything by him. We live in a 3-story condo. We're retired. We don't have to do a damn thing. You follow me? But collect our checks. And so sometimes we just, call each other on the phone because I'm up in my bedroom. He's down in the basement in his man cave. And I'll call him up and say, hey, I got a question. And I'll run the question by him. And then we'll talk it through. And I'll say, well, what about this? And he'll say, well, this, and da. I'm like, okay. I'll go on Google, whatever, research crap. And it's like, I'll be. He's right. Okay. Now, sometimes I just do the research on my own. Sometimes I don't feel like it. My husband is the smartest person I've ever met in my entire life. What you people get on your little chat screens is just a little piece of what he is. You feel me? You follow me? I'm not lying.
Mm-hmm.
This man is smart. So when I said King of the Dots, you all like, oh my God. So you already know, right?
I do.
Hey man,
I've been chatting with him on and off for years, and his comments are sometimes.
Who are you talking to now?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't talk to him on different.
No, what's your name? Who are you right now?
Oh, I'm a foster babe, Linda James. So.
You're a foster babe.
Mhm. Yes.
Oh hell yeah, he's talked about you.
Has he? Look at that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
What did he say? This is so funny.
Only in a good way. Oh my God. Only in a good way. Okay, so yeah. King of the Dots is my husband. Yeah. He loves you, Apostle Babe. You're cool.
Very nice.
Cool.
How amazing is that? The wife of King of the Dots knows we got a cool thing going on. Me and King of the Dots.
Oh, yeah.
He's like old school wisdom, but just enough sassy and smart ass to be fun. And yes, he does those dots all the time. All the time. That's his style.
Yeah, he's a smart ass. He oh my God. And let me tell you something else about him. He'll cut you with a knife and you're like, why did you do that to me? And he'll be like, oh, I was just joking. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
He's so smart. I have never met anybody that smart. I'm gonna tell you this. He don't care. He won't care that I tell you this. When he was a little kid, okay, he's a little kid. He had a little briefcase. He carried his little books around with him, and his mother called him Mr. Encyclopedia. Yeah.
Oh my God, he's one of those.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He cares about information. He's an information
junkie.
Information junkie. You said the right word. Information junkie. That's what it is.
Remember?
Now,
go ahead.
I love his information because he's just so smart. I gotta tell you this other story. Okay, right. Okay, worked third shift in a hospital, and he'd have an opportunity on his break to read the newspaper to get information. And I started listening to the radio to get information. So he'd come home from third shift with his newspaper read information, and I would have already listened to it on the radio, and I would be able to go tit for tat with him. He's like, how did you know that? I'm like, I listened to the radio. I started trying to one-up him on what I could learn as opposed to what he'd already learned. And it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful because he loves information. And then when he finds out that I know the information or am seeking the information, he's like in awe, in wow, and like, oh my God. Because let me ask you this. Okay, you ready for this? Let me ask you this. What man wants to be married to a dumbass bitch? You feel me? I said, and he knows that ain't what I am. You feel me?
Oh, I could tell when you first started talking that you're a very intelligent woman. Yeah.
Well, I want to know so that my husband can have an intelligent conversation with me. You follow me? Because I'm not the one to be like, oh my God, can you teach me something? Oh my God. No. It's like, what conversation can we have? You follow?
Yeah, that's very attractive to, some men, not all men, but some men, it's like, that is a very attractive thing in a woman.
Yeah, and
I agree.
My husband loves knowledge. Let me tell you something. Okay, this is why I am the way I am. One of the reasons why I am the way I am. Okay, I'm gonna take you back to the Kingdom Hall. Y'all ready to go to the Kingdom Hall?
Sure. Can I count my time?
Huh?
Can I count my time?
Yeah, count your time, baby. Count your time because that's what we do. Okay. So we're at the Kingdom Hall, and this one sister, okay, she would always be talking to my husband after the meeting. Not only is she talking to my husband after the meeting, she's got to put her paws on my husband after the meeting. I'm like, why this woman got to be putting her paws as she's talking to my husband after the meeting? And it was because this woman was smart. She was smart. And the conversations that her and my husband engaged in were smart. It was nothing sexual. It was nothing untoward. Nothing like that. But this woman was so enamored with my husband's smarts because she was smart. And they would talk, and she would find herself touching his hand, whatever. Now, me, I'm a woman. I ain't stupid. I'm like, why the hell she got to be touching my damn husband? This is my husband.
Right.
Right. You feel me? And so,
yep.
I ain't mad at you.
yeah. So then it was like, okay. So then I made it my main goal to get to know this sister. And it was like, damn, she's smart. She's smart. And so I grew to love her because she wasn't trying to come on to my husband sexually. It was because they had intellectual conversations. I was like, oh
Yeah.
my God.
It was a real bonding intellectually.
Yeah. Exactly. And so I grew to love her. And it was like, okay, let me get smart too. Okay, let me get smart too because dumb ain't dumb unless it's connected to dumb. So it was like, okay, let me get smart too. So I grew to love her. We had a connection, invited her out in field service with me. I was a regular pioneer. She wasn't. We bonded. We loved this woman. We were cool. We were just so cool. Anyway, it was like, okay, so now I know that people who have conversations in the congregation, they're not all bad. Some of them are good conversations. You just have to know who people are. You have to know who they are. And the way that you know who they are is by listening, watching. You got to watch people. I learned to watch people and listen to people. I listened to her, I watched her, and she was a pure soul. A pure soul. I already knew my husband was a pure soul. I already knew it. Pure soul, married to a pure soul. My husband's amazing. He ain't cheating on me. I'm the ish. You feel me? Follow me. Yeah, right.
Yes. I believe you.
Right.
And what I want to ask you too is, was that a common thing that she would do when she was talking to other people too, touch them and be touchy-feely? Because some people just are that way.
Can I keep it real with you?
Yeah.
My husband was the smartest thing walking in the congregation. You feel me? And she was so smart that's where that connection came from. You feel me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it had nothing to do with a sexual attraction. It just had to do with an intellectual attraction.
Right. Connection and bonding. Yeah.
Right. And when I saw that, it was like, oh my God, this is beautiful. Oh my God, this is beautiful. And her and I then connected on a different level because I'll be damned, I'm not as smart as neither one of those people. I'm just not. And I'll tell everybody and God, just not. But then her and I became friends on a different level. Did I ever feel like there was a problem with her and my husband on a sexual nature? Hell no. Not after that. Hell no. Because I knew that their connection was on an intellectual capacity that had nothing to do with anything sexual. And was I clear and cool with that? You damn right I was. Damn right I was. Because I will never stifle my husband's potential to have an intellectual capacity with somebody beyond me. Because I'll tell you straight up, I'm not the brightest crayon in the box. I'm not the brightest bulb
This
And the
session
light
is no
bulb
longer
died.
being recorded.
Right, right. And
You
I
know,
know
I'll
this
tell
about myself too, but yeah, it's very necessary for those that are with higher intelligence to be able to talk to others with higher intelligence. It's
right.
And when they don't get to, they almost feel
The
alienated.
recording has started.
If that makes sense.
You know, if I could jump in here and just say that I find that what's the word to use? I'll just say it. I find it very sexy when you're talking to a woman, and I think if a man is not egotistical and just all about his knowledge and trying to lord over, which I know your husband's not like that, but when you find, like for me personally, when I find a woman that you can actually have a conversation with and bounce stuff off each other, that is one of the most beautiful experiences I've ever had. And if I'm in any relationship, I would desire to be with somebody that you can talk about everything and anything, and where they respond back, and having that conversation where you can truly talk about life and experiences and going forward is one of probably the most beautiful things I've ever experienced in my life. So I think that when you find a mate that you can have those conversations with and they can come right back, I think is beautiful. And I think that's the power of a woman's voice, the intelligence, and it's just, I don't know. It's hard to really put words to it, but I mean, it is a beautiful experience to be able to have a mate. And it sounds like you and your husband you guys are really set good, that you're smarter than you. You don't give yourself enough credit, I don't think. You're smarter than you're allowing us to. I don't know what the word I'm trying to figure out, but anyway, I think you're very smart and very intelligent yourself, and I'm sure your husband enjoys that about you.
Thank you. He does.
So there's a word for that, by the way, Daniel. And
what's that?
I think it's I'm not sure if I'm saying it right. It's spelled SAPIOS EXUALITY. I don't know how to pronounce that. It means that a person is sexually attracted to highly intelligent people, so much so that they consider it to be the most important trait in a partner. It is a relatively new word that has become more popular. More popular in the recent years. Both LGBTQ plus people and heterosexual people may identify as, I guess it's sexual, SOPIO, and then sexual.
Sapiosexuality.
Thank you. The smart
That's
one
me.
says it. Sapiosexuality? Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
I have a problem
okay.
with that.
You had a problem with that?
I still do. I mean, it's like...
Is it a disfellowshipping offense?
It probably should be.
Right, it should be in the ship in the flock book.
Like
Oh,
Bart Ehrman.
Yes.
I find very attractive, even just because of his intelligence.
Yes.
Same with Stephen Hassan.
Yes, you're attracted to, and you want to be around these kinds of people, yes.
Yeah, because intelligence is to me the sexiest thing that you can have. in my opinion.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's just beautiful to be able to, especially when it's your. Well, you could have it with your friends and too, but to have a mate, somebody that you're with, to be able to have those type of conversations is beautiful, because you literally you interchange with each other at that point, and you're bouncing off of each other, and to be able to have that type of interchange, and when you're in an actual relationship, to me, it just makes it beautiful. It's something, because you have the intimate parts of your relationship where you're together and whatnot, but to be able to have that intimacy, so to speak, on another level, it's erotic. It's I don't know, it just does a number on me, because it's when you can share with each other, you're growing and you're learning together, and I think that just takes things to a whole new level that unfortunately a lot of people don't have that in a relationship. They have the intimacy part, but they don't have the true connection of the interchange, of the in-depth of who you are and what you know and what you feel, and I don't know if I'm making any sense or not, but when you can interchange that with the person you're with, it skyrockets your relationship. It just turns something into dynamite. It's explosive. It's beautiful. I don't know the exact wording to put on it, but it is beautiful.
I think you start relating on a more deeper level. Someone believes in you when you start talking like that, and you get to know them on a deeper level. Because sex, though it is important, intimacy is important, things can be faked or looked over or put as more important than other things like what you're talking about, Daniel. Relating on that kind of level, that's on a daily basis, all day long. And physical intimacy doesn't happen all day long, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So you have to have that closeness, that intimacy in conversations. If you don't, and there's nothing that you have in common to talk about, you're in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
That's true,
for sure.
too. Yeah.
And I just love how you described your husband, my dear. Any man would be thrilled to say, to hear that. You said my husband's the smartest person in the room, and he knows all these things, and we like to talk about things like this. You're so fortunate, and that you would describe him like that, I think is just precious.
And it's the truth. It's the truth, Susan.
Oh, I
love
know it
that.
is.
And let me tell you this. This is what I feel. I feel that every married person can have that. I really do feel that, because it starts from respect and listening.
Yeah, it does. So
Because
there's an echo, which means one of us might have another window open.
Oh, I don't know if it's me.
Meaning on the computer or the phone, not the bedroom.
Okay, I'm just on my phone.
Okay. Sometimes somebody will be on the phone and they've got the sound going on because they were listening to it and they didn't turn it down before they got on the phone. So that'll cause the echoing too.
How's that?
That's good.
Okay. Yeah, I think a lot of women make the mistake of presuming that they know more than they know, that their husbands have nothing to offer, and they disregard what the husband brings to the table. And that's a big mistake, because they denigrate the husband, they downplay his role in the relationship, and they cause damage to their self.
Very true.
Linda, are you still
Very
here?
true. Yes.
You're the bomb, babe. What time did you get?
Why do you say that? I'm a night person. Actually, I'm naturally a night. I'm in Southern California. It's only 2:39 a.m. I'm a night person.
Okay, so it's like 1 something your time, right?
Yeah. Well, it's actually 2:39, so it's like 2:40 a.m. where I'm at.
Okay, I'm 5. I'm like at 5. Blah 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 blah.
Okay.
So you're
All right.
East Coast.
I'm over here in Ohio.
Oh, Ohio, you're Central Time, right?
Okay, whatever you say, Susan.
Well,
Like
I used to live in Wisconsin.
I'm not the smartest person. I'm not the brightest bulb. I'm over here, and it's 5:40 in the morning.
Well, you must live in Eastern Ohio.
Yeah, I'm in Ohio, and I'm gonna tell you something. You people are awesome. Okay, so Susan, you are where?
Well, we're outside of Boston.
You're
in
Boston.
Massachusetts. Yeah, just outside of Boston, near the New Hampshire border. But I was born in Wisconsin, and I lived all my married life for 37 years in a suburb of Chicago.
Okay, but right now you're where?
Outside of Boston.
Okay, so your time is what time?
5:41.
Okay, we have the same time.
Okay, Eastern.
Yeah.
That
so
means
Rick's,
Eastern.
So Rick's already gone to bed.
Yeah, he's a kind of an early. He goes to bed usually pretty early. He gets up early, but on Saturdays he gets up around 4:30 in the morning to get ready for his program. So by 9-10 o'clock at night he starts waning pretty fast.
Okay, so we have the same time frame. So my husband is done at a certain time. So your husband, my husband, they're smart men. They know when to go to bed so they won't be stupid the next day. Yeah.
Yeah.
Smart men.
That is smart. That is very,
yeah.
That's a very smart quality right there.
It's called smart. It's called smart. Okay.
It really is.
Linda, where are you?
I am in Southern California.
So what time
And it is.
It's 1:42 at your place?
It's at 2:42 at my place.
2:42 at your place. 2:42 at your place.
Yes.
Okay. Who else do we have on here? Do we have
Daniel's in Michigan.
I'm in Michigan, so it's 5:42 my time a.m.
Okay, you have our same time. Who else do we have on here? Is Brad still here from Australia? No, Brad. Who else is here?
Hello, this is Hitley.
I'm here.
This is Hitley.
Hitley. Okay.
Hi.
Hitley.
Yeah,
Hi.
I was listening for a while. I'm from New York. So
New York.
one of the 5 boroughs. So it's Eastern Standard Time 5.
Okay, so you're 5:43. 5:43. Okay.
Yes.
So basically, everybody that's on here are crazy people, correct?
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. You put us in line with the crazy folk, crazy eyes.
Okay.
That's all of us
We're
like
all,
that.
crazy. It's beautiful, but how crazy. Now let me ask you this: are we all XJ Dubs?
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
I think
I was
so.
never baptized. I keep hearing I'm a visitor, but I'm going to tell you something. I grew up being held hostage, so I do not go along with this visitor. But I know that's what the terminology. Apostle Babe Linda James.
You were never baptized?
No, ma'am.
Oh
No,
my God! You're my hero.
I see it. Why? I mean, I didn't even know how much it was going to be an advantage to me until like within the last 10 years. All this time I was thinking I was just too stupid to get it because I grew up special ed. That's the way. And I tried studying twice, and they, of course, after 6 months, move on. So I didn't get it within 6 months, and so I didn't get baptized.
Girl, I'm so thankful for people like you. My son was never baptized either.
Oh, good.
Y'all, the unbaptized are a special breed, in my opinion, because they saw something that the baptized didn't see or weren't forced into. You feel me? You follow me?
Yes,
because
yes, I do.
Yeah. The unbaptized is like, what are you talking about? You stupid people. This doesn't make any sense. I'm not doing this. I don't care what you say. This is not happening. And so then you didn't get baptized, and it's like, wow. And then all the baptized people.
I did not think of the other ones as stupid. I thought, in my head, if I'm making this commitment to Jehovah, I need to know what I believe and why. That's the way I think. I need to know what I'm doing and why in life. That's just the way my brain thinks. So we go through studies, and some things were not connecting, and I couldn't make it connect. It had to make sense, and so that's why. It wasn't because I thought they were all stupid. I thought I was stupid, and I didn't get it.
No, you were the smart one.
Well, now I realize, thank you. Now I realize my special ed teachers taught me how to critically think, and I had no clue. I had no idea.
Yeah.
So
my son was the smart one. He didn't get baptized, and it was like, it's stupid, blah, 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 blah. My daughter got baptized at an early age because we were so forceful. We were so, connected to the organization. We were doing everything. I repeat, everything that they told us to do. And but my son, it was like, hell to the no. Hell to the no. And thank you, Jesus, for that. Thank you, Jesus, for that. Yeah.
Now, so, what is your daughter, her mindset now?
Oh my gosh. My gosh, she hates Jehovah's Witnesses as a pastor. She knows
okay,
she knows that it's the stupidest thing that ever walked the face of the earth. And God love her for it. God love her for it. My husband and I can't have this conversation with her for any length of time because my husband is more invested in the apostate community than I am. And because of tonight, I'm becoming more invested in the apostate community than I was. My daughter has no use for anything that says Jehovah's Witness, that says this used to be the truth, that says anything in lines with that. We can't have more than a 5-minute conversation with her about this stupidity. So this is fun for my husband and myself to do this, but we don't inflict this on my daughter because she's like, no, and a capital no.
Don't make me talk about this at all.
Exactly.
And I've met people that I've met people like in different areas of my life, and I find out so-and-so's an XJW. I go and talk to them, and, you know, and I say, do you ever go to like any support groups or anything? Like, are you, and they're like, why focus on the negative? Like they just moved on and did life.
Exactly.
And no looking back. And that's, so we're kind of almost a rare breed, probably a glutton for punishment, but when we're kind of just drawn to be in this community, and it doesn't take up our whole week. I mean, it shouldn't. It's just as we are going on and doing life, then, and see, I had somebody take me under her wings when I first came out, and I could not. It meant so much to me. The help I got, like there was somebody named Miranda Waters, and I would get his newsletter and stuff. So I came out 40 years ago, and to this day, I still am affected, but it's not nearly as bad as it was back when I first came out. So when people, go ahead.
Wait, 40 years ago, you left the organization?
Yes. I was kicked out at 18 for having a worldly boyfriend.
Wait, I'm talking to Linda, right? Apostrophe?
Correct. Yes.
40 years ago?
I am 58 years old. Yes.
Oh my goodness. You're amazing
So when
to continue to help people after 40 years?
But I had people helping me, though, at times when I couldn't even function, okay? Could not function. And my natural progression when I left the org was to become a Christian. It was much like I just found out I was adopted and needed to go find my authentic spiritual father. And so that, combined with some Dr. Walter Martin tapes and some crazy Pentecostal who God talked to, and she scared the hell out of me, but she gave me the tapes, and then Cynthia Hampton helped me to transition into Christianity and it took me a good 3 or 4 years. And Cynthia was very good to me, very patient with me. I just had good people that let me go at my own pace and did not get frustrated with me ever, you know, for how long it took. So I spent many, many years being a Christian and raised my kids in Christianity. And then about three years ago or something, I became more of a non-believer, but I'm not a definite not believer, if that makes sense. But as far as my view of the Bible and its origins and some other things historically and stuff, it has shown me some things that are just don't add up with biblical teachings. So I would say I'm more agnostic today, but I love theology, okay? I mean, I love theology. So I can go there in a conversation and enjoy every minute of it. So today, and the way that I want to offer in my activism is to teach people about the techniques and tactics that the organization uses to manipulate, to deceive, to coerce, and keep people held in mental bondage and to be in shame and fear and obligation. These are all things that keep someone stuck in a high control group. And as far as so as I've looked in other groups like Jim Jones and People's Temple, and a bunch of, the Moonies and all these other groups that are considered popular cults, it's as though they all go by the same handbook, even though there is no handbook. There's these characteristics and tactics that all of them are using for the same purpose of having them submit to their authority. And what that does is it sets the people up in such a way that they do things that benefit the leader. Bottom line, not necessarily benefit themselves, but that's what they're taught. They're taught that these things that they're instructed to do is going to benefit them. It is going to please God and all this stuff, and it's manipulation and it's deception. So that's the kind of things I like to teach, rather than getting caught up in whether Michael the Archangel is Jesus or not. If that's what you believe, that's what you believe, you know? That's all good.
Thanks for that expression.
Sure.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
You still believe in God, correct?
There are days that I do, and there are days that I don't. And what blows me away is that I'm at peace with that. I never thought I would be here and at peace. That's what's, you know, and it could change in a week or two, you know, with other information or whatever. You see what I'm saying? I do not have this mindset of there can't be any God, there is no God. I don't have that mindset. I just don't, I'm not convinced with, I don't have the evidence, and, you know, I'm not convinced that there's a God right now. That's where I'm at in my spiritual journey.
So are you I think the term is, are you atheist?
No, I believe that an atheist does not believe that there's a God that created, you know, the universe and such. There are days that I do think that way, but I more so believe that I don't have the evidence to believe that. So that leaves me open to, if I had more evidence, that could change my mind. And or I might see a sunset and think, wow, you know, I might be in awe of the creation that God made, you know. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because I asked those questions because of what you said, and I want to give you my experience. Do you have time?
Sure.
When I was 12 years old, I was Catholic. I became atheist at 12 years old. And when I became 16, I transformed from an atheist because I looked at a blade of grass and I said to myself, somebody had to have created this. There has to be a God. I came to that conclusion from looking at a blade of grass as I'm laying on the ground. And I was 16. I had been an atheist from the time I was 12 years old to the time I was 16 years old. And I was a Catholic. I went to Catholic school every day. Mm-hmm. Catholic church. But that's what convinced me that there had to be a God. And I was no longer an atheist at the age of 16. But I became agnostic. I didn't believe in religion. That was a load of crap. But I believed in God from the time I was 16. Then later on, you know, religion, blah, 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 whole 9 yards. So I just wanted to know kind of who I was talking to, Linda. You feel me?
And yes, and I have a great reverence for people that have the Watchtower theology in mind, or Christianity, excuse me, or Christian theology in mind. You know, I respect that hugely.
May I make a comment?
Sure.
Is that Susan?
Yes, it
That's
is.
Miss
I'm
Susan.
listening.
Yes,
Very
it is.
intently.
I'll listen to Susan anytime.
You know, I do the same thing. I look at a tree and I say, man can make many wonderful things, electric cars, and, fake diamonds, and you name it. They can make all these things. But they can't make a tree. And the new Webb telescope that just came in with all the latest pictures of the universe, which are amazing, by the way. Several times a week, I look at the Science Channel in the morning, and it has shows about the universe and how the universe runs. And they'll often show the Big Bang, which is the initiation of all matter that was ever made. And it exploded, and then the first second is divided into hundredths of a second, and each hundredth is called a Planck time. And during each Planck time,
what?
another
Point time?
Pardon?
Did you say that it's called a point time?
Planck, P-L-A-N-K. Oh, P-L-A-N-K.
Thank you.
P-L-A-N-K. We call it Planck time.
Okay. Planck
and
time. Thank you.
And each time that a hundredth of a second emits, then by 1 second, almost the whole universe has been created. And it sounds almost fantastical. Well, how can that be? Well, what's going to be happening pretty soon, and it will, there's going to be aliens who are going to land on this planet. They're going to say, we seeded the planet, and because of it, you're humans, and that's what they are. But they're liars. It's not true. From the very beginning, from that initial bang, and science confirms it, all matter in the universe was made. Well, how did cells come together and make the amino acids that formed this? Well, that means that within the first second of time, that the Earth would have had to have been created with all the minerals and so forth, and it was already there. Instead of seeding the Earth was already a seed, ready for anything upon it to grow that was placed there. And if what they say is true, where we came from these first initial cells, that means a person that was a fish turned into a skunk turned into a rat turned into a mountain lion, and a mountain lion turned into human beings. Because they're saying, well, we all evolved from this original spark of life. And so far, science hasn't really proven that. Yes, there was a Big Bang, and yes, things were created in milliseconds of time. But is where the first sparks of life come from? They don't know. Where's the fossil record that shows that fish turned into fowl turned into one kind of animal, another animal, a small animal turned into a cow turned into an elephant? There's no fossil record that shows that. But there is a record of abundant life at one time exploding upon the Earth. And it sounds so fantastical, but yet people would rather believe that aliens came from a spaceship and seeded our planet with their life before they say, well, God, because they say, well, God's too fantastical. Well, aren't space aliens a little fantastical too? And then, if it's not in the first second, then they say, well, something came before the first bang, the Big Bang. Well, who created another bang before our Big Bang started? It had to start from someone, somewhere. Man does not have ingenuity or smarts in order to be able to create something from nothing. And Genesis 1:1 says, and they go from the direct Hebrew, it says it was created upon nothing. That's how things were created. Every cell, every atom, everything was just created within the first few seconds. And in the beginning, God doesn't say, it doesn't use some strange name, just like our Creator. The Creator created. Now, if you look at it all churchy like, churches don't teach the truth anymore. And I'm sorry to say that, and I know that's a bold statement, but they don't. You have to really dig in yourself. You have to search. Because today, the knowledge is like a hidden knowledge that's being kept secret. And for a long time, I looked for it and couldn't find it. But I was diligent, and I was just like just one sister's husband that's talking to us now. I just tried. I wasn't the smartest person in the room, but I was the most diligent person in the room. And when I get on something, I don't give up.
Yeah, I hear that.
Until I feel I've got all the information before me. I have the facts, and I don't go with feelings. I go with facts. Feelings are irrelevant as far as I'm concerned. When you're looking at something like this, it's got to be factual. It's got to be scientific and provable. The only thing is it's not repeatable. In science, there's experiments, and they're usually not considered viable unless they're repeatable. But the beginning of time cannot be repeated. Just can't. But we can look at what's left from the original Big Bang, and we can tell. And like I said, just this new Webb telescope is confirming it all.
Oh, that's fascinating. I don't have a way of saying how evolution happened, and I haven't sat down to figure that out, and haven't decided that I believe it. But remember that Watchtower we had that said the Trinity on it? And we read about what Christendom believes Trinity is, and then they tore it apart. That version of Trinity wasn't the version that Christendom believes. And the version you mentioned for evolution is not at all like any chart I've ever seen. And like I said, like a chart that shows the development. Like I said, I don't know evolution. I haven't sat down and really can even learned it to explain it to you. But I've never seen one that has all these animals. So the ones you're mentioning, I agree with you. That's quite ridiculous.
Well, there should be crossovers.
What little I know.
There should be crossovers from a frog to a fish to a snake to a to a bobcat to a it has to come from an original light, and they say there's an original spark of light, which is true. But what they don't really say is how these other species got here, because they say it's all by mutation. But mutations in genes are usually bad. And for let's just say, for a small animal like a rat to survive, it would have to be somehow form its own digestive system. Then a male rat, then a female rat. Then it would have to, have a way of digesting food, a way of eliminating food, a way of making a nest for itself. And these would all have to be mutations within a million years, maybe. I don't see that. And that's just a rat. What about a cow with 4 stomachs? How does a cow develop 4 stomachs?
And an octopus has I don't know how many brains. I'm sorry, what?
Pardon? Well, I'm saying, how can a rat turn into a cow? How can a 1-stomach rat turn into a 4-stomach cow?
Okay. Did I hear somebody else join in?
Turning into a giraffe.
Okay.
This is food for thought.
I agree. Was there somebody else that wanted to add to that or join in? Did I hear somebody else? Okay.
Susan?
Yes.
You're so kind and so sweet. Linda?
Yes. Uh-huh.
I'm gonna go beyond the kind and sweetness, okay?
Okay.
You ready?
Sure.
I don't know if I'm ready.
We're sitting here going, oh my.
Okay. Some dude named Darwin says something about evolution. Right? But
some dude named Darwin talks about evolution.
Yeah, he talks about evolution. It's bullshit.
Okay.
Forgive me, YouTube, for my cuss words. It's God created. Okay, let's go back to Genesis 1:1. God created Genesis, blah, blah, blah. God created blah, blah, blah. There's no such thing as evolution where some rat became something else beyond a rat. It's a rat. You feel me? You follow me? There's no such thing as some piece of crap turning into something that is not. It started out as crap, it's still crap. 3,000 years later, it's still crap. It might be a different form of crap, but it's still crap. Crap started, crap is. There's no such thing as this stupidity that evolution, according to Darwin, said that it is. It doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist. So that's all I got to say on that.
Thank
Amen.
you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Sure.
Anything you want to add to that, Susan?
Well, everyone has the right to believe what they want to. And I will fully enforce that until the day I die. It may not be the way I think, but I, along with God, will let you think whatever you like. Is it truth
Do you
or not?
believe in evolution?
That's debatable. Right.
Do you believe in evolution?
No, I do not. I believe that a cat a tan cat can mate with a black cat and have all kinds of calico cats. They're not tan nor black, of both, but that's just from its own kind. It's still a cat. You can't breed with a dog. A cat can breed with a cat. And that's how you know it's a kind. They can breed with one another and actually have progeny from it.
Exactly. According to its kind.
Well, I don't believe in evolution either. I haven't studied it enough to know to believe in it. So there's that.
Don't waste your time. Don't waste your time, Linda.
Well,
actually,
if I did set my mind to it.
Actually, Linda, if you really want to understand, it would be good for you to know what evolution teaches. Really. I mean, I had to learn what it taught.
Say that again? I
had
wanted
to
to
learn
what?
what evolution taught. If you don't know evolution, you don't know whether you can reject it or not. How can you reject something you know nothing of?
Oh,
I'm not for evolution.
Okay. Am I to understand that there's an assumption here that if I'm agnostic, that evolution would be right there with me, and that in order to not believe in the God of the Bible, that I needed to, like, I need to know what I'm counteract. I got lost right now in this, but do you understand what I'm saying or what I'm asking? Is that where you're coming from?
My point is, how can you condemn something you know nothing about? Let's say I want to condemn evolution.
Oh no, please don't misunderstand. I don't believe I've condemned any belief system tonight, nor yours, nor mine.
You never would.
Okay.
No.
I just believe different. I'm sorry for correcting you, but I'm real big on not condemning people's belief systems. Oh, debating, I like that. No, I haven't taken the time. Okay, I'm sorry. Please start over, Susan, and say that again, because I'm not getting it.
If you want to poke, let's say you want to poke holes in evolution or even creation, but you've never studied either subject, how can you really make an informed decision if you don't know either one, know both of them? I can see. Well, I hate evolution. Have you ever studied it, Susan? Well, no, not really. Well, you're not going to listen to my opinion because I've never made a thorough study of the subject. just like creation. Well, I believe in creation. Well, why? Well, I just do. Well, that to me, that's not enough of an answer.
Is that what I'm implying?
Facts and reason.
Am I implying that regarding evolution?
No, I'm just saying you need to know both and to know where you stand. You have, maybe you're still in the middle, but at least you know both what you're talking about. How can you say you don't like something that you've never studied or looked up?
I don't like. What did I say that I didn't like?
No, you didn't say you didn't like anything. But I guess you have to be able to look at both sides and then pick the side that makes the most sense to you at that given time.
Yes. I agree. Thank you.
Because I want to learn what evolutionists say. I want to learn what creationists are saying. I want to know what the scientists are saying. Then I'll make my decision.
So is evolution and creation the only two to look at? Is there other possibilities?
Some people think there's space aliens that seeded the Earth.
That's
and
right.
Don't think there's a lot of people that believe that right now.
Yes, I've been hearing that too.
That's something else to look into. I'm not talking making a deep dive of it, but know enough that you can make a decision.
And it might sound strange, but it hasn't been important to me. I remember when I came to the conclusion of I don't think I believe in the God of the Bible. I texted two friends of mine that are agnostic or atheist. I'm like, do I have to believe in evolution to to be agnostic? And they're like, I don't think so. Because I was telling myself oh no, now I'm going to have to believe in evolution. Which, when I checked in with a couple of friends of mine, they didn't seem to think so. And I haven't really. If I do need to make that apart, then I haven't seen a reason to yet. But I do hear what you're saying.
I just don't believe in blind faith. I don't believe in blind faith. I believe in, if you're going to believe something, make sure you know why. And I think that people are very lazy today. People are lazy. They don't, I believe the Bible. Well, why? Jesus is my Savior. Well, Jesus saved you from what? What did he save you from? I didn't even know until recently. To be honest, I didn't. Jesus is the Savior.
Am I showing some blind faith? Am I showing some blind faith in a certain subject?
No, you haven't really. I don't think you've made a full decision yet.
Good.
You haven't looked at everything, looked at all the sides to look at, right? I mean, to me, I think you're still making a decision. That's because you're agnostic.
Cool. Yeah.
If you've made a decision, you'd say atheist or Christian, one or the other.
Mm-hmm. You're probably right. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I talk too much.
No, you did not talk too much. I'm listening to you, Susan.
You didn't talk too much. Neither one of you two did. One of the beauties of leaving the organization is we do not all have to be on the same mind. You do not have to all believe in the same thing all at the same time to be called united or in harmony. We just don't.
The one thing that harmonizes us is we've left the Watchtower.
Yes, that's where we bond. What we have in common, yes, definitely.
And that's why on Saturdays, Rick has the No Preach Zone, because he doesn't want people to feel, obligated to speak up if they really need to. And he, they say, well, I'm kind of an atheist, or I don't know what I am. That's no problem. Everyone can speak. And then it's just on after midnight and Sundays when people can give their scriptural thoughts if they choose to. But it's good to keep it separate like that.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. I put my phone on mute and then unmuted it. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah. So, yeah. There is someone on YouTube, now that we're talking all these different beliefs, who is an ex-Jehovah's Witness, who started a podcast YouTube channel called, goodness gracious, I have to look him up. I almost want to say Universal Onion, but that's not the name of his channel. And he is talking about his experience as a witness, and Onion Unlimited is the name of his channel. So he's not going to talk a story about being a Christian or whatever. So he has very untraditional belief systems. He has very untraditional beliefs. So, but, you know, he also shares the story of leaving the organization. So his channel is called Onion Unlimited. And, oh, this is interesting. He has a video coming up on the 28th, which is today, later on today, at 11 a.m. my time. And he's like in the UK, from England or whatever. So he has a video coming up, and it says, can I be atheist? Oh, can an atheist be spiritual? That's it. So his coming up video for my time will be 11 o'clock. And it says, can an atheist be spiritual? Like, that's what we'll be talking about most of tonight.
I would listen to that, but tomorrow Rick's show starts at noon. So,
yeah.
But I'm sure I'll just go to others.
And I like to bring up different YouTube creators, unless they're total bullies. Then I do not promote them, because I think I don't think it's my responsibility to be the one to direct somebody into the next step that they're going to go into. If they're drawn towards one or the other, then I know of some places that might be safe and might suggest them, but I think it's the person themselves that should make that decision. But at the same time, I won't shut up if I know that they're heading towards something that's like another cult. What do you think, ladies? Think I can call it a night? I think we all sound like we're in pondering in thought and maybe a little bit tired. And you know what?
So.
Yeah. I like that the podcast or the show on YouTube has stayed on all this time, and it didn't get shut down by Rick. I like that, because later on when people want to see it, they can just turn on the YouTube channel. And tonight, the sound did not get strange, like I've mentioned that it does at times. It didn't get strange. So, yeah. If you can let Rick know that.
There's an echo in the background.
You're hearing an echo?
Yeah, in the background.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure why, but I think it's you, Susan, and myself. I'm not sure if anybody else is still here.
Doesn't look like it. Now, looking on YouTube, it says 16 are watching.
I'm still here.
And, okay. So
is that
that's Daniel.
Okay. I'm just hearing a background slow repeat echo or whatever it is.
And I'm not hearing it, so that's kind of odd. I usually do. But I'm not saying it's not happening. I'm not saying you're not hearing it. Sometimes, who knows who can hear it from wherever. And it's kind of been a mystery that we kind of troubleshoot and try to figure out.
Yeah, it's only been in the last, like, maybe 10 minutes or so.
Okay. So,
yeah.
I think I'm going to say...
I'm sorry.
Daniel?
Go ahead.
Oh, no, you two go ahead. You had something to say. Go ahead.
I was
Yeah, I'm here.
Was going to ask Daniel his thoughts on the last conversation between Susan and Linda, because I listened, but I had this background echoing, and I didn't want to interfere.
As far as religious beliefs or spiritual beliefs, is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm probably in the category of agnostic. Probably where I'm at. I do believe there's, I guess more than anything, I do believe things just didn't evolve on this planet. I believe that they were created. I guess more for me is I don't believe in going to a church or that you have to go to a building to be spiritual. You know, I don't think that even if you look at the Bible and you look at Christ, he wasn't teaching a religion. He was teaching spirituality, and he was teaching unconditional love. He was teaching mercy and compassion. And, you know, there's so many bigger things that Christ was teaching to get caught up in that you need to go to a building or to receive or to be a spiritual person. I just think there's too many deceptions out there. People they have their own views, their own perception, and I think you just be the best version of you that you can possibly be, and be willing to learn and grow. And I've always felt like the moment you think you know it all is the moment you stop growing, so we have so much to learn in this world today, in this life. And you can even grow spiritually by going to the beach, going to the woods and looking at all the trees and the flowers and the animals. And, you can find God in anywhere, any place. I'm just not one to go to churches and stuff. I did it after I left the Watchtower. I went to different denominations and whatnot, and it just wasn't for me.
Thank you for your expression. Daniel, how often do you come on the Rick Barron sites and stuff?
I used to be on every single weekend.
He and I we used to co-host together on this show.
Wait, whose voice is that?
Linda's.
Linda. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So Daniel and you used to co-host together?
Yeah.
Okay. So if Jeff were to come back, then Daniel and you could catch him and help him?
Jeff will show up on any of the shows that we have here on Six Screens, and everybody is pretty cool to Jeff. Everybody is. And Jeff will have moments, and we just go, okay. And then Jeff comes back next time, and, sometimes he's in a better mood and sometimes not. But Jeff is always, for the most part, very welcome, and we listen to him and talk with him, and I love him. Personally, I love him.
So he's not made a breakthrough. Is that correct?
See, I'm not sure how to gauge it. He may have made, I don't know, quite a few breakthroughs before this point that he's at today. And I believe that everybody has their own place. Like, we're all in our own place in our journey of healing or whatever we call it. So when I talk to people, I usually think to myself, they're at the place they're supposed to be, you know, and they're going through whatever's next for them. If that makes sense.
That makes sense. So I think what my concern is tonight is that this person that I met as Jeff tonight, that y'all already knew this person, and I just came in contact with this person, and my heart spilled over to this person, but I am wait, what's the word? I am not up to come on, brain. Again, brain. I'm not up to shit, damn it, what's the word? I don't know. It's gonna come to you, I promise. I don't know this person as how y'all know this person, but this person has hit my heart in a way that I'm not settled with. And I hear that. I want somebody to be able to help this person that I'm not, that I don't know where we are with this person, and I don't know where we go with this person, and I don't want to leave this person alone.
Right. And I hear your heart. I hear your heart about Jeff. And I think it's absolutely beautiful. So just do you. Next time you hear him, you know, there's different shows that'll play during Rick's, so this is his platform. And within Rick's platform, there is so many slots that are available for shows, and they're filled, and he can show up on any of the shows, you know.
Is this where he usually winds up?
Sometimes he does. He has a few times. I remember, and he came on and was so comforting to me. Okay, I have phobias, right? So I went to Hawaii, and I was sharing with the audience.
Is this Linda?
Yes, this is Linda.
Okay.
I was sharing that I'm nervous and, you know, I'm phobic about going on this plane to Hawaii. And, you know, the plane to Hawaii is not just a, you know, take a couple of hour flight. It's like 5 or 6 hours, right? So I'm like talking and to me, letting people know my vulnerabilities and letting people know the stuff that affects me is for the purpose of them knowing somebody else goes through it too. Because I know somebody else is. So I made it there and I made it back and talked about how it was for me when I got back. And Jeff gets on there and says, oh, I had the same kind of fear. And the first time I got on a plane, I had my jacket and I held it over my head. And he's like, I totally feel you, girl. He came on to comfort me. It was beautiful to not make me feel so bad that I have these phobias and stuff. I loved it. You know, So he was being a great encouragement to me that night.
Okay. All right. So my question to you is, you heard me, Linda. You felt me, Linda.
Yes.
Okay. So the next time, if ever, that I see, hear, feel Jeff in the forum, can you give me will you suggest to me how to handle the situation? Because I feel that perhaps I may have failed him tonight.
You feel that perhaps you may have what?
That maybe I failed him tonight. Yeah,
failed him. Okay.
Yeah,
I don't think you failed him. I think this is also part of your journey. So the interaction that you and him had tonight was, you didn't show up with mean intent. You didn't show up like, Medea just bossing his ass around. You were just doing you at the moment. He did him at the moment. So
do you think
you go ahead and keep doing? Do I think you heard him? I'm not real clear. I know it wasn't your intention, but it had him step back a little bit. And I think he processed it. When he came back in, I heard him sound more rejuvenated. So he stepped away and he came back in. So I'm suggesting you just use your intuition, listen to him in the future, and just go with your gut.
Okay, because that's what I went with, and I don't want to hurt anybody ever. Because I know I'm much, and I know what I am, and I know that my only intention is to help somebody, but sometimes my help is a pain, and I didn't want to hurt him. I only wanted to help him, and I just it's like, oh my God, this man did something to my heart. I don't want anybody that kind of pain. I don't want anybody walking around like that.
Yeah.
I mean, you understand what I'm saying?
I do. I do understand what you're saying. So I'm not going to direct you how to handle him because I'm not real sure how to handle him. So each time I hear him, I hear what he has to say. I listen to what my intuition is saying. I think about different things he said in the past. And all of that accumulated, I'll decide whether I'm going to ask him questions or whether if I'm meeting him in the moment with him needing to be heard. Sometimes when people talk and share pain and stuff, they're not necessarily needing a solution, just simply needing to be heard that time. So I decide whether if they're in that place of really asking for a suggestion, or like some people go, I don't know what to do. This, that, and that happened, and I don't know what to do. Well, silly me have thought that in the past, they're actually asking people to give them an idea what to do. Okay. That's not necessarily the case. Okay. Which I've learned the hard way, okay? And I couldn't figure out why are they asking that they don't want to hear what I have to say. They're just needing to be. So I've had to learn that. So what I'm suggesting is you get to learn too. You have one of those hearts that wants to reach out to people and you want to encourage people. You have a gift of encouragement. So as you go along with us, with us apostate stuff, you're going to perfect it as you're going along. It'll become more perfected as you do you and accumulate your memories of whoever you're speaking to and gather your info how you do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I hope I'm being really direct and not vague.
No.
I believe it's a disservice to you for me to tell you how to handle Jeff.
Girl,
if there was something big that I know would not be a good idea, because if he, I've heard him just maybe could have been, had a flip out day or something, and I would mention that. But I haven't heard anything real dramatic hit him, and I don't even think what you did tonight was super hardcore dramatic that hit him.
Okay. So I was not out of line with him.
I think we as ex-Jehovah's Witnesses and apostates are like socially stunted individuals who are learning how to act socially appropriate. And the reason we don't know how to act socially appropriate is because the organization socially stunted us. So we're kind of learning in the sandbox here, and we're going to make mistakes, and then we're going to be successful in some of the things we say. So I don't even think I can make that call.
So again, I'm asking more times. Do you think I was inappropriate with Jeff?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, because next time I talk to him, I'm gonna cut his ass out.
Did you say the next time you're going to talk to him, you're going to cuss his ass out?
Yeah.
I will stop you on that one. I will full rank. I don't allow. No, I don't allow people. But I hear you. You're coming at a place that's like encouraging. But at the same time, I'm hearing you said earlier, I came from a family of alcoholics, and you knew right away he had been drinking. There's something
you
family that you are bonding. What?
You heard it too.
Yeah, I didn't realize I'm not real clear on that you were just like, yep, he's been drinking. But at the same time, you were just, your heart went to him.
It did, Linda, it really did. But it's like,
oh, I could tell.
But here's the thing that hurts my soul. It comes from the soul. It's like when I plot out a plan to save the world crashes in on me, and I've not helped anybody be saved. Death is not saved by any interaction that you or I or Susan or anybody else had with him tonight. He's not saved by us because he's mired in his own situation. Does that stop us from caring about him? It didn't stop me. And I'm sure it didn't stop you. It didn't stop Susan. It didn't stop anybody else who listened to Jeff. But we didn't for real accomplish our purpose. My purpose was to let Jeff know that he didn't have to feel that way because it wasn't worth him lowering his standards to feel that way. That the Watchtower wasn't worth him feeling that way. That was my purpose. I didn't accomplish that. Susan's purpose was to say, oh, let's give it time. It takes time. Your purpose was to be the moderator in this forum to keep everything peaceful, and you did that. And Brad came in with his wonderful things that he said. But did we help Jeff?
I believe so.
Okay, tell me how you think we helped him.
Because he heard that people care about him personally. Personally, that we care about him. And even though you're reflecting and you're hearing yourself go, damn, I missed the mark, or God, I came on too strong. I know he heard you care about him. I know that. I heard him say thank you.
Okay, I'm going to walk with that. I'm going to own that. I'm going to embrace that, Linda. I'm going to embrace that because I get so afraid. Because I know me. I'm not stupid.
Let me just interrupt you right here and now. You are one that does speak out and needs to speak out. So I encourage you to speak out even when you reflect and realize you screwed up. Just reflect more and think about how you're going to handle it a bit differently next time and still speak out. Because a person such as yourself should never be quieted. So don't do it to yourself. Okay?
Okay. All right. Because you knew I only came on this phone call because of Jeff.
Yes.
I had
that I found absolutely beautiful, by the way. Sorry to talk over you. Go ahead.
I'm to come on the phone call because I'm in the chat. I'm going back and forth with stuff in the chat, saying silly stuff, laughing about stupid stuff in the chat. And then I'm like, we've got to get somebody call in and help Jeff, in trouble. That was my last conversation before I dialed in. That was my only concern with Jeff.
Yeah.
Because he was so much pain. Okay, I'm gonna rest on that. I'm gonna feel good about that. And Linda, I don't know you from Adam. I just knew I heard my husband talk about a pasta babe or something. And he said your name before. It's like a pasta babe. And so it's like, so, you're the ish. You're cool. And
well, let him know I'm blowing him kisses all the way from Southern California. You know those kind that you put your hand over like, mwah. Let him know I'm blowing him some of those kisses. Yeah.
Listen, I'm gonna take rank. Don't you be blowing my husband no kisses. You understand?
Oh, okay. I stand corrected, ma'am.
I'm that girl. Yeah, I'm that girl.
Just tell him I said hi, okay?
I'll do that. I can do that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Let him know I said hi.
It's been unfreaking believable for me.
That's cool.
You're the ish. That Brad person was the ish, and oh my God, Susan is like, an angel, and Shane even in disguise. And then we had Daniel. Who else did we have up in here doing stuff? Woo, Lord Jesus. And I think it was
earlier Chris was on, and the show started off with Robert. No, Pete, because I needed to come in. So that.
Oh, yeah, that's how the mess started. The mess started with me like, okay, did the Germans really walk out of the assembly?
Yeah.
That's how the mess started. And it was
we kind of went there.
Yeah, we went there because it was like, wait, somebody said that, and then I'm like asking a question, and nobody was answering my question. It was like, oh, hell to the no. I'm gonna ask this question again and again and again, and then finally, I think you chimed in and Pete chimed in, and it was like, and so I'm still researching. I put it into 2 of Kim and Mikey's YouTube channels because Pete said that Kim and Mikey said it, and I want to know who said it, because don't come up in here saying something was said that wasn't said, because that's not right. I'm not that person that you can just say anything to. I'm not that person. I will research. So don't say it if it's not true. Don't be making up stuff, because I will call you out on it. That's who I am. But anyway, I am so glad that I got a chance to talk to you. And oh my God, this Susan person, oh my God, she's like a sweetie pie, and she ain't nobody's dumbass. Nobody's dumbass.
No, she's not.
No, and the Brad person from all the way over in Australia, he's the bomb. Daniel's cool. I forget who else is all up in this mess. But yeah, I love you guys, and all I gotta say is you just strengthen my resolve to help in the apostate community, because I'm telling you the truth. I didn't care. I was out of that.
Right.
I didn't care.
Right.
Yeah, I care. I care. For some reason, I care. Like my.
And it was Jeff. Jeff is calling you out tonight. It was Jeff. I love it.
I don't want Jeff. It was like, I don't want Jeff being in pain. I don't like people in pain. I don't like it. I just don't like it. And you heard his pain. Never knew the man before. Never listened to him before. But you knew something was strange about that tonight, did you not?
Ask me that question again about strange. What order did you ask it in?
Now, being is that I've never heard anything about Jeff before, never listened to him before, but you, having had listened to Jeff before, you knew that that was something over and beyond, and I don't even know it, right?
Yes, he was talking tonight more so than usual. Yes.
And there was pain, and you felt the pain, did you not?
Yes,
so
I
what
did.
me seeing this over emotional person feeling pain, you felt the
No,
pain
no.
too. Yeah.
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
It was real pain that you were tapping into, definitely.
Yeah.
And maybe the both of you can speak next week.
Okay, I'm gonna
It'd
let
be nice
go
for you to come on again.
we can't speak anymore. Okay, Linda, possibly. Okay, bye. Right, bye.
I didn't mean for her to leave.
No, she's been trying to leave. Like, you know how when you get on those. I'm just gonna say one more thing. I think we've been doing that for a good 20 minutes. But I like that she came in, saw what happened, and she's being reflected, and that's very cool. And that her heart went out to Jeff, and then she just went there for him. I thought that was beautiful.
Yeah. She's a special person.
Mhm. And I don't want her voice to be shut up. She's one that her voice really matters. It really matters. Not to say nobody else does, but there's something. She got a gift in that hole when she speaks. It's special. You know what I'm saying?
I agree. I feel it. I can hear the emotion and the caring in her voice. She's a special person.
Yeah. It was very cool listening to her talk about her husband, King of the Dots. I was like, I had my phone muted because I was chomping on a corn dog, and I'm like, oh my God, you're the wife of King of the Dots. Like, I thought he was going to be like this mystery person forever. Like, and yes, I remember when his name was the other name, And then he went to King of the Dots, and he said something that was in character of his original name that made me realize that's who it was. Like, that's how I used to seeing his comments that I had gotten, that I would recognize something he said that reminded me, that made me make the connection.
And if I look him up under King of the Dots, I can see a YouTube on him.
Yes, I believe so. Because anybody who makes a comment.
Yeah.
Yeah, he makes comments that can be totally spot on with whatever subject is happening in that video, but he's got this sidekick kind of style to him. He adds to what's being said. Sometimes he's mocking or adding a joke to, or his flavor is very unique. That's what I've got to say. His flavor is. Sometimes I just look at what he said and I'm just chuckling because I've come to know his personality, and it's like, oh, that's what he would say. Yep. That's what he was.
I'll have to check him out.
Yeah, so we're like at this point now where we always say hi to each other when we see each other, but for years, every so often we might have rapport back and forth. But I've seen him so long that I can't help but say hi when I see him on the scene. And it could be in a chat with somebody that went live. It could be under any of the videos. But yeah, he comments a lot. He does. And this is kind of cool how she, this whole apostate stuff just wasn't her thing. I can't blame her, And then she found herself in the chat and then having conversation with us, and it turned out to be like a really fun and meaningful night, So
she was
I
an
thought that was
answer
beautiful.
to your program, Linda. Wow, she's a dynamo.
Yeah, I think so too. And when she talked about herself as being, she said something diva-side or something about queen. I was like, oh yeah, that's so cool. So I could feel her feminine energy, and that was beautiful too. But yeah, did you want to say something else?
I'm done. So if you want to call it a night, please do. You must be so tired.
I'm kind of getting there, but yeah, please let Rick know he does not have to turn off the YouTube.
Okay.
If he doesn't want to. I think it turns off after so much time. Or anyway, I like it. It's still playing this show. So.
Okay.
This is a Pasta by Linda James, and this show started on August 27th, 2022, Saturday night, and today is Sunday, August 28th, 2022, about 3:54, so it's almost 4 a.m. here in Southern California, and this is the Pasta Babe, your favorite of Pasta Babes, and I'm just so thankful for everyone that showed up tonight in the comments and who called in, and I want to thank Pete again for filling in for both of us before the show started. I look forward to Saturday nights and being able to be with you guys every single week, and it's really a highlight of my week. And so thank you for being here, and I will speak with you next Saturday night. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.